Chapter 1251 Analyze and Copy. 2. In a vast primordial sea, Noah watched as a terrifying four-tusked draconic elephant primordial beast with 5 pairs of wings opened its abyssal jaws to cast an ability that allowed a universe to disappear in a flicker of light in the next second. Whap! The 5 primordial beasts that were carrying the universes scattered away quickly, this beast turning its abyssal mouth from one universe and into another as they all experienced the same shocking fracture and disappearance into the endless jaws. Every time this beast did this, its aura shook and it rose ever higher, but Noah couldn't help himself from looking at the ability that his primordial eye had discerned when he looked at the actions of this beast. Isurient True Devouring, an ability that allows its user to fully devour the essence of genuine universes and cosmos born within a reality? These special objects being turned into numerical units of energy called the essence of reality. With the essence of reality, many impossible things become possible. One of the many uses of the essence of reality includes the seamless fusion of laws and Daos once a sufficient price is paid. The ability is restricted to primordial beasts as utilization of it by others will heavily reduce its effect and rewards, an ability common to primordial beasts what these existences used to swallow entire universes and cosmos. Noah's consciousness blazed as he saw the successful replication of this skill due to his primordial eye. And he could now shockingly utilize the ability of primordial beasts as its use was just capable of gaining the essence of reality that among its uses is to allow for the easy fusion of laws and Daos. Noah repeated such a thought to himself as he found it truly grand, and it also showed him just how powerful this primordial beasts could get as they continued to devour the vast numbers of cosmos out there. They were capable of gaining an essence of the very reality itself as they were able to devour the very structures born from this reality and then possibly form edicts from such an action, among a myriad of other possibilities. Now, Noah could do the same thing because of the primordial eye. The question is whether I will actually be able to do it. Noah's thoughts calmed as he watched the shocking scenes playing before his eyes. This fell into the lull of slow motion as he saw the terrific draconic elephant creature bathed in golden white scaled lift its golden trunk as it utilized Isurient True Devouring over and over again to devour the universes dragged by other primordial beasts before it. He watched as this devastating scene happen as he didn't make any actions, knowing whatever action he took would still result in the destruction of the universes before him. There were too many powerful primordial beasts in the background, not to mention this draconic elephant primordial beast, that even though Noah could not see the realm of or know its level, he knew it was a cosmic primordial beast. He had no confirmation of this as it felt like a mere feeling in his heart, but he knew deep in his soul that such a feeling wasn't a wrong one. There was an ender of reality right before his eyes, and yet it occupied this position in the primordial sea like a king as grand primordial beasts dragged universes to it. Many questions being raised by this scene as the answers were too profound or simply devastating to think about. Why was a cosmic beast not freely moving about and even destroying something like the primordial empire? What was its level of strength and how was it comparable to Aegon, who was in the cosmic realm? Why? And Noah had many questions from this fantastical scene he came across. But he also had no answers to it as he then thought about the new ability he had gained, for power. Could he bring himself to begin devouring genuine universes and cosmos? The question lingered in his mind as he found no answer, but there was an answer for what he could do at this very moment. An answer that involved the vast array of primordial beasts all around him, and even the terrifying draconic elephant cosmic primordial beast before his eyes. He had to know just how powerful such a creature was. But even this task would take second place as the main one would remain to be himself, and loot that would raise his power by another notch and get him closer to the cosmic realm as the more he looked around and understood the world around him. He found that he still needed an immense level of strength to overpower everything. It wasn't enough for this. For the sake of countless bundles of loot that he could use to forge thousands of universes, he would make a dangerous move. Well, not too dangerous for me. But my clones. Noah's mind buzzed as he had already been making preparations. In the novice universe, Adelaide, Barbados, Valentina. Many of those around Noah were staring in a stupor at 15 bodies that looked exactly like him. It was 5 clones from each of his bodies as a total of 15 floated powerfully in the chaotic void of the novice universe. All 15 were brimming with immense waves of power as currently, an illusory armor made of the profound nomological edict of cessation was wrapping around each of their bodies, multiple layers of it. In fact, as such an action would take immense droves of mana just to keep active. Yet Noah was wrapping the essence of cessation in the form of an armor around all of his clones seamlessly as it showed he was preparing for something grand. What exactly are you about to do? This isn't the big final battle you said we would all have to fight, right? Adelaide's voice came out in a stupor as she spoke what was in the mind of all those currently watching this shocking scene. They didn't think a grand battle where Noah would be fighting the strongest of their enemies would come so soon, and they didn't know what would cause him to armor and utilize all of his clones. Just what exactly was he going up against? Chapter 12:52 Let Loose and Go Wild. Noah's clones all felt the raging essence of cessation all around them as they all smiled and replied in unison towards Adelaide and the others. I found the primordial sea that is filled with primordial beasts. Along with one so terrifying that I am not sure if I can even withstand a single strike from it, but I still want to farm the large number of primordial beasts as it is simply too much loot to let go. The only problem is that all of these clones will more than likely be destroyed. With the core question being how long they can move and how much loot they can obtain before they are wiped out. His clones spoke in unison as they released a terrifying air. The Emperor Penguin and a few others finding themselves shaking when they imagined the scene of something that could actually wipe not just a single one of Noah's bodies, but multiple of them at the same time. Even Noah was surprised at his words, but he didn't find them to be lies even when he took into account everything he had with him. All of his boosts that had crossed the 1 billion percentage mark, and even the addition of the primordial eye and Eye of Ruination that after multiple tests he found that his clones could replicate the abilities of the eyes at half the capacity as his original body. Even with all of this, he still felt like he was somehow underestimating the draconic elephant primordial beast as he simply could not measure its power. His main body that was still in the form of primordial essence monitored the movements of the primordial beasts while his clones got ready. Noah's current focus being the third eye that was closed on the forehead of the draconic elephant primordial beast. It had to be a primordial eye or something like it anyways, as it made Noah pose even more questions that had no answer. If primordial beasts were the same as primordials and could eventually obtain the primordial eye, couldn't this beast see the vast rivers of primordial essence coming out of this pristine white sea and connecting to all the cosmos in all directions? Couldn't it easily locate all the cosmos within this reality as it would destroy them? With the primordial empire that the champion of the reality protected being the only thing left to defend as it truly became a bastion of reality? If a beast that Noah believed to be a cosmic primordial beast wasn't actively moving to follow what its core nature told it. Just what exactly did this mean? Questions and questions, but no answers. Well, at a certain point, you just have to act. Since questions weren't getting him anywhere, he would simply prepare to make his move. Apart from his clones becoming encased in armors of the nomological edict of cessation, Noah had one last ability that was perfect for mass destruction and death, an ability in the form of a skill tree that at the universal filament level, it had become known as the Universal Lich Lord, not Arch Lich Arazon or Galactic Nether Lich, but a simple Universal Lich Lord, as every single undead it summoned was at its same level. It truly was universal. The reason he called this skill tree perfect for mass destruction and death was of course for its unstable necrotic ring of death. That caused a swirling storm of bones filled a mixture of Tao essences to swirl and rotate as a cloud of death around the formed undead legion. As well as the skill of Endless Torment, that increased the damage and area of effect by 10% for each enemy that fell while caught within this swirling ring of death, with the upper limit of 1,000,000%. Now, take a second and think of the possibilities of this skill when Noah's new boosts in the hundreds of millions were applied. His AoE parameters that were enhanced by a few 100,000,000%. His true annihilatory damage that he could now apply to his skills, as unless one had an edict or extremely strong defenses brought about in a unique manner, they couldn't help but fall, with the hundreds of millions of percentages for the area of effect alone. The unstable necrotic ring of death could cover who knew how many primordial beasts and rip them to shreds before the strongest one even reacted. Yes, Noah was trying to get as many kills as he could before the draconic elephant primordial beast reacted, and even then he didn't know how successful he would be. AoE. This was the parameter that made Noah select the Universal Lich Lord skill even if he was unsure how everything would turn out, but he had many assurances on being able to deal a stellar amount of damage, as he could only imagine what an unstable necrotic ring of death filled with the nomological edict of cessation would do. This wasn't even all, as along with all this, he also now had the resplendent skill points that could enhance all skills and skill trees from the cap of 5/5 to now make it 20/20. And then of course there was the fact that after Noah raised the skill tree to the Universal Filament realm, for new skills bloomed under the Universal Lich Lord. When he thought about these, all 15 of Noah's clones that were getting ready couldn't help but smile devilishly, for new abilities under the Universal Lich Lord, aptly named Universe of Blood and Bones, Universal Undead Legion, Bombers of Nihilism, and Will of the Crypt King, abilities that further elevated this pristine skill tree as for the purposes of the area of effect it carried, it couldn't be beaten by anything else. When he paired this with something like endless rays of time, THRUM, his brilliant eyes could wait no longer as after accounting for everything, his clones began to shine with a glorious incandescent light of teleportation where Noah planned to distribute them across the vast stretches of the primordial sea that he had crossed to cover the most distance. His 15 clones looked at each other as they bellowed out in unison, their voices shocking the surrounding space and reverberating in the ears of his subordinates. For Lut, a unique battle cry resounded out, Chapter 1253, Let Loose and Go Wild. 2. Noah's resounding proclamation reverberated across the novice universe as the armors of cessation on the bodies of the 15 clones shone with glory. Among the 15 clones, there were 3 leading ones that had already begun to circulate the mana in the way required to summon the universal Lich Lord, with Noah planning on putting these 3 clones furthest from each other as a necrotic ring of death would bloom at 3 different spots in the primordial sea. Just like his 3 main bodies could each summon the maximum cap of 5 clones from the Blood Lord skill tree, each of the bodies of their clones could also call forth the universal Lich Lord. This meant that he could call out a maximum of 3 universal Lich Lords from the clones of Noah, Alexander, and the universal body. Everything was accounted for. Now, he wanted to experience just how terrifying the terror of a cosmic primordial beast would be. Let's go, brilliance shone as his clones flashed away. At the same time, his main body didn't want to be anywhere when everything went down, as he had already pulled away by billions of light years, silently teleporting himself back into his infinite cosmos that was countless light years away. The tides of destiny churned as an irrevocable decision was taken. The events to occur hereafter occurred in the span of mere seconds, but due to the strength and power of existences involved to them, it was akin to something stretched out in minutes. Time was perceived much differently for existences at this level. Noah himself could compute countless millions of thoughts per second, and he could take many actions within this same second as with his hundreds of millions of percentages in cast and attack speed. He knew that his clones would call forth the universal Lich Lords and all other prepared skills before even a fraction of a millisecond, that was 1,000th of a second. Flash, his main body successfully returned to the infinite cosmos as he breathed a sigh of relief, his mind fully connected to all of his clones as at this moment the time to let loose and spam countless amounts of skills had come. The enemy was strong. Noah knew he had no chance of even scratching it. He had seen Agonis, he knew how he would face against him, and he had seen the draconic elephant primordial beast that was most definitely a cosmic primordial beast, as the feeling this creature gave him was even more oppressive than the very champion of this reality. The 15 clones moved in unison. OMG, there were waves of essence undulating over their armors of cessation ever so slightly. Noah's immense consciousness moving his clones expertly as he instantly teleported them to 15 different locations across the primordial sea that were thousands of billions of light years apart from each other. Uniquely, when one looked at his clones, they would see them holding the demeanor and face of someone profound, his figure being that closely marching the image of a certain great conqueror. Noah's clones held the exact same image of Aegon as they appeared in the pristine white sea of common vast primordial essence. All around these clones that were stretched out for hundreds of billions of light years, Noah saw the same glorious scene, majestic and robust-looking beasts that seemed to be a combination of the strongest creatures. Most of them looking like a mixture of magnificent dragons and phoenixes that were swimming proudly within this sea. Others looked like deep creatures of the sea with even larger bodies, each of these primordial beasts having their own variations, as the one singular thing that remained the same was their golden white fur or scales that caused one to feel like they were sacred beings. The vast majority of them were lesser primordial beasts, with grand ones walking around like kings as amidst all of this, Noah's clones appeared. Ding, not even 1,000th of a second had passed since they appeared, but from the 15 clones, 3 that represented the main body of Noah, Alexander, and the universal body all completed the casting of universal Lich Lord, as the base essence used to call this skill was cessation. Nearly instantaneously, a runic magic circle that called out a terrifying existence bloomed. The size of the summoned creature alone spanned a few thousand light years in size, its body being adorned in an obsidian robe as the head was revealed to be a devilish skeleton enthroned with a crown of pristine white bones that held burning crimson flames at the very top. Its eye sockets blazed with crimson flames of cessation as within its hands, a bone staff made purely of the essence of nomological edict could be seen. The appearance of such a creature played out 3 times in separate locations that were thousands of billions of light years apart. But their voices resonated the same as the moment when the vast array of primordial beasts felt the change around them and their intrusion was noticed. 3 voices overlapped across the primordial sea. Universal Undead Legion, BZZZT, a shocking collection of essence raged out. The endless mana reserves of a certain being gushing out countless units of mana and exchanging them for the nomological edict of cessation as all of the countless summoned undead that would be called to form a legion that would instantly activate the swirling passive of death that was the unstable necrotic ring of death. All of them would have cessation as their fuel, as all the damage they dealt would be from this edict. In the novice universe of the infinite cosmos, Noah's main bodies watched these scenes in slow motion as in the origin of the universal body that had reached over 10,000 universes, 100 of them began to burn. Killing was about to begin, but no killing would be done without the activation of the cosmic Tao of Loot, chapter 1254, Let Loose and Go Wild. 3. Noah felt the splendor of the color of gold spread through his origin the moment 100 splendiferous universes began to burn. This essence then stretched out to his two main human bodies, as it didn't just cover the 5 clones stemming from the universal body, but also the 10 from his 2 other bodies simultaneously. All 15 clones in the primordial sea began to burn with the light of the cosmic Tao of Loot on top of everything else, as all deaths that stemmed from them and the skills they cast would fall under the effects of 1000% increased loot quantity and 100% increased loot rarity modifiers. Such an action coincided simultaneously as the effects of the newly gained Universal Undead Legion played out. The skill of Universal Undead Legion allowed the Universal Lich Lord to call forth 100 abyssal undead at the Universal Filament level and millions of undead at the Universal level. They came forth like an erupting tide as the bone staff made from the nomological edict of cessation shone in 1 instant, and a millisecond later, 100 titanous varieties of abyssal undead and millions of universal undead bloomed pervasively, a crimson cloud of blood and bones beginning to form soon after. As this cloud, this necrotic ring of death, it managed to cover over 10 billion light years. Such a vast space covered depended on the power of the Legion, and also the second skill that Noah had gained when this skill tree achieved the universal filament level. It was the Universe of Blood and Bones skill. Universe of Blood and Bones. The unstable necrotic ring of death is turned into a chaotic swirling universe of blood and bones that increases the AoE by 1,000,000%, and every single death increases the damage further by 50%, even more AoE boosts on top of what Noah already had. And this was before any kills occurred that would constantly expand the unstable necrotic ring of death. Now, what mattered was how many primordial beasts he could cover within this vast space. And how many more would be reached, as he was already starting to spam endless rays of time to spread out all around him and churn for as many billions of light years as possible. The reacting primordial beasts varied in size, but some were as large as a few thousand light years to a few 100,000 as they reached the size of galaxies, and the grand primordial beasts even neared half or 1/4 the sizes of universes, as the draconic elephant primordial beast was 10 times the size of an average universe. When Noah had 3 universal Lich Lords summoned and they called forth their undead legions and caused the formation of 3 necrotic rings of death, he saw that the initial coverage of 10 billion light years included over 20 lesser primordial beasts and at least 1 or 2 grand ones within it. But apart from these 3 universal Lich Lords and their legions, there were 12 clones that had appeared in different parts of the primordial sea, as their bodies had already begun to bloom with countless spam skills: endless rays of time, fireball, sword of ruination, primordial wheel of extinction, all of the attack skills he could spam. Along with this, the essence of the nomological edict of cessation was used by another clone to activate the absolute skill of the empowered 7 deadly sins, as in another millisecond, 7 terrifying figures thousands of light years large bloomed, roaring out madly as they flew out in different directions. All the clones also utilized the wielder of Chronos skill tree, as temporal halts were freely entrenched for billions of light years. On top of countless endless rays of time, galactic balls of flames, primordial wheels, and a whole lot more stellar skills spreading out in a circular motion around all of Noah's clones, the final cast for them in this short period of time came as the hazy crimson right eye lit up brightly. Even though it was half the efficacy, the clones could still borrow the power from Noah's Eye of Ruination, as in the next instant true annihilatory flames of ruination churned from this eye madly. They churned as they went on to cover billions of light years in diameter as they latched onto any primordial beasts they could find. All of this happened in about a few milliseconds. RUUUMBLE. As the attacks spread out, the primordial beasts finally reacted as it was too late, all of the lesser primordial beasts feeling their defenses ripped apart by a ridiculous amount of skills and enormous 7 deadly sins ripping them apart, as well as their movements being further delayed by the essence of Chronos from the multiple temporal halts. But the most devastating attack was the swirling mass of death that had bloomed at 3 different spots. The moment this swirling mass of death began to rotate, the wings and musculature of all lesser primordial beasts were ripped apart as only the bodies of the grand primordial beasts lit up with immense light. their eyes releasing a wrathful light towards the undead legions as they turned into blurs of light while thundering forward. Grand primordial beasts. They were powerful in their own right, as these beings were not instantly annihilated even with the raging essence of the nomological edict of cessation raging around them. The shocking battle fully unfolded as just a few milliseconds after it started, Noah counted over 110 lesser primordial beasts being shredded into nothingness. 110. Just this mere number of dead primordial beasts was enough to make this whole venture worth it from the obscene amount of loot Noah could feel being placed in his expansive space already. But he was just getting started. The moment the milliseconds that caused his attacks to bloom passed, the eyes of a certain creature tens of thousands of billions of light years away in the depths of the primordial sea blazed with light. Noah had purposefully chosen to be as far away from this beast as possible, and yet its eyes opened the moment his attacks began as they simultaneously gazed at 15 different directions, not 2 eyes, but 3 of them, as a ridiculously white gold eye on the forehead of the draconic elephant primordial beast was open wildly, the other 2 eyes below it releasing a brilliant golden radiance as in an instant, a white light flashed over the body of this majestic creature. Its body shook as a moment later, 14 figures of exact size and ferocity that showed the same draconic elephant primordial beast appeared, each of their eyes flashing coldly as they turned into streaks of light that shot towards different directions. Simultaneously towards the 15 clones that Noah had spread out, the terror of a cosmic primordial beast and ender of reality, it was now about to be experienced by Noah firsthand as he waited for it expectantly. Chapter 1255, utterly horrific. It was hard to say if there were many existences in the vast parallel realities who had as many cards to play as Noah did. He thought so himself, as he had so many things in his arsenal that he could choose to do things in many different ways. For this raid in the primordial sea, for example, he had deployed many things, but he still had not even initiated plot armor. He hadn't yet called upon this unique ability under the protagonist trait to grant him an hour of invincibility, as he had to first find out just how much he would fare against this cosmic primordial beast with the strength of his clones alone. He wanted to see if he could stand this beast for even a few milliseconds, if not a few seconds, or even the death of his clones was welcome, as such a thing didn't matter to him. He could forge a clone whenever one died, and he could replenish any of those killed in an instant. After he ascertained what he wanted, the next stage of loot collection would commence, where he would send out his clones once more, but now they would just be invincible. It was a very balanced state of reality that Noah couldn't wait to see unfold. But before this, there was experiencing the power of the cosmic primordial beast. And experience it he did as the moment he cast the first wave of attacks. The draconic elephant primordial beast moved. It instantly split to become 15 beasts as their bodies released majestic auras of ancientness. The enormous bodies of this primordial beast that were 1,000 billion light years long flashing and disappearing. An instant later, the terrific draconic elephant primordial beast appeared grandly above all of the bodies of Noah's clones, time seemingly coming to a stop. Holy shit. These were the 2 thoughts that came into Noah's mind. It was fine to gaze upon this creature from afar, but when it stood right above you and rained down its oppressive pressure, one truly felt its power and terror. Noah had enhanced and elevated himself so much that he had rarely, if ever, faced a feeling of oppression. And yet he felt it at this moment as his clones raised their eyes to meet the glorious gaze of the 3 eyes of the draconic elephant primordial beast, 2 shining wondrously gold and filled with cold light, and the third one that was situated on its forehead. It was utterly pristine as Noah saw its structure was different from the primordial eye he knew of, mostly white gold in color. The third eye was shockingly inscribed with the symbols of countless golden swords etched in a circular formation around the iris, these endless golden swords seemingly drawing Noah in and releasing a dangerous hum as he shockingly found just from gazing at it. His armor of cessation fluctuated as it actually became badly damaged. Just from the humming of the immeasurable swords etched into the third eye of the draconic elephant primordial beast, as due to its sheer size of 1,000 billion light years, this eye was nearly as large as a universe, as Noah could see its details very clearly. What kind of an eye is that? It seems like a primordial eye, but almost like it's a different version of it. Thump. Noah's heart shook as even amidst the shocking intrusion of the draconic elephant primordial beast, his mind could still think with clarity, as he could think millions of thousands in less than a millisecond, and his main bodies analyzed everything he saw as if they were watching a film that was slowly playing out in real time. Noah's focus at this moment became this glorious-looking eye that held countless swirling golden swords etched within. As a fantastical thought arose in his mind. Could there actually be different kinds of primordial eyes? Is the one I have managed to obtain a base version of it? His mind bloomed with questions as he studied the 15 draconic elephant primordial beasts appearing before all his clones, not with fear, but with wild interest as he wanted to know more about it. BZZZT, his armor of cessation truly kept fluctuating and fluttering like a weak thin film of paper just from the humming of the unique primordial eye on this beast, and that was before it made a move. A millisecond later, it did just that as its 15 different bodies all conducted different actions. In one corner of the primordial sea, the draconic elephant primordial beast used the pure force of its body as one of its flat-shaped elephantine limbs rained down towards him, as it was akin to something the size of a universe crashing down. Its eyes held utter coldness and regality as this strike came at a speed Noah had yet to experience from any enemy. The space around this clone slowed down, his body flashed with multicolored light as his movement speed boosts by the hundreds of millions did their work, turning into a multicolored flash of light that even those that had glimpsed edicts couldn't follow. His clone instantly flashed outside of the range of this golden-scaled elephantine limb as he traversed the distance of a universe in but an instant, or he should have. His eyes opened wide as even though he should have utterly evaded the limb smashing down towards him as he even saw the edges of it, he somehow found it to still be chasing him as it shockingly was now a mere inch away from his eyes. Thump! The beat of his heart resounded throughout his body as Noah watched in wonder and great interest, the speed of this beast easily surpassing his, where he faced the treatment that the Dowlords of the House of Stormdust felt as before he could react. He just found himself to still be in the center of attack of the universal-sized limb of the draconic elephant primordial beast. It was a mere blur of utter power as it smashed onto him whether he liked it or not. The impact was indescribable. Chapter 1256, Utterly Horrific. 2. BOM.BZZZT. The elephantine limb smashed with such utter ferocity and power that the armor of cessation, the armor of a nomological edict that erased anything it came across from the annihilatory true damage it could deal. This armor faded away by 95% at the point of impact, even though he should have been protected. An unknown energy seemed to have somehow crossed through the defenses of the armor, Noah finding his body mangled and nearly torn into a meat paste a millisecond later, but his percentages in the health regeneration churned. Torn limbs and muscles regrow constantly. As they were torn down a millisecond later from the continuing pressure of the limb descending down. The nearly shattered armor of cessation received an influx of mana as it was constantly replenished, only to have it reduced and nearly broken in another millisecond. Cessation truly was not erasing away the body or essence of this creature that wrapped around its limbs, and the essence of this edict was instead being reduced constantly as it gave Noah abundant information for what type of power this creature had. Either an edict or multiple edicts that it had gained from fusing together Daos and laws forcefully from the essence of reality it obtained from devouring countless cosmos, or an even more unique power that could withstand true annihilatory damage. But Noah's analysis would have to come to an end an instant later as the third eye filled with countless ancient golden swords from the draconic elephant primordial beast released a bright light of utter arrogance. The moment it shone, white flames bloomed at the point of impact between his clone and the elephantine limb, these flames latching onto the armor of cessation in fervor as Noah gloriously observed them to actually consume the essence that was capable of erasing anything. The moment the armor of cessation entirely faded around Noah, the golden scales of the draconic elephant primordial beast touched his fair skin. His fantastical percentages of health regeneration, the vast number of percentages in all parameters and defenses, none of them could withstand the might of this single strike from an ender of reality as Noah's senses watched on as the clone was quite literally disinterested in the next millisecond. A fraction of a second, as if there was a Dowlord nearby watching, they wouldn't have even seen the brief struggle that Noah's edict of cessation put up in his body, fully regenerating his health from waves of destructive energies from the draconic elephant primordial beast to them. They would have just seen the golden-scaled limbs of the powerful beast smashing down as Noah's clone was disintegrated right after. Roa air. Its golden trunk bellowed upwards thereafter, its four glimmering white gold tusks shining dangerously as they released waves of undulating white light that covered the endless rays of time, and the true annihilatory flames of ruination, that this clone had cast rays in crimson flames that were hitting the scales of this beast and showing no effect whatsoever. The undulations of white light released from its foretusks wondrously engulfed the endless rays of time and the crimson flames that had an effect of true annihilatory damage and caused them to disappear as if they never existed. This area of the primordial sea becoming calm after less than half a second. Dozens of lesser primordial beasts had died from this clone that had appeared in this area, and the clone had perished just as quickly. 2 grand primordial beasts suffered heavy injuries as they had yet to fall, their heads bowing down in fervor towards the cosmic beast that had appeared above them. the eyes of this draconic elephant primordial beast flashed coldly as it disappeared soon after. Interesting. Far from the battle, the eyes of Noah's universal body blazed with interest as he wanted to see more. After getting the first test of the creature's terrifying power, Noah's thoughts began to move rapidly as his two other bodies made a move, while his universal body focused on the scene currently occurring throughout the primordial sea. The bodies of Alexander and Noah were in the ruination realm as their job was to study the effects of the percentage boosts, das, edicts, and skill effects as they would theorize how to better move. Let's upgrade a few things now and see if we can make any changes against this beast's power. Once more, the thing to remember was that time was moving in the span of milliseconds currently. And for Noah's two bodies in the ruination realm that had the time ratio of 1 to 1001 millisecond outside was 1000 milliseconds for them, they could do many things in this period of time as Noah's thoughts moved fast, his eyes resting on a particular section of his status panel, resplendent skill points. The user is able to open up multiple paths of evolution for their skills and abilities through using skill points. This is the unique quantified essence in the form of skill points that has been further elevated into resplendent skill points, allowing the user to enhance skill and skill trees to the maximum cap of 20 instead of 5. The cost of skill creation is reduced with resplendent skill points as the abilities born from it are even more unique. Abilities enhanced by resplendent skill points will also have their own unique changes depending on their nature. Current resplendent skill points, 830 billion, he had yet to view what unique changes these new types of skill points would bring, and he would look at the now firsthand as in the next moment. He gave the command add the resplendent skill points to the Universal Lich Lord, Skill Tree, Cosmic Tao Integration and Combinations, Wielder of Chronos, Bloodlord, and even Versatile Farmer. While at it, a golden light blessed the section that outlined his skill trees and his status panel. Skill trees, and all their attached skills that used to shine with blue light now had their names shining in glorious gold. Noah's two bodies quickly perused the new versions of the skills that had increased their cap to 20/20ths, their eyes shining brilliantly as they saw some skills simply changed to vastly boost what they initially did, and other skills that changed entirely and gained shocking effects. For example, take the recently introduced Universal Undead Legion and Universe of Blood and Bones. Universal Undead Legion, 5/5, allowed the Universal Lich Lord to call forth 100 abyssal undead at the Universal Filament level and millions of undead at the Universal level, while the effects of Universe of Blood and Bones were as followed. Universe of Blood and Bones, 5/5, unstable necrotic ring of death is turned into a chaotic swirling universe of blood and bones that increases the AoE by 1.00000% and every single death increases the damage further by 50%. Now after the addition of resplendent skill points and their enhancements to the cap of 20/20ths, the difference was akin to night and day. Universal Undead Legion, 2020, the first 1000 undead under the banner of the Universal Lich Lord will be at the same level, with all who follow being a level below it. The Undead Legion is utterly faithful to the Universal Lich Lord as all of their parameters are increased by 1,000,000%. All summoned undead also gain the inherent ability of resplendence, granting them double their power at all times as they give off the constant effects of unusual beauty and majesty. Universe of Blood and Bones, 20/20ths, the unstable necrotic ring of death is turned into a chaotic swirling universe of blood and bones that increases the AoE by 10,000,000%, and every single death increases the damage further by 100%. There is no cap to how far the Universe of Blood and Bones can spread nor how much damage can be obtained, with the stacks of AoE and damage having a time limit of 30 seconds. From the loot obtained through the Cosmic Tao of Loot, even more surprises were waiting for Noah. Chapter 1257, bonus, utterly horrific. 3. The skills elevated by the resplendent skill points were very unique, with some like the Universe of Blood and Bones, gaining a 10 times increase in a parameter. And then you had others like the Universal Undead Legion that gained its own unique effects. This uniqueness this time was the supposed gain of an inherent ability of resplendence that granted all summoned undead the constant effects of unusual beauty and majesty, on top of doubling their power. When Noah's two bodies in the ruination realm looked at all the skills, they saw that multiple of them from differing skill trees had gained resplendence randomly. One of these stemmed from the Bloodlord skill tree, an ability among the four that came when Noah elevated this skill tree to the Universal Filament level. Universal Blood Clones, 20/20ths, the number of summonable blood clones has doubled as the user can call upon 10 at the same time. All Universal Blood Clones are capable of displaying 150% of the power of the main body as at their point of death, they release an explosive force equivalent to 100 shattering universes. All universal blood clones also gain the inherent ability of resplendence, granting them double their power at all times as they give off the constant effects of unusual beauty and majesty. It was a skill of pure wonder, as not only were Noah's clones enhanced from being able to display 120% of his power to 150%, but under the unique resplendence inherent ability, they could further display double their power. Beautiful, it truly was. So utterly beautiful that Noah's two main bodies shone brightly as their essence churned, calling forth 5 more clones each, the body of Alexander calling out an extra 6th after the clone that was just killed by a single limb from the draconic elephant primordial beast. As all of these clones began to blaze with armors of cessation, at the same time, Noah couldn't help but look at another skill that had gained the resplendence inherent ability, even though it didn't at all pertain to the current battle. It was the ability of 5-star chef, from the versatile farmer skill tree, 5-star chef, 20/20. A farmer is nothing without the skill of a great chef. Any meal prepared by the user will have the splendor and taste of pure happiness while enhancing the essence contained in the ingredients by more than 20 times. All prepared meals temporarily grant 100,000% to realm progression, 100,000% to laws and Tao comprehension and assimilation, and 100,000% to all parameters for the next 24 hours. All meals gain the unique taste of resplendence, being capable of tasting so good that even those at the cosmic realm can be brought to tears as they are temporarily reminded of their happiest memories. It was unique to say the least, as Noah only gave it a millisecond read through before he left it for later, where he told himself he had to try whatever he made next first before anyone else. But back to the stellar battle. Noah's universal body also glimmered as 5 more universal blood clones budded from him, bringing the total number of clones he could utilize to 30. They wouldn't be able to make any more extra casts of Universal Lich Lord, as it would simply unsummon one of the old ones to call forth a new one, but they could still use all of Noah's skill trees that included the ones Noah had enhanced with resplendent skill points and those he was continuing to enhance now. Noah's eyes shone with the light of ingenuity as he spoke out, "Go forth." The 16 newly budding clones were fully encased in new armors of cessation that shone with an even brighter glint than the first 15 Noah had sent out, their bodies being wrapped with a spatial essence as Noah teleported them to other regions within the primordial sea that he had crossed. This would be his second wave of attacks before the first one even ended, as these clones had battle power close to 3 times as powerful, if not more. It took Noah mere milliseconds in the Ruination realm to enhance and analyze the use of resplendent skill points, as in the outside world, barely any time had even passed. The newly called upon 16 universal blood clones faded away as they would appear in multiple other parts of the primordial sea surrounded by terrifying primordial beasts, but shocking scenes were currently playing out for the other 14 clones as they faced differing attacks from the stupendous draconic elephant primordial beast. An exact replica of the draconic elephant primordial beast had appeared above one of the clones that had called forth the Universal Lich Lord. The eye on its forehead, etched with countless golden swords, took in everything across the billions of light years as it gazed at the propagating necrotic ring of death that was constantly expanding by a few billion light years every single millisecond. At such a scene, the third eye of the draconic elephant primordial beast flashed once more. The etched swords within this eye rotated as if they were rows of circles moving, lighting up brightly as in the next instant Noah and the Universal Lich Lord beside him saw the appearance of countless ancient golden swords that covered over 1,000 billion light years, as these endless swords that had the essence of a golden edict that was different from the white flames of another edict that had killed Noah's first clone went on to cover everything in their sight. And they uncontrollably pierced everything an instant later, pierced everything as Noah's consciousness that was connected to this clone and Universal Lich Lord was shredded apart into blackness the moment the ancient golden sword descended at a speed far faster than even how fast he could move with his movement and attack speed. The white flames that were born from its elephantine limb showed the essence of a terrifying edict. Now, countless golden swords called forth by its horrifically beautiful eye carried the essence of yet another edict. Only a few milliseconds had passed, and Noah had already discerned this primordial beast to have 2 edicts under its belt, as this was just the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 1258 An Unstoppable Force. As Noah carried out actions that would carry irrevocable consequences, the tides of destiny continued to flow around the primordial empire. Within the Havenbreaker cosmos, the figure of Havenbreaker herself was situated upon her throne as before her, multiple primal crystals sending out and receiving a myriad of commands rotated. Her expression was that of concentration that she didn't even notice when a silent flash of spatial essence flashed into the throne room, but this had more to do With the person who teleported in then herself, you all are competing again. WAA, the resounding voice of a man with utterly black hair and a regal deposition resounded out. His wide and built figure making one think of a peak human figure as Havenbreaker turned her eyes with surprise towards the calm figure of Aegon. He strolled in while glancing at the primal crystals before Havenbreaker, the eyes of this golden-haired woman rising as she replied coolly. Springforge began flaming the competitive spirit when she began attacking Stormdust. I'm just striking the iron while it's hot and taking a bite myself. It follows the rules of our vast empire, does it not? Her eyes were raised as she spoke of the writs of challenges that covered 100 cosmos as taking a mere bite, and it was truly so as the benefits of controlling this many cosmos were extremely vast. Primordial hearts were limited, the only one who seemingly had an endless amount of them being Aegon. For others, they had to fully rely on the tens of billions of marks of antiquity they obtained daily in a passive fashion from their influence over multiple cosmos. The primordial empire had constantly expanded over the years, with Aegon always being capable of finding new cosmos and bringing them over as from the rulers of 3 different houses being able to gain enough marks of antiquity to form a universe every week. Now they managed to do such a thing daily, every single day. They could passively form a splendiferous universe in the few recent years as when one took into account how many years these existences could live. A million days meant 1 million splendiferous universes, so of course they had to fight for more cosmos to put under them, or fight the primordial beasts that were rare to find. Aegon appeared beside her calmly as he nodded. No, not against the rules. His voice was distant as he seemed to be thinking of something from too long ago. But, I always hoped we could all go back to being how we were in the past. Now, it is just a mere dream. His words caught Havenbreaker by surprise as she seemed to be taken back to a long time ago. A time when she, Springforge, Stormdust, and Aegon at the lead all left their cosmos to explore what lay out there. They were filled with a sense of adventure in life as they thought the whole Ruination Sea was theirs to conquer. They were mere memories of the past. Havenbreaker thought so as she never became angry, but she was taken out of her stupor when Aegon reached out his hand. No matter. Come with me, I have a little surprise for you. While dripping with power and elegance, even Havenbreaker couldn't help but unconsciously grasp onto his hand, the two of them becoming wrapped in a spatial light as they disappeared at SHA. Their figures rematerialized not too far away from the primordial empire. Havenbreaker finding herself standing before the scene of a glimmering cosmos floating alone in the Ruination Sea. I wanted to apologize for before, so I got you this gift. Aegon's voice resounded out calmly as he spoke such shocking words. This being truly went ahead and brought over a cosmos, offering it as a gift to his woman as he put many men to shame, who could say they had given their significant other something so grand. Havenbreaker looked at this cosmos as she smiled, jumping into the strong chest of Aegon as she spoke with a barely audible voice. You didn't have to do that. She held the smile of a maiden in love, her eyes raising to meet the endless eyes of Aegon that one could get lost in if they stared for too long. She knew he wasn't the type to freely express his emotions, so just this gesture alone showed her that he was truly thinking about her, so she buried her head deeper into his chest as she nearly forgot about everything, about the fact that she nearly killed her daughter just for information. About the fact that she let another man apart from the one she was tightly holding on to cross boundaries he shouldn't have crossed, about the fact of forming alliances others wouldn't even dare imagine. None of these things could be seen here, only the scene of a man gifting his woman a cosmos for a gift as the tides of destiny continued to churn. Back in the vibrant primordial sea where barely a few milliseconds had passed since a battle began, when Noah's second clone was killed, the eyes of the draconic elephant primordial beast flashed as it wondrously sensed the appearance of Noah's 16 newly advanced universal blood clones appearing through other regions of the primordial sea. The actions that Noah was taking were so extremely fast-paced due to all boosts he had that we have to currently rely on the measurement of time in milliseconds more than seconds, and yet the draconic elephant primordial beast could keep up and even exceed them with ease as whatever development occurred, it very quickly reacted to it. Its eyes were impassive as a millisecond after it sensed the intrusion of 16 new existences, its 15 bodies terrifying flashed with a white light as they ridiculously butted forth another 15 draconic elephant primordial beasts, 16 of them flashing towards the direction of the auras of the newly appearing 16 universal blood clones. This flash of light was yet another edict. Chapter 1259, An Unstoppable Force. 2. Noah saw the scene of the cosmic primordial beast splitting its bodies apart with ease from the 13 clones that had yet to perish but were each facing a draconic elephant primordial beast, and he saw this flash of white light that shockingly represented another edict as that made it 3 so far. The hell kind of edict is that? Does it allow you to clone yourself indefinitely? Noah's heart wasn't frightened in the least bit as he became even more excited, wanting to know all the possibilities out there as he wanted to form many of his own edicts. So far, 3 of his clones had perished as this wasn't happening in an order. This was just being described in such a manner. But truthfully, all of the 15 initial clones were being attacked simultaneously as with little variation. The timing of their impact with the draconic elephant primordial beast was at the same time. Another clone had this cosmic beast appear above it as from its trunk. The same white flames that had appeared on its elephantine limb to shatter the armor of cessation on the first clone, these same flames shot out from its golden white trunk as they scorched the very primordial sea. Before they could even reach Noah, his clone already felt the heat as this time around. The clone was fast enough as he gazed up and used the Eye of Ruination. One of the many features of this eye allowed one to absorb the attacks sent towards them as they could even reflect them against their enemy with even higher percentages of true annihilatory damage. Gloriously, Noah's right eye undulated with crimson light as its many rings rose to illuminate the white sea. The raging white flames sundered down from the trunk of the draconic elephant primordial beast being sucked towards it in a stellar fashion. But now that's just ridiculous. Noah found himself stupefied at the sheer power of these white flames as they seemed to contain even more grand percentages of true annihilatory damage. The Eye of Ruination that could be used at half efficiency by his clones drawing in the flames, but before they could even redirect them. Crack! The crimson rings within the Eye of Ruination began to shatter. Before the clone could even fully absorb the coming attack and redirect it, they couldn't contain it as the Eye of Ruination fractured, and in the next millisecond, the entire body of the clone became engulfed in white flames as he disappeared. Beautiful. In the infinite cosmos, Noah's universal body found his actual Eye of Ruination bleeding red, the unique connection and power of the eye actually causing a portion of this damage, no matter how minuscule, to somehow travel to him. It showed just how terrifying the edict that made the white flames the draconic elephant primordial beast shoot out were. But this was the experience Noah had with the first 15 initial clones he sent out. Within a few milliseconds of each other, they perished in one way or another from the cosmic primordial beast that appeared above them. After the initial deaths of 110 primordial beasts from the surprise attack, Noah also saw that the attacks of the clones and especially the unstable necrotic rings of death that stemmed from the 3 universal Lich Lords before they were decimated along with his clones. Another 55 primordial beasts fell, this number actually including 2 grand ones. Primordial beasts were extremely hard to kill, with Noah finding some of them entirely shrugging off the swirling universe of blood and bones caused by the unstable necrotic ring of death, with a few others being affected. It showed a range in the strength of grand primordial beasts as from his calculations, the more powerful ones that could shrug off an attack with the Edict of Cessation should have ridiculously obtained an edict of their own or have another unique power, but from among the weaker grand primordial beasts that didn't have any such power, Noah's 2 clones and their universal Lich Lords were able to work together to layer true annihilatory flames of ruination in spamming attacks filled with the Edict of Cessation along with the constantly swirling necrotic ring of death to actually rip apart a grand primordial beast each before they were wiped out by the draconic elephant primordial beast. This made it a grand total of 163 lesser primordial beasts and 2 grand primordial beasts that had fallen under Noah's hands. The loot for all of these creatures were already within Noah's expansive space due to the loot collector passive, such a skill being truly useful right now, as if this loot was just laying outside in the primordial sea when the beasts were wiped out, he probably would not be able to get them, but the results so far are astounding. Even amidst this situation where Noah was absolutely getting stomped on for the first time in a while, he held a brilliant smile because the gains were already so much and he lost nothing. Now, he wanted to go above that as after he found out the shocking truth that he could actually not even withstand the might of an ender of reality for even a few milliseconds. It was time for the next stage. Essence waved madly around his universal body and his other 2 bodies had already produced other clones after the loss of 14 in a matter of milliseconds. Noah's vast consciousness observing coolly as figures of the draconic elephant primordial beast appeared relentlessly above the 16 clones he just sent as his eyes flashed, and he spoke out calmly, "Plot armor." A ridiculous skill of invincibility for a whole hour, when the primordial was called onto the past primordial cosmos that was undergoing the invasion of the great usurper. She had called the effects of Deus Ex Machina an ability that could induce changes in reality. This was what drew her interest with Noah. But she had only given him a used-up primordial heart that barely gave him a few splendiferous universes. Now, Noah had cast another reality-bending ability from the trait of protagonist that would cause one to question what was his strongest trait, plot armor. Spreading out to cover the 16 clones about to face disastrous attacks from the draconic elephant primordial beast, as 14 new clones had already been formed and were teleporting into the same battlefield. Now, how will invincibility be dealt with? Noah's eyes watched on with excitement as he wanted to dig more secrets out from this creature, and he would now have an hour to do so. Chapter 1260, How do you beat invincibility? An hour of plot armor. An hour of invincibility. In the glimmering white primordial sea, Noah's 16 universal blood clones became wrapped in a unique energy as from 3 of them. The call towards the universal Lich Lord reverberated out. From the very sea itself, dark runic magic circles bloomed as the terrifying Lich erupted out. This Lich smashing down his death staff made of the nomological edict of cessation as an undead legion sprouted out and began to rage with a terrifying necrotic ring of death. The undead legion had a seemingly different feel to them, as most of them held regal bone crows and showed off a hint of majesty, the effects of a resplendence showing themselves clearly. The goal has always remained to get the most loot possible, and Noah's clones and summoned universal Lich Lords did just this, as since it took milliseconds to bring them up and have their terrifying skills spammed out, it was enough to take down another 70 lesser primordial beasts before the draconic elephant primordial beast reached them. From 165, the total number of primordial beasts he had managed to kill now jumped to 235. From this number, 2 were grand primordial beasts. The loot from them was shocking to imagine, but the speed of the cosmic primordial beast was even faster, as in the next instant, its clones made contact with Noah's 16 universal blood clones, as if an astounding sequence and in a manner of a cockroach that could not be killed. 14 more universal blood clones also reappeared in different portions of the primordial sea as they repeated Noah's same spamming session once more, and yet, there were plenty of bodies of the cosmic primordial beast, as within milliseconds, these clones would also come in contact with the draconic elephant primordial beast. But, now plot armor was active, the vibrant cosmic primordial beast was as ruthless as ever, all of his 30 bodies sending out simultaneous attacks towards Noah that ranged purely from its physical body, or while it utilized what Noah counted to be 3 edicts so far, its 4 golden tusks and outstretched trunk palpating with the essence of multiple edicts would be enough to terrify anyone. But Noah's heart was expectant as the attacks landed on him. He wanted to know what would happen when this unstoppable force met an immovable object. What would happen against an ability that could bend reality and grant him invincibility? He was not disappointed. A draconic elephant primordial beast was throwing down its elephantine limb as it was bathed in the white flames of an edict that Noah could not see through even with his primordial eye. This time around, Noah only continued to constantly cast endless rays of time and fireballs as against the terrifying strike thundering down. He actually only raised his head to meet it. Bzzzt. The 2 sides met. The impact that would have normally shattered Noah's armor of cessation and then gone on to overcome his hundreds of millions in percentages of health regeneration came. But it could get to his body. Even the armor of cessation was untouched, as instead of Noah being vaporized as usual, the brief impact caused the primordial sea to erupt wildly before the figure of the clone shot out like a cannonball in the opposite direction. A bright smile appeared over Noah's universal body. This clone had felt no damage, and nor had any of the clones that the draconic elephant primordial beast copies went to deal with, whether it was a physical attack or one from the shimmering and unique primordial eye that was filled with golden swords. They either bounced off of him or caused his figure to be sent out from the pure force alone. Pure force, but no damage. Ah, how balanced, how fair. Even a cosmic primordial beast could not pass the effects of the protagonist trait that even a primordial called reality bending, even an ender of reality, could not do so. But one must recall that she also said Noah was beginning to dabble on such abilities. This caused her to gain an interest in him, but one had to ask themselves who else drew her interest and attention in this reality. Also, if such an ability from Noah merely interested her, what could she herself be capable of doing? There were many questions to ponder on but no answers. At this moment, the figure of the draconic elephant primordial beast also found itself questioning for the first time as the one to knock back the clone like a cannonball and not instantly vaporize it. Instantly teleported beside the still shooting out figure. Its limb once more shooting out in punch and smashing into the clone as it was once more shot out in another direction. Boom. But the draconic elephant primordial beast was relentless as before the clones could get too far away, the body of this enormous beast always appeared and threw down another punch as a shocking scene began to play out. The clone could be seen laughing with joy as he was thrown around like a ball, Noah's entire sight covered by illusory figures of the cosmic primordial beast just smashing punches into him from all angles as he was thrown around like a ragdoll, and yet due damage was dealt. It played out in the same manner against all other clones as when this reality was established. Noah's focus returned to spamming countless skills towards the primordial beasts he could still see as he had to increase his quota of loot. The draconic elephant primordial beast held an impassive expression as it still tried a myriad of attacks on Noah, but after a genuine half a second passed with no result, it came to a stop. WAA. Its glorious figure that was over 1,000 billion light-years long truly came to a stop as with its scaled skin and elephantine body glistening wondrously gold and white, its three eyes stared calmly at Noah. Chapter 1261 How do you beat invincibility? 2. In the fantastical primordial sea, one of Noah's clones took up the terrifying staring contest out of the 30 clones. Looking at this terrifying beast that was a genuine ender of reality as within his eyes, one could see respect, interest, awe, and a bit of apprehension for this beast. Only a single clone was doing this as all the others ignored the gazes of the other bodies of the draconic elephant primordial beast as they tore through the primordial sea into other regions that held more beasts. Only a single clone met its eyes as the beast bathed in gold and white met the eyes Noah impassively. It stood on two limbs and its upper elephantine limbs stayed by its side, its three eyes shining with an unknown light. When Noah looked at the stature and power of this existence, he truly could not help but feel great interest. There were too many mysteries within it he was curious of, especially the edicts he had discerned so far, as he wanted to see if he could make it display any of its power. Noah would give credit where credit was due, as this existence before him truly deserved respect for its power and regality, but Noah was still himself as while looking at this creature, he released a calm smile as he spoke out, "Hello, WAA." A simple greeting, and yet all he got was the same impassive look from the draconic elephant primordial beast. "We can continue our exchange if you'd like. Just give me a few minutes and I'll be out of your hair." Noah boldly spoke such words as when it came to powerful existences, playing tricks on their pride was the one thing they all universally hated, so he simply asked for a few minutes. A few minutes? Well, not really a few minutes, as it could even extend to an hour before his invincibility ran out. His body began to glimmer with essence and power, as even if this terrifying draconic elephant primordial beast would not attack him, he could still attack it. But, in the next instant, essence began to rage. The three eyes of the draconic elephant primordial beast were dripping with calmness and regality as they locked onto all of Noah's clones and their actions as they tried to hunt down more primordial beasts. The unique type of primordial eye on its forehead releasing an incandescent light as shockingly, it began to close. At such an action, Noah's eyes became utterly somber as a warning bell, albeit a weak one, began to ring in his ears. Clang! The eye closed shut as if an enormous metal construct became closed off, but with it, the 29 bodies of this draconic elephant primordial beast that were watching the other copies of Noah all turned into light of lights as Noah watched them all merge into the single cosmic beast before him. A wild and unruly aura spread out as a moment later, this creature that was 1,000 billion light-years in size, actually sat down on the primordial sea in a meditative position. Its lower elephantine limbs touched their glimmering golden flat surfaces together as everything around became suffused with a golden light, and then its upper elephantine limbs also came together to cause another eruption of golden light as the 5 pairs of wings behind this beast fluttered majestically. Noah's clone felt its origin shake as if it was watching a sacred ritual. As if something he shouldn't have been privy to was playing right before his eyes. With the cosmic primordial beast situated in a meditative position, raging waves of essence were undulating around its body madly as in the next millisecond, the eye it just closed began to open once more. Its opening this time was extremely unique as it pulsed with a unique mixture of gold and blue. Opening extremely slowly at first but then completing its opening in an instant as the moment it was fully opened, this unique primordial eye released a frightening circular wave of light that bloomed from the meditating body of the primordial beast and began to spread out for countless billions of light-years. It instantly covered Noah's clone that floated before this beast as in the next millisecond, it spread out wildly across the primordial sea to cover any and all primordial beasts nearby and all of Noah's other 29 clones. In a millisecond, countless billions of light-years of the primordial sea were covered, reaching from when Noah had entered to even the vast other regions of this sea that he hadn't even explored for what lay within. Everything was covered by this form of essence that stemmed from the draconic elephant primordial beast, its eye shining brilliantly as in the next second, it flashed countless times in an instant, countless times. A single flash was for each of Noah's clones and all the other flashes were for the undead legions and the 3 universal lich lords at their helm as they all felt an oppressive and undeniable force wrap around their bodies and they all began to rapidly tumble towards the outside of the primordial sea. as if whatever domain or whatever the unique circular light that the draconic elephant primordial beast had released was rejecting all them to go outside it, Noah finding that even the essence of the Edict of Cessation couldn't erase whatever pressure bound them. The clones and undead legion were thrown through the primordial sea because of this shocking force of rejection as they tore through the folds of space, all of their figures being rebounded out as the energy uniquely placed all of them in orderly lines just outside the pristine white sea. In the infinite cosmos, Noah's eyes flashed with interest and shock as he saw the clones and legions turn into blurs of light to rush back into the primordial sea, but the circular domain that had burst from the body of the draconic elephant primordial beast and covered every part of the primordial sea he knew of, as all of them were bounced back as if they had hit an impenetrable field. BZZZT. When a spatial essence wrapped around their bodies to teleport into the regions of space Noah already marked, he found that the marker could not be found as he wasn't allowed to teleport into any positions he knew of in the primordial sea. WAA. Amidst the shock, the vibrant figure of the draconic elephant primordial beast appeared within the enclosed primordial sea before Noah's eyes. The expression of this terrifying beast impassive as its four golden white tusks released a white light that caused the surrounding primordial sea to churn. The sea going forward to form into a grand and magisterial throne. The draconic elephant primordial beast proceeded to sit on this throne with the demeanor of the highest emperors. Its three eyes gazing towards Noah domineeringly as waves of fantastical majesty were constantly released. Chapter 1262. How do you beat invincibility? 3. How would one deal with invincibility? Noah was given this answer right now as he stared wordlessly as the cosmic primordial beast nonchalantly sat on a throne of primordial essence. Plot armor couldn't be broken, so this fantastical existence had chosen to instead block Noah from even entering the primordial sea, as this was its answer to dealing with his invincibility. When Noah recalled the stance the beast had taken and the circular domain that had spread out from it thereafter, his heart shook with possibilities as he truly wanted to get his hands on the abilities this creature showed. An edict that allowed it to duplicate its body multiple times over as it didn't seem like clones. Another two edicts that focused heavily on the offensive side. The brilliant third eye the size of a universe that looked like a primordial eye, and yet it was etched with countless golden swords. These were only the things Noah had been able to pull out from this creature, as it didn't give him much else before he was quite literally thrown out of the primordial sea. The way it acted as well as its demeanor currently made Noah extremely careful, as the creature seemed extremely sophisticated. Noah loved when he came across enemies that spoke of all their plans in grand monologues, as he got a sense of who they were and just how dangerous they would be. Yet this creature before him just showed its tremendous battle power, as it didn't even speak a word. This wasn't a problem of there being a barrier of communication between them, as existences of their levels could easily portray what they mean by inputting mana in their sound waves that conveyed what they were saying, as this acted to form a universal language no matter the region you came from. This was just the cosmic primordial beast itself showing its majesty, as after it utterly stomped Noah and they threw him out of the primordial sea, it now sat on a glistening white throne and gazed at him impassively. Noah did the same, as when the two beings glanced at each other, they actually didn't exchange any more words. His clones turned into blurs of light as they spread out over the circular barrier now keeping them out, Noah wanting to see just how far it stretched and whether it truly covered the whole primordial sea. He wondered, was he truly locked out from all of it? At that moment, the battle was also considered to have ended and the loot collector passive was triggered, as after collecting all the myriad of loot from this massacre, the itemized list now played before Noah's eyes. The total number of primordial beasts he had killed was an astounding 327, 5 of those from this list being grand primordial beasts that had suffered joint attacks from his universal lich lords and clones. 322 lesser primordial hearts obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied. 3,220 resplendent lesser primordial hearts obtained, 5 grand primordial hearts obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied. 50 resplendent grand primordial hearts obtained. A terrifying number of rewards. Rewards so vast that Noah had to spend some time taking in everything and designating where it all should go. A single resplendent lesser primordial heart granted 1/800 splendiferous universes among many other uses, but Noah had instantly gained 3,220 from just a few seconds worth of work, when the math was done for just what these hearts would be able to provide. The number was a shocking 2,576,000 splendiferous universes, a number of splendiferous universes that superseded controlling 1/3 of the primordial empire that the champion of reality had built for over 2.5 million days or 7,000 years. And this dot wasn't accounting for the grand primordial hearts that he had gained for the first time with a quantity of 50. He would look over its details and just what all the boons he had gained in these past few seconds would bring him in the future. But he couldn't focus on this at the moment as his gaze remained on the terrifying and regal-looking draconic elephant primordial beast that sat on a conjured throne made of the primordial sea. Its three eyes staring at him as his own eyes were reflect on it, POV change. His golden trunk floated gloriously as his three eyes remained on the unique existence that had spent merely a second or two within his primordial sea, a second or two, and yet a few hundred of the strong beasts it had helped to raise this whole time were ended before his eyes. It made the being before him to be unique, as even though the existence had the striking figure of the one he knew of as Aegon Hyperion knew that it was not Aegon Hyperion. That was the name of the fearsome cosmic primordial beast situated upon the throne made of primordial essence. Hyperion watched the figure and its many clones that remained as his gaze was truly on the primordial eye and the eye of ruination that he had managed to discern somewhat from this being. And the thin film of light that isolated him from all attacks, the capability to affect reality, only primordials and champions normally dabble in this. And the eyes, his thoughts were vibrant even though he didn't speak a single word to the being before his eyes. This intruder became an issue he had to pay attention to the moment he saw the two eyes and the moment the barrier that light that isolated reality began to surround him. But he wasn't worried. The eyes were unique and even represented great power, but he had a single eye that was better than them both. This I could also see that the ability to affect reality that this being had would not last long. When it ended, he would search. And when he searched, he would find all that he sought. For he was Hyperion, the ender of reality, chapter 1263, to destroy or not to destroy. His gaze on the figure of the being mimicking Aegon remained, but his third eye released a frightening light seconds after the clones of this existence began to search for a way into the primordial sea that he would never find again. His third eye was releasing a shining light as it wasn't releasing any attack, but it was instead establishing a connection. A connection to an extremely far away place. A place that wasn't even within this reality. BZZZT. Hyperion did such an action even while he gazed at the intruder before his eyes as within seconds. A voice crossed untold distances as it rumbled into his mind. What is it, gruff and ancient? A voice filled with the vicissitudes of life rang in the mind of Hyperion as he sent his thoughts through the connection he had established calmly. There is a factor unaccounted for that has come to my attention. An existence that can affect the rules of reality. WAA. Hyperion's voice traveled through the connection as shockingly. It seemed just as ancient as the voice that had spoken to him, the voice of this creature holding unique confidence and regality. The champion of your reality has advanced that far? The ancient voice from the other side replied with sharpness. The eyes of Hyperion glowed as he continued to gaze towards the figures of multiple clones before him as he replied. It is not him. Another anomaly. I will need to get my hands on a primordial relic that can shatter the essence of abilities that can bend reality in order to retain utter dominion for what is to come. WAA. A terrifying set of words left the mind of Hyperion as they reached the other side, these words spoken with utter apathy that would leave anyone hearing them frightened. The ancient voice on the other side went quiet after this. It seemed to be mulling something over as only after a few seconds did it reply, remember, the goal is not to kill the champion of your reality. The aim is to corrupt and taint. The aim is the primordial holding the leash of this pet, the figure of the draconic elephant primordial beast. The figure of Hyperion undulated with sharp light as he sat on his pristine white throne and heard this. His three eyes still silently gazing towards the figure of the intruder that had no idea of the conversation he was having with an existence extremely far away, his archaic voice replied simply, I know. For too long have we moved mindlessly with the mere goal of devouring all the cosmos within our own realities and experiencing nirvana with our essence returning where we once came from. We at times succeed, and more often than not fail in the hands of champions or the primordials above them. WAA. We have to evolve and adapt, and we have to work together across realities if we are to achieve the extinction of primordials and the return to how things once were. Is this the speech you were going to start repeating to me again? Rumble. Hyperion's voice was dominating and wild as it traversed through the connected and reached the existence listening on the other side, yet Hyperion's voice continued as his three eyes finally lifted off the figure of the intruder still studying him intently, and they went forward to gaze upon the countless thick rivers of primordial essence that stemmed from the primordial sea and shot out towards a vast number of cosmos. To destroy or not to destroy, I have pondered upon this question for millions of years since I was a mere lesser fledgling. You did not put me on this path, But you did open my eyes towards the possibilities of what I could do, the vast rivers of primordial essence that led to countless cosmos. He could actually see all of them as the glimmering third eye on his head showed him the way, and he could follow and devour every single one of these cosmos if he wished at this very moment. I do not destroy this reality because of the possibilities you have shown me, but I am someone that must maintain the dominion I have without any possibilities of errors. For that, I will need a primordial relic capable of shattering apart the essence of abilities capable of bending reality. With a firm tone devoid of any room for argument, Hyperion spoke out calmly. The entity on the other end listened as they seemed to still be pondering, their archaic voice ringing out in a questioning manner soon after. You reach towards the champion of your reality, nearly there if not entirely. I already have his heart, so it can be considered as good as over, Hyperion replied with utter calm as he spoke on a shocking subject. When he spoke of his heart, it was more of a figurative tone for speaking, but it was still shocking for what meaning this heart had. When all of them are fools chasing power, it makes it all that much easier. The calm Hyperion thought so as he thought of the countless bubbles of pandemonium that were spread throughout the Ruination Sea. He could mobilize beasts any time he wished, as he could even make a move against the champion of reality any time if he wished. But things would play out differently. He wouldn't be like the many other predecessors that rushed and found themselves inadvertently dead or achieving nirvana, but their race did not make any progress onto the grand scale of things. Due to this, he had to be different. The archaic voice on the other side replied even quicker after the words of Hyperion, holding onto the heart of the champion of reality. Good. Once your reach is thorough, let me know. A primordial relic is much too rare as to procure one for you might take some time, but you will have it. Hyperion, rumble, a promise of a primordial relic, This terrifying existence took such a promise only with a nod of affirmation as in the next instant. His third eye brightened up as he cut off the connection right away. His figure remained situated on the primordial throne as the tides of destiny churned, nobody expecting the shocking events to come from this existence, and a few others, one of them being the very intruder Hyperion was still gazing at. Nobody knew of what was coming, not even the primordials themselves. Chapter 1264, Assimilating. The stare of the draconic elephant primordial beast never left Noah even as he traversed the boundary of the primordial sea. Everything was enclosed, as even when seconds turned into minutes, Noah found himself spanning trillions of light years as he still faced the boundary enacted by the cosmic primordial beast that didn't allow him in. In the infinite cosmos, his universal body's eyes glimmered in the light as he turned up to view his vast golden destiny and fortune. When it came to the terrifying beasts and the loot they could grant him within the primordial sea, he actually saw that it became closed off at this moment. No matter what he did, it would remain closed off. This was the terrific power of the ender of reality. Very well then. His eyes flashed sharply as he was decisive, nearly all of his clones and universal lich lords fading away from the surroundings of the primordial sea as only a single clone remained to continue the standoff between him and the cosmic beast. In the infinite cosmos, Noah's universal body stopped letting off the astounding aura of battle power that he kept while he was watching the events unfold in the primordial sea. His subordinates that were giving him space to focus, seeing this as Adelaide appeared beside him and spoke out carefully. Are you okay? How's the battle going? The Ice Queen asked such a question as for all of them here. Only 2 to 3 minutes had passed since Noah's 2 waves of clones flashed out. Noah absent-mindedly turned towards Adelaide and the others in the surroundings of space within this infinite cosmos as he voiced out, "Oh, the battle is already over. What?" Kazuhiko and the many others were baffled as a few like the Emperor Penguin nodded as if it was a matter of fact, the blue slime coming over and bouncing happily over Noah's head, who was nodding with affirmation towards his people. To show what he meant, he waved his hands as all around them, glimmering multicolored primordial hearts the size of worlds began to appear. They spanned for over a dozen million miles as they all released waves of powerful light, those around him looking at such a scene in utter stupor. Among the thousands of primordial hearts, one could see 50 in particular that were 3 times as large and pulsating with even more shocking light. At such a scene nobody found their voice to speak, nobody but the small figure of the curvaceous Barbados, who spoke amidst the shock. These are the hearts of thousands of primordial beasts. You killed thousands in mere minutes. This was the truth that rose in everyone's mind as they watched the glimmering hearts around them. Noah having not mentioned to them the cosmic Tao of loot, as at this moment, he was the only one who could use it with its activation of burning 100 splendiferous universes. No. Noah's voice came out as he smiled devilishly while waving his hands, his chest brimming with essence as it took in all of the primordial hearts he just laid out. Their destination being the cosmic treasure lying within his origin for the purposes of duplicating all of this loot. 3,270 primordial hearts were to be duplicated as ruination took all of them and seamlessly. Multicolored lights shooting out of Noah's chest as endless droves of mana were burned, his subordinates only watching this scene while shaking their heads in continued disbelief, as it was only after a few minutes passed did a change occur. From Noah's chest, the same amount of primordial hearts that were in the outside space flowed out once more, this time minus the 50 much larger grand primordial hearts. Noah's voice came out calmly when everyone stared at them again. I just duplicated all of them, and these ones outside are the other half of all the primordial hearts obtained today. With all this loot. We will make you all into antiquities and dowlords, as you can forcefully assimilate ruination and the primordial douse with these hearts on top of many other things, duplicated all of them. These words rang out in everyone's ears over and over again as off to the side, Kazuhiko shook his head with dead eyes while voicing out. Of course you can do that, because why the hell not? Just when those closest to him thought they understood him, Noah threw them another curveball, as in the next moment, his clones made their reappearance as a shocking cultivation session was about to unfold. He had obtained a tremendous amount of loot, and now it was time to assimilate and devour it all, as he raised his power from having just 10,000 universes and going forward to achieve a number past 1,000,000. Along with this, he would elevate those around him as they would enjoy a portion of the primordial hearts, but from them. Powerful combatants would be born, as his clones went forward to deal with the task of distributing primordial hearts and forge numerous dowlords. Noah's universal body joined his other two bodies in the ruination realm to focus on himself while also paying attention to the single clone that still stood silently watching the cosmic primordial beast still situated silently upon its throne. The first thing Noah did after was to wave his hands and display the now 100 resplendent grand primordial hearts after duplication, their details finally popping up before his eyes. Resplendent grand primordial heart, a unique culmination of the essence of a grand primordial beast. It has undergone changes as its absorption allows one to choose the rapid proliferation of normal galaxies or the change of normal galaxies into Tau galaxies, with enough essence existing to birth 4,800 splendiferous universes. The unique change in nature within the grand primordial heart now allows its user to utilize its essence as fuel for enlightenment to the fusion of laws and Taoists that can birth minor nomological edicts. Other uses of the primordial heart that have become available after the change in their nature is their utilization for Tao induction, where 1/10 of the essence of a resplendent lesser primordial heart is enough to allow one to gain initial comprehension in any lesser, grand, or cosmic Tao they come across the essence of. 1/5 of the essence of a single heart can also grant one complete comprehension, with another 1/5 allowing them complete assimilation in any Tao. Current resplendent grand primordial hearts 100. Noah's eyes blazed with light as a direct method for him to form nomological edicts actually appeared before him. Chapter 1265. Making Dowlords is easy. Grand primordial hearts could be utilized to grant enlightenment towards the fusion of laws and Taoists into edicts. This was like a bomb in Noah's mind as he thought back to the ability of Isurian true devouring that he saw the cosmic primordial beast utilizing to devour universes. The ability that granted one the essence of reality that could be used to forcefully fuse laws and edicts. Grand primordial beasts had reached that stage by devouring an unknown number of cosmos, and should have built up a significant amount of the essence of reality within their bodies. This was why Noah faced truly strong ones that he expected to have already forged an edict, but the ones he did kill still held a significant amount of the essence of reality, as it should be why the grand primordial hearts included such an effect. Good. His eyes were bright as he reflected on the battle power of the draconic elephant primordial beast, wanting this sort of power himself, as he knew he could only reach it after he birthed a sufficient number of universes and found exactly what was required for him to form a cosmos. The primordial hearts before his eyes and the over 3,000 lesser primordial hearts in his expansive space would all go towards helping him skyrocket his power as he went towards such a pristine level of strength. Waves of essence erupted out as Noah placed aside the grand primordial hearts to go towards his two human bodies. The stellar scene of 100 pulsing hearts larger than any world surrounding his two other bodies was fantastical, as they would be looking at the myriad of Taoists and laws Noah had and see if they could form multiple edicts that covered Noah on all sides, defensive, support, offensive. Everything possible that could raise his parameters, he would take it, while his other bodies did this. Noah's universal body waved as he called forth two pulsing resplendent lesser primordial hearts. The two world-sized hearts appeared beside him as one hand landed on the heart of his left and the other hand came in contact with the glimmering heart to his right. Then, he began to crazily devour the vibrant essence of these hearts, as his only goal was more splendiferous universes. multicolored essence flooded into him as from a bit less than 10,000 after burning so many splendiferous universes to activate the cosmic Tao of Lut. His origin began to bloom with hundreds of universes as the incandescent primordial hearts began to be absorbed. The power of a certain cosmic primordial beast constantly replayed over Noah's eyes as his strength began to surge, while his main bodies increased the number of forged universes and began experimenting on the next set of Loss and Tao fusions to birth an edict. His subordinates were undergoing a rebirth of strength as 8 of them surrounded a resplendent lesser primordial heart each. This was to make sure that all of them would forge 100 splendiferous universes each, and then after that, each being would be given another primordial heart to forcefully comprehend and assimilate the cosmic Taos of ruination and the primordial Tao. From the definition of the resplendent lesser primordial hearts, Tao induction costs 1/4 of a single heart. A single being could gain initial comprehension on both the primordial Tao and the Tao of ruination, and they could go even further by using the other half of the heart to fully comprehend one of these Taos, and start on a half of another heart to fully assimilate it. But because Noah had a universe filled with Tao fruits and herbs that shockingly allowed one to smoothly comprehend and assimilate cosmic Taos, his people would only need the Tao induction as they could devour primordial apples and the strawberries of ruination thereafter to gain complete assimilation in the 2 Taos that would allow them to deconstruct and reconstruct Taos into Tao lines for them to become Tao lords. At this moment, Noah was truly in the process of mass-producing Tao lords, as any of those under him who wished to take on this path and not focus on edicts, they would all be able to do so. As for any of them being capable of fusing edicts, this might only be a possibility if they would get the grand primordial hearts in their hands, but Noah only had 100 of these as he didn't know how many it would take for him to be capable of fully fusing Taos and laws into an edict, so he could only reserve these for himself at this moment. The thoughts of one of his nearby clones were disrupted as the resounding shout of an emperor penguin rang out, this stellar bird's beak rising up high as one could see 100 glimmering splendiferous universes within its manifested origin. The penguin wasn't the only one, as Tiamat, the blue slime, Adelaide, Valentina, Oathkeeper, Barbados. Many of his people achieved this same stage as they could all be considered powerful antiquities, and Noah looked at all of them with shining eyes as his clones allocated an additional resplendent lesser primordial heart to each of them for the purposes of Tao induction, the primordial Tao and the Taos of ruination that others struggled so hard to grasp. He would grant to others with ease. The stage of Tao Lord that was highly respected in the primordial empire as beings at this level could command cosmos. Noah would raise such beings below him with ease. Noah's clones had devilish smiles as they glanced at the multicolored aura of Lut permeating all around, waving their hands to recall over 1,500 lesser primordial hearts that his people wouldn't need, as they then watched them absorb what they were given to cause the eruption of ruination and primordial essence all around them. 2 pristine Taos, they were being unlocked en masse right before his eyes. Oathkeeper and the older existences like the great old Nazagath that had only thought such higher stages of power were machines more emotional than others when they experienced this elevation in rank and power. But Noah nonchalantly looked at it all as his main bodies were doing something even more fantastical. What he was doing in the ruination realm with the fusion of Taos and laws as well as the forging of universes was so much more stupendous that when he looked at the few hundred Tao lords that would be born before his eyes soon enough, he found himself voicing out domineeringly, "It is merely the birth of Tao lords. There will be much more to accomplish in the future." The primordial eye and the eye of ruination released bright rays of light as they seemed to agree with such a statement. Noah forging forward on his path of strength as he would now tackle designing more nomological edicts. Chapter 1266, Forging Universes, Conquering Cosmos. A fantastical scene was currently playing out in the ruination realm accessible through Noah's cosmic treasure. The stellar universal body was displayed in its full form as one could see tens of new universes blooming within it every single second, this body looking even more dazzling as ridiculously, the number of universes had already surpassed 100,000, and this number was still surging upwards. 2 resplendent lesser primordial hearts would dry up every few minutes as he utterly drained them of their essence, 800 splendiferous universes being born after each one was gone. Noah had over 4,000 of such treasures to still devour, as even though the number of 100,000 universes seemed foreign and shocking now, and it was even unthinkable just a week or two ago he would reach a number of universes above millions soon enough. As his universal body did this, his 2 human bodies were surrounded by threads and clouds of essences around them. An even more ginormous grand primordial heart was slowly reducing in size as it granted Noah enlightenment towards the essence of the laws and Taos before him, illuminating the path forward to forge edicts as The excitement in Noah's eyes was palpable. Currently, his focus had jumped to the Daos of destiny, reincarnation, and Chronos, along with the possible inclusion of a few others and the laws of fate. Karma, life, death, and chaos. Noah finding enlightenment towards these Daos that he expected to form a support-based edict along the lines of fate and destiny. There were also two clusters of Tao and law essences dancing together near him, one of them actually having ruination as the leading Tao, and the other having the primordial Tao as the main ingredient. It was possible edicts that would actually have these two supreme cosmic Daos within them, as they made Noah expectant to see exactly what would come out. His heart also felt pain, as so far 9 grand primordial hearts were already used up all of their essence going towards enlightenment, as the support type edict that held destiny and fate at the helm was nearly halfway completed. This current glimmering heart surrounding his two bodies being the 10th, if the process continued like this, it meant that a single edict to be seen to completion would require the fuel of 20 grand primordial hearts, which was the equivalent of giving up 96,000 universes. When Noah thought about such a cost, a small price to pay for greatness, WAA, the raging essence around him only became wilder as he continued to do these two things simultaneously, his splendiferous universes crazily rising towards 1,000,000, while a support-type edict would soon be ready to be bathed with the grand cosmic light of the Tao of fusion. Then there were his clones that were the first to witness the glorious sight of the birth of mass of Tao Lords. Noah watching as his people devoured the primordial apples and ruination strawberries to quickly assimilate the primordial Tao and the Daos of ruination, the infinite cosmos becoming filled with shining lights of crimson and gold as Noah greeted the birth of new beings who could deconstruct and reconstruct Daos. You can burn your lesser Daos if you wish to still have a possibility to form edicts, or you can follow the path of runic Tao lines entirely and burn all the Daos you hold. This dot will be your choice to make. His voice boomed out in the minds of his people as, along with it, he told them the positives and negatives of both sides, the hardship that came with forming edicts, the ease of gaining strength with runic Tao lines. All the existences within his infinite cosmos had what the cosmic core called a devour-type system that allowed for the loot to appear from defeated enemies, and they could obtain runic Tao line enhancer when they defeated Tao Lord in the future, so this path of strength could not be frowned upon. Unless they were like Noah and got their hands on being capable of assimilating the cosmic Tao of loot and burning 100 splendiferous universes every second, though, they would get nowhere. His ridiculous results of multiplying the number of Tao line enhancers and even have the affix of resplendent on them, RAA, they all heard his words as the Emperor Penguin was the first to begin burning his lesser Tao of withering. A red-black tattoo very soon beginning to form on the flipper of this arrogant bird as he began to look like an off-brand gangster. Recently non-mentioned existences like the Sword Emperor, Morgana, Cthulhu, the Terror of the Void. They all released waves of power as just for the purposes of experiencing this possible path of power. They burned a lesser Tao to form their first runic Tao line. Waves of splendor and power spread out as Tao Lord after another rose, Noah's clones looking at all this glorious scene with pride as while he monitored things here, his primordial ruination clone that had been in the primordial empire stepped out of it as he appeared within the vast ruination sea. His 3 main bodies and their clones all had their jobs, and now the primordial ruination clone would handle yet another stupendous task, this one being the fusion of cosmos into the infinite cosmos as it began to fully live up to its name. He could not try fusing the cosmos within the primordial empire as they were under the control of Aegon. But with the primordial I. He could follow the rivers of primordial essence that connected cosmos to the primordial to find and conquer new cosmos. That had not come under anyone's influence, SHAA, like a ray of unstoppable light, he appeared in a position within the ruination sea that he passed when heading towards the direction of the primordial sea. This area had the blazing white lines of multiple rivers directing to cosmos as after he teleported to this region in space, he turned into a blur of multicolored light as he followed one of the glimmering rivers towards another cosmos. Chapter 1267, Forging Universes, Conquering Cosmos. 2. Across the deadly and crimson seas that raged silently, Noah's figure was a mere flicker of light that crossed countless light years in a blink, his exceedingly ridiculous speed allowing him to arrive onto a beautiful scene within just half an hour since he began. His figure came to a stop as he stared at a cosmos floating silently in the ruination sea, hidden from many eyes unless someone had randomly happened to cross this region of the vast and near endless ruination sea. A cosmos untouched by any hands, as Noah would be the first, a cosmos filled with its own unique universes and people, as Noah didn't know if the strongest were mere hegemonies or antiquities. For him to come across Tao Lords would be extremely rare, as such existences were geniuses upon genius to reach such a stage without the help of something like the primordial empire, and coming across those with edicts was nigh impossible. Within a reality, anything to do with edicts was normally reserved to the champion and yet most powerful primordial beasts within it, along with the primordial overseeing such reality in the first place. But this cosmos before Noah's eyes, two antiquities are the highest level. Noah had already spread his aura over the cosmos as he saw two existences uniquely of another race that wasn't human which dominated this cosmos, a race of what Noah could more accurately describe as the beastmen he commonly saw in the beast world and other worlds that had a mix of humans and animalistic qualities. The uniqueness only took Noah's attention for a second as he focused on the most important thing, the fusion of this cosmos into his infinite cosmos. Would this process be just as smooth as fusing worlds, galaxies, and even universes? He recalled how in the past when he fused galaxies, he had to go to their cores to convince them first. This was the era before he completed his infinite mana trait. It will be an even easier process. Cosmic cores are entities with their sole purpose being to operate in a functioning manner and utilize the little authority they have to self-preserve their universes from harm. The voice of Noah's cosmic core began to ring out mechanically in his mind. This is why many of them will focus their essence and universal fortune to be focused on a few specific individuals. Examples being Mikhail or Sophia from your initial blue planet, Aldrich from your novice galaxy, or even Oathkeeper in the Goliath from the primordial cosmos. When presented with an opportunity to be joined to something unique like me that is connected to someone like you, any cosmic core would agree with haste. This is sorely for self-preservation. Noah's eyes shone as he nodded. The primordial eye his clone could use at half efficiency, overlooking this cosmos, as he had already found the cosmic core filled with vital primordial essence and rivers of other core essences. He tore through the multiple layers of folded space as he seamlessly bypassed through the cosmic barrier and intruded within the cosmic core in a few milliseconds. These EZZT vital primordial essence shook from the cosmic core at this initial shock, but from Noah's mouth, unique waves of essence that contained the authority of his cosmic core began to ring out. We have a proposal. Essence erupted out wildly as two cosmic cores began to converse. Noah being the only connection between them, as memories of the infinite cosmos and even Noah himself were shared with the cosmic core of this new cosmos, a decision being delivered in less than a minute as this new core acquiesced in agreement. With such a development in hand, Noah's universal body stopped his constant absorption of resplendent lesser primordial hearts as he teleported to the cosmic core, his essence bathing it and going on to further bathe the whole infinite cosmos as he wrapped it in spatial essence and shifted the whole cosmos across the ruination sea to arrive exactly a few light years away from the newly found cosmos. The unique treasure that was the infinite cosmos was a tool, and Noah could still use it as such as after its appearance. It began to release waves of essence that went to wrap around the nearby cosmos, the feature of assimilation that allowed this unique treasure to fuse with alike entities being utilized as the barrier between the cosmos began to disappear. The universes within these barriers about to be stacked together as an important bond was being formed by their two cosmic cores. This cosmos would have all of its universes joined together with the infinite cosmos, two becoming one within the next few minutes as Noah would finally begin to elevate the level of this wondrous treasure. He didn't know how many cosmos he would need to fuse, but he knew that in the near future he would be able to increase the cap of cosmic Daos that could be produced among other features. His main goal with the elevation of the infinite cosmos was to be capable of designing cosmic Daos at the level of ruination and the primordial Tao. While lost in his thoughts watching two cosmos fusing, Noah's vast consciousness was forcefully taken to the scene of his two main human bodies in the ruination realm. There, one could see the 20th dwindling grand primordial heart as along with this, the essence of the numerous laws and Daos around, had all seamlessly turned gold, no roughness, no disparities. Just multiple laws and Daos coming together with their essence dancing around each other to birth a golden essence that stood for nothing else but an edict. It was Noah's second glimpse of an edict. And this time it wasn't accidental as he looked at the mixture of essences of destiny, reincarnation, chronos, karma, life, death, chaos, and lastly time, neither offensive nor defensive. The golden light wrapped around his body as it nourished him, this being a support-type edict that Noah enacted first, and he hoped it was what he had in mind. He grasped onto the golden essence around him that seemed like it was about to return to the cluster of its fused Daos and laws, but this was when his body bloomed with the cosmic essence of the Tao of fusion as he went forward to put this edict together. The price of 1,000 splendiferous universes was ready to be paid for the purposes of actualizing. And a new edict would be born soon after. Chapter 1268, the second edict, Reader's Foresight. Ruination and primordial essence flew out wildly as they resonated to activate the cosmic Tao of fusion, the essence of this Tao wrapping around the mixtures of laws and Taos before Noah's eyes as they forcefully went past any impurities and caused them to continue remaining in the single color of gold. Whap, a spatial light flashed as his universal body returned to the ruination realm, his voice resonating out majestically the moment he saw the singular golden color that represented the coming together of an edict. Burn, THRUM, 1,000 splendiferous universes that would act as the required fuel to bring this minor nomological edict to fruition began to burn. The golden waves of essence in the surroundings being pulled into his universal body as they sank into his origin while showered with the essence of 1,000 universes, with the price paid and the laws and Taos seamlessly fusing together. Nothing could stop it as in the next instant, Noah's entire body was illuminated gold as he felt the same ecstatic sensation when the nomological edict of cessation was first born. His origin and soul felt like something new had appeared within him, something profound and fantastical, as Noah felt like it was something he had known for all his life, even though he was only coming in contact with it now. It shone with utter gold as it wrapped around his body and emanated around him, bringing with it an austere aura of beauty and magnificence that made one ponder and question exactly what it was. His crimson and white gold eyes looked at the coagulation of this essence that formed this golden light, and the name of this edict appeared grandly in Noah's mind, the nomological edict of Kismet, Kismet. A word that had the same meaning as fortune, fortune, or providence. Noah had danced with the Taos and laws he put together for this edict as he wanted to use his overabundance in destiny and fortune to light up his path forward. He wanted a greater control of his raging destiny and fortune, as with a nomological edict, the things he would be able to see and plan for would be expanded greatly. His enemies were many, and his strength was not up to par. Champions, primordials, and primordial beasts, he had to gain an advantage against these beings somehow, as information was one area he was sorely lacking in. This support type edict would provide just that. Nomological edict of Kismet. A nomological edict is a form of undeniable truth and authority that is birthed from the combination of laws and Taos. It cannot be circumvented or stopped by anything, with the only possibility of deniability lying with another edict. The nomological edict of Kismet is born from the combination of the cosmic Taos of destiny, reincarnation, chronos, along with the laws of karma, life, death, chaos, and lastly time. As the edict architect, Noah Osmond gains the authority of Kismet that grants him unique rights. With the essence of Kismet, one can take a hold of their destiny and fortune as they can perceive their own fate for the years to come. The perception, shaping, and manipulating of destiny is something that carries with it the capability to influence reality, making this edict stand at the peak of many minor edicts as it stands a chance of affecting reality. The unique essence of golden destiny and fortune can now also be actively used to allow the user to activate absolute skills that can influence their surrounding reality at a small scale. The abilities, Reader's Foresight, Destiny Negation, Plot Control, and Path to Victory are now accessible to the user. The Edict of Kismet also grants its architect 50 million% increased reserves of golden destiny and fortune, the essence of these unique concepts now being capable of regenerating when used up over time. Along with this, any nomological edict grants its user a smoother pathway towards, granting them an increase in the speed of their realm progression by 100,000%, an increase of 1,000,000% to all parameters, and increases the chances of fusions of other laws and Taos by 1% for the production of other nomological edicts. Current progression for the nomological edict of Kismet, 1%. It was everything Noah hoped for. And more. THRUM, all around, endless reserves of gold essence gushed forth as above him. The vast seas of fortune he could see this whole time were raging madly and expanding at a fast pace, the effect of 50 million% increased reserves of golden destiny and fortune showing itself at this moment as the sight of gold covered Noah's sight. But this wasn't all. Apart from all of this, Noah saw the raging seas of destiny and fortune that always remained above him. They began to sink down as the nomological edict of Kismet within his origin was seemingly pulling at them, the golden essence being sucked into his origin as it began to fill up the vast number of splendiferous universes within it. His destiny and fortune that he could only gaze at before was coming into his body as it represented something profound. He could only gaze and watch it before, but it was entering his origin as he would be able to wield it as he wished. He would be able to wield his destiny and fortune like never before. BZZT, the vastly expanded seas of destiny and fortune all sank towards him as he acted like a sponge, his universe is drinking all of the essences. Aside from the stellar look his body normally gave off to it now glimmered gold as the myriad of splendiferous universes swirled with wonderful golden lines. His destiny and fortune was now contained inside him, as this was exactly what Kismet would allow him to do, to control it and also mask it from other existences, as unless they ripped him apart, they would never be able to find out just lay in store for him. His eyes shone as when essence settled down all around him. He prepared himself as he opened the status panel and gazed at the newly gained skills that came with the fantastical nomological edict of Kismet, chapter 1269, the second edict, Reader's Foresight. 2. The first skill had Noah excited just from its name alone, and it didn't disappoint in the slightest, as it even went forward to exceed every thought he had. Reader's Foresight. The possibilities are immeasurable, with very few existences being capable of knowing what is to come. With the activation from the essence of one's own golden destiny and fortune, reality will unfold akin to words on paper, the user being capable of seeing currently ongoing events of other existences, past events, or even gazing into possible future events. A simply defined ability. Yet, it was a terrifying one, as it brought everything to a stop. Noah couldn't gaze at anything else apart from this ability, finding himself focused on it entirely as within his origin. The vast seas of destiny and fortune that permeated his origin began to churn. Let's give it a try, HM? With eyes shining with expectations at such a ridiculous sounding skill, Noah couldn't wait to see it in action as he consciously wielded the destiny and fortune within him to activate this skill. Shirring, a uniquely resonant sound rung out as the golden color bloomed before Noah's eyes, this time being particularly lustrous as it formed into the shape of a book before Noah's eyes. The book looked ancient and was filled with runic magic sigils, looking like something out of the wildest fantasy. As it remained closed, it was closed as for it to open. Noah had to make his intention clear on whether he was focusing on a past event, a current one, or a future one, and what the focus of it would be. Each of the options had different amounts of essence required for activation, with destiny and fortune being required in greater amounts for current and future events, as the past events could be viewed with very little cost. At such a junction, Noah went towards discovering this wondrous new skill slowly as he made a selection, and it was an event from the recent past. Destiny and fortune churned as it flooded into the golden book, this ancient-looking thing opening in the middle as it showed even brighter golden pages, and Noah was on the top left side of the first page. Brilliant white words began to etch themselves. It was words showing a recent past, and he was the reader overseeing how it played out. With shock, Noah began to read what he saw being etched on the pages of the golden book. His gaze on the figure of the being mimicking Agon remained, but his third eye released a frightening light seconds after the clones of this existence began to search for a way into the primordial sea that he would never find again. His third eye was releasing a shining light, as it wasn't releasing any attack, but it was instead establishing a connection. A connection to an extremely far away place. A place that wasn't even within this reality. Yes. Noah had thought of the point in time when he and the primordial cosmic beast began their standoff, his focus actually chosen to be the beast itself, as he was shockingly able to read events from its perspective as if it was a story, as if he was a reader. This was reader's foresight, as if the events around him were being written into a story. He could pierce into the myriad of events and beings as he could see and experience what they were going through. It was a shocking ability, as it allowed him to finally gain some information on the cosmic primordial beast, Hyperion, the ender of reality. Hyperion. As Noah continued to read the white words etched on the golden pages, he saw this name appear as shockingly. This beast had formed a connection to contact another existence not even from this reality. The more that Noah read from the words being written, the more shocked he became as he learned more about the ender of reality. But his expression quickly changed when he finally noticed something in his origin. His newly gained seas of destiny and fortune had nearly been reduced by 1/10 out of nowhere, his eyes shining sharply as he stopped the activation of reader's foresight right away. Seeing events of the past was the cheapest, but this was also dependent on the subject at hand. Viewing the viewpoint of someone as terrifying as Hyperion had rapidly eaten up more than 1/10 of Noah's vast reserves of destiny and essence in mere seconds, precious essence that he didn't have endless amounts of like mana, but it could regenerate at a snail's pace. As when he observed its rate of return, it would take him 10 days just for this 1/10 that was used up in seconds to be fully regenerated. A wondrous skill, but it had a high cost that was determined even more so by what Noah focused on. The white words of the golden pages stopped appearing as the last thing that Noah read caused his primordial eye and eye of ruination to release white and crimson rays of light. The ancient voice on the other side went quiet after this. It seemed to be mulling something over as only after a few seconds did it reply, "Remember, the goal is not to kill the champion of your reality." Noah's eyes were shiningly sharply as he had been able to peer into the secrets he should have not known in any way before this with a single activation of this skill. But even before knowing about a huge possible plot and upheaval in the coming future, there was something written in the white words that he could still read even now, something that Hyperion asked for from the mysterious existence mentioned, a primordial relic, huh? Noah said these words with awe as he could only imagine what such a thing even entailed. A single cast of reader's foresight had given him such shocking bundles of information on things he had no idea about, on better understanding what shocking threats were out there. The ender of reality was not alone. And it was very much a terrifying existence, as its goal was not even Aegon, it was the terrifying veiled woman, the primordial, that had raised Aegon as the champion of reality. Noah absorbed this information hungrily as he still stared at reader's foresight in his status panel. His blazing consciousness simply couldn't help itself as his destiny and fortune churned once more, this time his focus not being on someone as powerful and important as Hyperion. Show me of what is to come. THRUM, golden essence bloomed as the pages on the glimmering book flipped. A new set of white words began to appear as Noah read on with shining eyes. Springforge's expression was utterly devoid of emotion as she saw the results of the two recent battles from the cosmic battlefield, 100 Cosmos. Havenbreaker had actually taken such a number from her as each of the leading Dowlords in the matches carried with them multiple defensive and offensive quasi-cosmic treasures. The consumption of destiny and fortune was low and steady. Fantastically, Noah had unlocked something ridiculous as the information that could open itself up before him was purely astounding, and it made the future to play out even more tumultuous. Chapter 1270, A Myriad of Possibilities, A Single Path. In the junction between the Ruination and the Primordial Sea, one of Noah's clones continued the standoff with the draconic elephant primordial beast this whole time, neither side speaking during all this. Plot armor was about to run out, and a spatial light covered this clone as he stared at the dominating figure of the draconic elephant cosmic primordial beast, his lips curving into a smile as he began to disappear. Thoughts that only he could hear ringing in his mind. Hyperion, it was nice meeting you. Noah actually wanted to say these words out loud to the cosmic primordial beast, but it took every ounce of his willpower to rein himself in and curb his rising pride and arrogance. Such words would give a huge shock to the existence before him, as Noah should in no way even know its name, but it would also cause this terrifying creature to take him much more seriously than it already was, as the future could be thrown into chaos. This existence. This Hyperion seemed like a terrifying being, as Noah didn't want to poke a hornet's nest if he didn't have to when it was still early. Low key. After getting his hands on something like the nomological edict of Kismet that held something as ridiculous as reader's foresight, Noah knew the possibilities for him were endless as he didn't have to make any dangerous moves. With a knowing smile, he kept his gaze locked onto Hyperion until he faded away. Not a single word leaving his lips, as his last clone returned to the infinite cosmos that was currently assimilating another cosmos. Noah read over the point of view of the family head of the House of Springforge from the glimmering golden book within the Ruination realm as he shook his head in amazement. He knew of the writs of challenges to take place tomorrow after large groups of Dowlords from Havenbreaker challenged those from the House of Springforge, but here he was a day early as he read about what would be happening even before it occurred. Now that he had such information, could he move to prevent it? Just how much control would he have towards this possible future? When Noah arrived at such a question, he observed the steady flow of the golden destiny and fortune within his origin as he changed his target. He had gone to the past and the future, now he wanted to see the present, this time from the point of view of Halcyon. This woman and her ability to foresee events had always intrigued Noah, as now that he had something like reader's foresight, what better way to understand her than know her thoughts? BZZZT. Golden essence flowed serenely, the pages of the golden book unfurled as another set of white words began to be etched in it, this time being events that were happening at this moment in time. In the verdant realm, Halcyon watched the figure of Springforge sending commands to multiple primal crystals with a sad smile. She was preparing the Dowlords who would face the writs of challenges tomorrow as she moved the quasi-cosmic treasures of others to them and even offered up primordial hearts to the strongest ones to increase their power. Halcyon had a sad smile because she already knew the results for tomorrow's battles, but she couldn't tell Springforge as it could affect the results. Even though it would pain her to lose 100 cosmos, it had to happen this way. After this occurred, it would spur the existence that was Osmond to hit back against Havenbreaker and Stormdust even further, beginning his path towards becoming more influential than even the current three family heads. It would destabilize the power of the Primordial Empire. But it was required for the future to come. It was required for the first meeting between Aegon and Noah. So she could not do anything even though she knew what would happen tomorrow would hurt one of the very few people she cared about, all for Lord Osmond. The ridiculously handsome face and confident eyes of this being unconsciously crept into her mind, her thoughts moving to quickly squash out any ideas about this mesmerizing being. Not him. Never him. She repeated these same words over and over again in her mind. Well now. Noah stroked his chin as he looked at the unfolding white words on the pages of the Golden Book, obtaining yet another cluster of information that he had no way of obtaining before. What would happen tomorrow had to happen for him to issue increasingly terrifying writs of challenges until Aegon himself appeared before him due to the disruption he would cause, and there was also the fact that his rugged good looks were pulling in women when he wasn't even present, but this didn't cause his ego to shoot up at all. But all of this got Noah to think about the future, and the fact that even reader's foresight was described as being capable of viewing possible futures. It meant that things were not entirely set in stone. As for what he would do, Noah actually didn't have to decide himself what he should do and how that would be beneficial to him. For this, that he also had the other three absolute abilities contained in the Edict of Kismet: destiny negation, plot control, and lastly, path to victory. These abilities, especially the last one, would allow Noah to utilize all of this new information he was getting, as he would know exactly how to move in the future to come. His shining eyes returned to the stay panel as the Golden Book called forth by reader's foresight faded, the descriptions of the latter three skills beginning to appear. Before his eyes, the first one was an utterly domineering one that had unchanging consequences: destiny negation. The use of the Edict of Kismet allows one to see the possible paths that could bloom throughout their life. Destiny negation allows one to deny a possible destiny and have it forever closed off in exchange for all of the fortune and golden destiny within it to transfer to your own selected destiny, a tremendously powerful ability that permanently denied one's own destiny for bountiful results appeared before his eyes. Chapter 1271: A myriad of possibilities, a single path. 2. Destiny negation was extremely unique in that out of the many possible paths one's life could take, one could choose to close off every single one, as this action alone took the fortune and golden destiny from all of these paths and pushed them all into the one they chose. News consciousness delved more into this usability and feasibility of this skill as his destiny and fortune flowed calmly into it. Focusing on it, he was able to find out that the set destinies he could see depended on his own knowledge of the past, present, and future, which meant this skill had to be used in conjunction or closely with reader's foresight, as Noah had to know more about what was coming before he could easily view his possible destinies. The more information he had, the more paths or destinies he could observe. So when he willed his destiny and fortune to move into this skill at this moment, his two eyes that always shone too bright gained a layer of gold that nearly blinded him, but when he could see again, he saw three golden rivers that represented three possible destinies. If he obtained more information of the future, he would be able to see many more paths. But even with just three, it would be enough to test the effects of destiny negation. The first possible destiny, his eyes that were covered by the color gold turned to the golden river to his left, information flooding into him as he saw glimpses of possibilities. Because of his gaps in knowledge, the glimpses he saw were very blurry as they only gave the overall picture but with very little details. In this destiny, he saw himself standing above the primordial empire, the body of an existence closely resembling Aegon being seen below him as his chest was ruptured, his cosmic origin spilling out its countless dimmed universes, only an image. It was only a single marvelous image as a moment after, another image appeared that caused Noah to come to a stop. It was the image of the veiled primordial he had met before appearing above him, her hands releasing golden strings that connected to Noah as in this destiny. Noah replaced Aegon as the champion of reality after his death. Forever resigned to guard this single reality, the blurry images stopped there, Noah not being able to see any further in this destiny as his expression turned sharp. No, this word was said with utter conviction and majesty as Noah felt his destiny and fortune move, destiny negation, becoming activated as he denied this destiny for himself right away. Rumble. For him to forever end up as the champion of reality as a primordial pulled on him with golden strings like a mere puppet? The answer from Noah was a resounding no as the moment he utilized destiny negation to deny this possible path. His vast but limited reserves of golden destiny and fortune exploded within his origin as Noah felt them nearly double. A possible destiny forever closed off as its destiny and fortune were all sucked into him. This was the stupendous use of destiny negation. His bright eyes were relentless as he looked at the remaining two paths he could see with the information he had. knowing that there were countless paths out there that were currently just not visible to his eyes. The more of them he could see, the more he could deny possible paths he didn't want and greatly increase his reserves of golden destiny and fortune. His eyes tuned to the second golden river that had a revolting sight as Noah saw himself floating in the vast and endless river that represented reality, his soul waking up from the anchor of the nomological edict of samsara as unbelievably his main bodies were destroyed as he faced his first death. But he didn't truly perish due to the edict of samsara. He then saw the image of himself constantly utilizing samsara to go back to set points in time, seemingly stuck in a loop as wherever time point he returned to, the enemy that had killed him would always appear to do it once more. The veiled primordial was always there, and there were even two hazy figures around her, with the image showing an endless loop of samsara, with Noah never moving forward. Rubbish, THRUM, Noah's destiny and fortune moved as this possible destiny was also denied, his universal body glimmering gold once more as vast amounts of fortune and destiny flooded into him. This possible path was also forever closed off by Noah as he turned to the last one he could currently see. It wasn't the only path left for him, just one of the destinies he could see now with the information he had. In this golden river, he saw but a single image. He saw the figures of a veiled primordial, Aegon, and wondrously the draconic elephant primordial beast that was Hyperion. These three beings were floating above fractured cosmos as far from them. Noah sought his figure hidden and glancing their way with a smile as he had a golden book within his hands. He seemed invested in reading whatever this book held while also watching to confirm what was playing out in the picture. Now then. Noah smiled brilliantly at this possible destiny as just this single picture said many things. And there were still boundless mysteries he didn't know within this path. For this, he would need to do some significant reading. He would have to know much of what was coming, as reader's foresight would be a key tool. With it, he could see many more of the possible destinies as when he denied those he didn't ever wish to have even as possibilities, his reserves of golden destiny and fortune would grow. And then apart from collecting the information and seeing the possible paths, there were also two more key skills that would allow him to have further control in a battlefield with a primordial, a champion, and a cosmic primordial beast that had a mysterious force behind it. His eyes glowed with immense light as he gazed at plot control and path to victory in the status panel. The activation of destiny negation cut off as the single golden river disappeared. Plot control: in exchange for a vast amount of golden destiny and fortune, the user can alter a single small aspect of a currently playing reality, a past reality, or a future reality. The price to pay is heavy, as half of all current reserves of golden destiny and fortune will be used to activate, and the ability cannot be used again until 30 days have passed. Path to victory: let destiny take charge and forge the best possible path for you. For as long as this path is followed, victory is all but guaranteed. The two abilities to complete, reader's foresight and destiny negation, glowed brilliantly before Noah's eyes. Chapter 1272. I'm something of a reader myself. Plot control and path to victory, the first two abilities in the nomological edict of Kismet, would allow him to gather information about his destinies as thereafter. These two abilities allowed him to actually change possible events and even forge a path of ultimate victory. Plot control was the first ability Noah had to actively cause a change in reality, however small this change was allowed to be. From the protagonist trait, Deus Ex Machina, and plot armor had their own prescribed uses, as Noah couldn't choose what Deus Ex Machina called forth. And invincibility was a given with plot armor, but with plot control, he could actively change an event. He could genuinely affect reality in a way he desired. Beautiful wasn't enough to cut it. Then there was the glorious path to victory. It could be used on a grand scale, as it could show Noah an overview of what he had to do, or he could even utilize it during battles, as he would be shown what to do in order to achieve victory. It was applicable in many ways, as since Noah would not utilize plot control right now, this was the next ability he would see the stupendous uses of. Path to victory, THRUM. His golden destiny and fortune flowed freely as a bolt of golden light struck down and smashed into Noah's eyes. His eyes took in all of this grand golden light, gradually brightening up as a deep smile unconsciously etched itself on Noah's face as he spoke out majestically. I can see it. He was shown a grand path to take based on the information he had. He knew what he had to do. Boom. With a shining white light, the assimilation of the first cosmos with the infinite cosmos was complete as Noah saw the cosmic core churning with powerful light, the mechanical voice of this entity showing even more emotion as it conversed with Noah on any changes and possible problems. This time happened to coincide with when Noah just utilized the path to victory ability. More than half of his clones that were monitoring the rise of new downlords under him teleporting away at this moment. These clones were all teleported across the Ruination Sea where Noah had previously passed to come across the rivers of primordial essence leading to new cosmos, each of them turning into blurs of multicolored light as they went to seek these new cosmos. At the same time, Noah made sure to avoid the countless rivers of primordial essence that led towards the primordial empire in one direction, his clones making a beeline towards brand new cosmos as a process of enhanced efficiency to fuse even more cosmos was about to ensue. Noah did this with haste as he saw a fantastical possibility opening up in the future with the continued and rapid elevation of the infinite cosmos. Thereafter, his primordial ruination clone returned to the primordial empire to observe the future that would soon play out, his other clones continuing to oversee the smooth birth of new downlords as his people continued to assimilate ruination and the primordial Daos to achieve greater levels of strength. As for his main bodies, his human bodies surrounded a resplendent grand primordial heart as they sought guidance for yet another profound edict, their surroundings covered by a fantastical aura of majesty as the mixture of Daos and laws seemed chaotic, but they would ultimately all go together into something new. His universal body returned to absorbing the thousands of resplendent lesser primordial hearts that still remained as his origin was suffused with the birth of new splendiferous universes. Resuming his path of going towards 1,000,000 universes and above it as on top of all this, the golden essence that covered his splendiferous universes to the brim was flowing slowly and beautifully into a glimmering golden book. Reader's foresight was active as the expenditure of this ability was low depending on who Noah viewed, and for as long as it wasn't ridiculously overpowered characters with multiple edicts under them like Aegon and Hyperion, Noah didn't have to worry about the expenditure of his golden destiny and fortune. So while forging hundreds of splendiferous universes every second, he also had a light smile as he watched the golden pages be filled with pristine white words that told a story. A story of things he shouldn't know as he peered into the lives of a few specific beings. There was a dense cluster of secrets surrounding the three family heads in Halcyon, and so Noah focused on these beings as through them, he would even get information on Aegon. Let's see. Noah's eyes brimmed with light as he spoke with a devilish expression. Family head Stormdust, was it? Let's see what secrets you're hiding. Let me know more of your connection to primordial beasts and tainted ones. WAA, with a ridiculous ability, Noah read ahead on what was to come as he focused on future events at this moment to gain the most. The river of time flowed serenely and without disruptions as a day passed. The cosmic battlefield was vibrant and filled with excited shouts, antiquities, downlords, and forefathers alike watching the second unfolding and devastating battle between the House of Havenbreaker and Springforge. BOM. Space could be seen ruptured and torn in multiple areas as the bodies of forefathers and downlords as large as galaxies could be seen strewn across the broken barriers of galaxies and universes, the shining of resplendent weapons that were quasi-cosmic treasures. Took the breath of all those watching, the essence of ruination and the primordial Daos being among the many that currently flew around madly across the center of the cosmic battlefield. It truly looked like a war that had the forefathers and downlords as its generals brutally hacking at each other with their most powerful skills. And the antiquities were the foot soldiers as they threw deadly waves of essence at each other. Existences from all races flew within the battlefield as humans morphing into dragons or phoenixes could be seen, and unique figures of the Titan race reducing in size and condensing all of their power into a small human form could also be seen here and there. Blood that was rich with the essence of universes filled the arena of destroyed galaxies and universes as people truly watched genuine and shocking battles they had come to hear about in the cosmic battlefield. They could feel their blood pumping as temporarily they forgot all about their houses and allegiances as they simply enjoyed the scene of carnage and battle while feeling their origins thrum in excitement. The spark of war had been lit as they watched the vibrant battles between dozens of downlords and tens of thousands of antiquities that were fighting for over 100 cosmos. The first battle had ended in a shocking fashion as with a grand show of offensive and defensive quasi-cosmic treasures paired with their own power. The downlords from the House of Havenbreaker had taken a win as the second battle against these two sides was currently occurring. Will the House of Havenbreaker really win both battles and occupy an additional 100 cosmos? A downlord from the House of Stormdust spoke with happiness and ridicule as the scene played before everyone's eyes, this shocking battle drawing a wide array of audiences as many noticed even the distinguished figure of downlord Osmond sitting in the edges of the cosmic battlefield serenely. They saw this being leak out an air of majesty as his legs were crossed, the chair he sat on being the same size as all others, but when he sat, he made it seem like a throne, From what they could see, he had a plain black book within his hands that he occasionally glanced to, whatever he was reading seeming more vibrant to him than even the battle playing out before everyone's eyes. Chapter 1273. I'm something of a reader myself too. Noah truly was barely looking at the spectacular and bloody unfolding battle before him. As to him, it didn't really matter. He had already seen it and knew of its result, and he was only here for something he had to personally do before everyone's eyes at the end of this battle. He had a plain book in his hands that seemed like nothing from all angles, with his primordial eye making sure of that, as when he flipped this book, he read shocking amounts of information others only wished they had. Over the past day, he had learned a great deal of things. The words "a great deal" weren't even enough to cover it, as from the vast reserves of golden destiny and fortune that had been increased twice when he negated 2 destinies were reduced by January 20th and still slowly recovering. It could be considered a negligible amount of destiny and fortune, as it could recover in a day or two, but with the low expenditure of reader's foresight, it meant he had truly been reading a lot. He read about Stormdust, Havenbreaker, Springforge, and even Halcyon, as the things he knew about these beings was enough to fill dozens of chapters. The path he saw from Path to Victory became even clearer after this past day, as it was the reason why he was in the cosmic battlefield today, watching as Halcyon and the one she called Auntie Springforge suffer a loss of 100 cosmos. In the next few minutes, the passage he had already read about of Halcyon looking at Springforge sadly as she dealt with the loss of 100 cosmos would play out, where she told herself this had to happen in order for Noah to increase the rate at which he issued writs of challenges, the scale jumping from the 10 he last did to 50 or even 100. Halcyon would say that this was what was required for him to slowly rise up in the primordial empire as he disrupted its status quo and caused the family heads and eventually Aegon to pay attention to him, but it will not play that way. His eyes smiled with a sharp light as he thought of how he would shatter these expectations. Since he knew of what was to come in the immediate future, he could maneuver as he wished while following the route shown by Path to Victory. No matter how shocking the route was, he trusted it, as eventually it would grant him the grandest victory, whether this victory was immediate in terms of treasures, or something he would receive much later as he set up the pieces for a resplendent destiny to unfurl before his eyes. He did not yet know. But it was victory nonetheless, now. His eyes shone as they left the gold pages and glanced at the bloody battlefield that had limbs of too many existences strewn about, the scene of 3 forefathers from the house of Havenbreaker chasing down the last remaining forefather from the house of Springforge playing out. Under a barrage of attacks, this forefather fell as at the center of the cosmic battlefield, the primordial light of authority shone to grant the win to none other than the house of Havenbreaker. Resonant shouts erupted out from the edges of the cosmic battlefield as those sitting on golden inlaid seats rose up with fervor as if they themselves had participated in the bloody battle. Glee and fervor could also be seen from those situated on the crimson seats of the House of Stormdust, as when one looked at the green seats of the House of Springforge, there was utter silence and shock. 100 cosmos, this was the number that was collectively lost from them today. To better grasp the significance, one had to understand that each of the 3 houses had a range of 1,000 cosmos under them. This number always rising up over the years as Aegon brought in more and more cosmos. As he rose in power and gained the ability to move cosmos until to this day, he continued to bring in more and more of them, as at this time point, each family head had under them around 1,000 cosmos. Now, Springforge had lost 1/10 of this to Havenbreaker in a single day. The repercussions of today's event bound to be far-reaching as they opened the doorway to even more brilliant and disastrous battles. As the scene of Halcyon looking at Springforge's maddened expression currently played out, many were wondering of what future today's battles would bring, as the biggest question was, how heavily would Springforge retaliate? Would battles involving 100 cosmos or more become common now? As the factions of the primordial empire entered full-blown war, these thoughts rang in the minds of many, but they were resounding the most in the minds of those most affected today, Halcyon. In the verdant realm where illusory screens depicting today's battles constantly flashed, the voice of Springforge rang out as after a minute passed when the loss of 100 cosmos was finalized, she finally turned towards Halcyon. She wasn't her usual naked self as a light green dress flowed down her curvaceous body, and one could see the visible rage and pain in her eyes as she spoke towards Halcyon. This Dowlord Osmont you saw will solve the coming problems. I want to meet him, WAA. Her voice was firm as the pain within it was present, even though this being was millions of years old. Today, one of her closest friends that she grew up with had effectively declared war against her and taken 1/10 of her possessions. And she had very few allies, thus, she had to meet the being that had begun to step in the spotlight of the primordial empire, the one that Halcyon seemingly trusted with everything she had. The golden eyes of Halcyon locked with Springforge before she nodded slowly, her gaze rising up to stare at the illusory screens that showed the scenes on the cosmic battlefield. I will talk to him. She wanted to look at the being in question when she spoke, but her golden eyes opened wide with shock in the next second as she saw the reserved Dowlord Osmont that had been reading a book nonchalantly this whole time actually rose up on the edges of the cosmic battlefield, his hand waving forward magnificently as it unfurled an enormous writ of challenge that grew to be larger than a galaxy. Being over a few 100,000 light-years, and given the fact that many beings were already paying attention to Noah, they very quickly noticed this phenomenon as the eyes of trillions of experts gazed his way towards this unfurling writ of challenge that when they began to read it, their eyes began to tremble and shake. Springforge saw the shocked expression from Halcyon as her eyes also turned towards the screen, landing on the now unfurled writ of challenge that held contents nobody would have even imagined to see. It wasn't a writ of challenge that involved a shocking number like 100 that they just witnessed today from 2 battles. It wasn't even double of the number 100, as those reading the writ of challenge didn't even have to look at the number of cosmos involved, they just had to look at the existence that was being challenged. It wasn't directed at a Dowlord or forefather that oversaw a cluster of cosmos, it was directed to an existence everyone knew by the house he represented. Clear in red, the name Stormdust was shining brilliantly as Noah ushered a challenge in a way that nobody expected. Chapter 1274, A Shocking Writ of Challenge. As a reader of the unfolding fantasy within this reality, Noah thought and moved differently now due to this. Because of what he knew, he had the privilege of moving forward with confidence without worries of the future it will bring. Thus, the moment the battle ended in the cosmic battlefield, he drew up a writ of challenge as the one he targeted this time wasn't a forefather or Dowlord that was given the reins of 100 or even 200 cosmos. On the unique writ of challenge, he had glanced up the pyramidal structure of power within the House of Stormdust that showed all of the beings one could challenge. Noah going to the very top of this pyramid as he selected the being who stood at the top of this house, he challenged Stormdust himself. After the initial stupor of such an action causing everyone to be utterly dumbfounded, it felt like space was constantly shattering as existences erupted out in discussion and anger. Preposterous. How dare he blemish the name of family head and challenge him? Did the few victories he had go over his head, from the House of Stormdust? An overabundance of anger erupted as the forefathers and Dowlords watching nearly rose to battle Noah right then and there. But they could only stare daggers his way as they waited for orders on what they should do. The other 2 factions were shocked as in the verdant realm where Halcyon watched everything with Springforge, there was utter silence. Halcyon's mouth was constantly opening and closing as she seemed to want to say something, but she didn't have the words for it. Crazy. Springforge scrutinized the unfurled writ of challenge as she spoke while shaking her head, and it was only then that Halcyon came out of her stupor. It wasn't supposed to go this way. Her golden eyes were hazy as she reviewed everything she knew, where Dowlord Osmond should have thrown a challenge against forefathers that ruled a range of 100 to 200 cosmos as he gradually took bites from Stormdust and Havenbreaker. He shouldn't have jumped across all these forefathers to challenge the family head of this house, as it meant a challenge that put 1,000 cosmos on the line, and he would have to face the forces of an entire house if this challenge was accepted. It is suicide. Springforge said the words that many others were feeling at this moment. Many thought it to be unwise and even disrespectful to the majesty of the family head of Stormdust, but the writ had been issued regardless. The person that had done such a shocking action had sat back down with his legs crossed, his eyes nonchalantly reading over a book as if what was happening now didn't concern him. The writ of challenge larger than a galaxy floated before him as all eyes honed in it. Stormdust truly did not need to accept this challenge. From just his authority as a family head, he didn't have to put in line his 1,000 cosmos for Noah's mere 12 that he oversaw in the primordial empire. If a being blatantly skipped over to challenge those much more powerful, there was no rule in the primordial empire preventing this, but they could just be ignored. The question was, would Dowlord Osmont be ignored? Would the disrespect and disregard he showed be let go? Or would he be made an example of to remind any hot-headed powerhouses in the future that the might of a family head was not to be trampled on? Every single being turned breathless as they locked their gaze on the writ of challenge and waited. Would such a challenge really be accepted? Stormdust, just how could Noah describe this man? He was a rather unfortunate being, as not only was he born in a reality that had someone like Aegon, he also happened to be this being's close friend before he was ordained as a champion. To watch the man you thought of as your equal be elevated to higher and higher degrees constantly while you groveled for the scraps was truly a repugnant feeling, and it was what pushed Stormdust to do many of The things he did, jealousy and envy for what his closest friend had, and it was something he could never achieve, not unless he thought outside the box and did something outlandish, but to turn to and be influenced by primordial beasts? By Hyperion's machinations? Ha! Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he recalled the many things he read when he focused on the character of Stormdust for the days to come. Listening in on the thoughts of others was extremely terrifying when they didn't suspect anything, and reading the events unfolding around these existences akin to a novel gave Noah a unique feeling he couldn't even describe, as if he had gotten his hands on something he shouldn't have. Now, what will you do against such a challenge? What would this powerful existence that had enacted his own edict do? The answer was surprisingly simple as Noah activated reader's foresight and chose the present, with the target being Stormdust. What he had just done to challenge him was one of the many paths that could play out. And the details Noah could obtain from this path only opened themselves more to him when the nexus actions that caused them unfolded. Noah's challenge to the family head of a faction was considered a nexus event for this particular path, and he could now read just what changes it could bring. His primordial ruination clone showed nothing as it was his universal body that was glowing good as he read from the actual golden book of reader's foresight, within a cosmos filled with trillions of burning suns surrounding a crimson palace in a circular formation. It was the abode of a great personage in existence that fearfully stood and influenced 1/3 of the primordial empire with his plans and abilities, the one and only Stormdust. In the vast crimson palace that was larger than most galaxies, this being sat on a throne as a smiling expression was wiped away from his face, his eyes locking on the glimmering writ of challenge that awaited his decision. Chapter 1275, A Shocking Writ of Challenge. 2. Stormdust stared at the golden writ of challenge rising up before him with an impassive expression, not taking any action as he raised his hands to conjure up a crimson gold essence that was releasing the awe-inducing aura of an edict. Since its birth, he never made any decision without the consultation of this edict. It bloomed from his hands as it spread out to cover him entirely, his eyes becoming glazed crimson gold as he looked above him to see countless glimmering strings. Strings that represented existences and possibilities, strings that allowed him to gain light in a field of darkness as it showed him possibilities of what may come. Any existence could be his target, as those who were at the same stage as him or even stronger, he could garner no information about. Such was the scene that played out at this moment, as when he tried to focus on the one known as Downlord Osmont, no string descended down to tell him anything. His red hair flowed silently at such a development, as it was one of the things he did not wish for. Since the appearance of Osmont, he had moved to take precautions as he found he could barely discern the destiny of this being. But at this moment, that barely had turned to nothing, he couldn't discern anything, as it meant this creature had obtained its own edict, and such was a variable that Stormdust did not need right now. He had to move hiddenly under the gaze of someone as terrifying as Aegon, such a thing only being possible due to Havenbreaker herself working with him. He couldn't have a variable with an edict who freely challenged family heads rise up now. Assassination didn't work as it relied on him to send others. A writ of challenge of 10 cosmos didn't work as once more, it relied on him to send others. But with this newly enacted writ of challenge, he could move himself to remove this rising thorn that threatened to destabilize the work he had been doing for hundreds of thousands of years. So even though his nomological edict of burning destiny couldn't discern anything about this Osmont, his consultation with it still made his mind in the next second, as before the writ of challenge could be redacted. His essence signature washed over it as he accepted the challenge. 12 cosmos that Osmont owned put up against 989 cosmos he freely influenced over the past 3 million years. It wasn't a logical decision in any way, but it had to be done if Stormdust wished to remove this obstacle. I do not plan on losing anyways. No matter what it takes, his gruff voice rang out in the silent throne room of the enormous castle surrounded by trillions of suns. I will usher in something beautiful. Something that even Aegon has not been able to achieve. No mere entrant will stand in the way of that. His eyes flashed sharply as he played with the crimson gold essence of the Edict of Burning Destiny. An edict that could both discern destiny and use it to attack. It was something very few could defend against. He had already seen Osmont's last battle as he utilized an essence that erased Downlords, and Stormdust knew this must be the edict that this being comprehended as with a mere offensive edict. He could not block against attacks that struck one's unseen destiny. Oh, but I can. Noah read the ongoing viewpoint of Stormdust with a smile as he saw the challenge before his eyes being accepted. The date set for 1 week later as the moment of its acceptance, the edges of the cosmic battlefield erupted out in a clamor of shock. But Noah didn't spare a glance at this as he continued to read the viewpoint of Stormdust, the being who thought that he had a single edict and would in no way be capable of defending against attacks of destiny. Little did this being know that when it came to destiny, Noah was one of the very few that could be considered top tier within this reality. Just his abnormally large reserves of golden destiny and fortune alone surpassed many, and that was before he began to utilize destiny negation to obtain even more wondrous reserves. The tides of destiny churned as reality began to weave towards a certain direction. Those swept up in the weaving of destiny were many, Springforge and Halcyon looking at their illusory screens blankly as they had no words after they saw the acceptance of the writ of challenge. On the edges of the cosmic battlefield, it was buzzing with clamor and shouts of shock and disbelief as the auras of many beings caused the surroundings to tremble wildly. Amongst this wildness and stupor, the figure of Noah could be seen at the forefront of the seats within his own faction. The clones of his people situated calmly behind him as well, their origins shaking excitedly as they would finally have a chance to contribute in the coming battle, their eyes, and the eyes of countless antiquities, Downlords, and forefathers were all on Noah as he remained utterly unbothered after he challenged the head of an entire faction, his gaze on something none of them could even fathom. At this time, a single being came back to her wits as she came to and sent a message towards Noah. The voice of Halcyon hesitating began to ring out in his mind. The family head of Springforge would like a meeting with you. As he delved into the vast primordial empire that was filled with over 3,000 cosmos, Noah just issued a battle to the head of one of 3 factions as another head sought to meet with him. His primordial ruination clone smiled as the book within his hands was closed, his figure rising from the seat as he glanced at the rising clamor of beings around the edges of the cosmic battlefield, and disappeared. It was time for him to officially meet one of the players who would be weaved by destiny into a grand future. It was also time for him to complete yet another edict as his bodies brought together mixtures of DAOs and laws into something beautiful. It was also the time for him to utilize Protagonist's bookmark to mark an existence as today, he wouldn't just be obtaining a single edict but 2. Chapter 1276, The Light of Millions of Universes. Across the Ruination Sea, a few thousand billion light-years away from the primordial empire, the robust and undeniable figure of Aegon held on and ripped apart the defenses of an edict that surrounded a grand primordial beast with his bare hands, the body the size of a galaxy being ripped in half as the strongest primordial beast in this small cluster of pandemonium fell. Golden blood and essence coagulated to form a colorfully pulsating primordial heart that Aegon opened his mouth towards, a shocking suction force more terrifying than any quasar or black hole erupting out as it sucked in the entire heart in a blink. Thrum. Waves of essence fluctuated out as the cosmic origin within him shone with even greater majesty, his uniquely etched eyes looking around the cluster of repulsive pandemonium as only the limbs of primordial beasts and tainted ones remained. Yet Aegon wasn't fully focused on this as his eyes pierced through the layers of space and gazed upon a faraway primordial empire. They focused on the cosmic battlefield as there, the golden writ of challenge that involved a family head and an existence rising brightly within the empire could be seen. The eyes of Aegon were impassive as he glanced at such a scene, unknown thoughts crossing his mind as his body released a white spatial light that wrapped around him and teleported him away from the pandemonium. When he reappeared, he was within the universe of a cosmos that was filled with trillions of burning suns surrounding a crimson palace. He appeared in the halls of this palace as he walked with light steps into the throne room where a certain dark-skinned crimson-haired personage sat on a crimson gold throne. The impassive eyes of Aegon carried a complicated light as he gazed towards Stormdust, a sigh escaping his mouth as he spoke out calmly. "Little brother, what are you doing?" As trillions of scorching suns released their heat onto this single palace, 2 old friends locked gazes with each other as their eyes hid innumerable thoughts. Destiny weaved itself in unknown ways as while one meeting began in a cosmos within the primordial empire, another even more important one was about to take place in a verdant realm within another cosmos in this same empire. The figure of Springforge was adorned in a simple light green dress, floating beside Halcyon as she snapped her fingers and caused the vast realm they were in to lose some of its green luster. Send him the coordinates to come now. After the realm around them became slightly dimmer, restrictions were lifted off as another being was granted entrance. Mere seconds after these restrictions fell, space fluctuated as it bloomed to form the calm figure of a single man. His eyes seemed to shine with innumerable universal lights as he wore light obsidian pants and a satin shirt, a smile present on his face as if he knew a secret other people didn't know. Halcyon looked at this existence that seemed to be filled with mysteries as she had many questions, her lips parting to speak, but the surrounding became painted green in the next instant. An overwhelming verdant essence leaked out madly as the eyes of the figure of Springforge beside Halcyon turned utterly sharp. The strength Halcyon had is foremother barely allowing her to see the figure of this family. Head explode with power as she rushed towards Noah's direction as a blur of green light. This was all Halcyon could see at this moment as she was the slowest being here, her eyes opening in shock as they wanted to scream towards the woman she knew on what the hell she was doing. But the die was cast. Her eyes that could barely follow what was happening saw as the blur of light rushed towards Noah, this being actually still having his reserved smile even under the face of an attack from one of the family heads of the primordial empire. In reality, the figure of Springforge had used less than a millisecond as her hands were outstretched, her expression firm as she painted her hands with her nomological edict that turned everything green. Bzzzt, the eyes of Springforge were filled with utter calm as her origin pulsed with light, the millions of universes within her undulating crazily as they worked like an engine constantly churning out high-quality essence that called forth this edict. Springforge was very familiar with this green essence that stretched before her, this being the edict that Halcyon helped her formulate many years ago. It was the nomological edict of amelioration meant to cure, correct, enhance, or even alter. With such an edict in her hands, Springforge could heal even a shattered universal filament origin of antiquities up to forefathers with utter ease for as long as they held a shred of their soul within them. It was a fairly unique but weak minor nomological edict as it focused hugely on the aspect of healing, and it had very little offensive capabilities aside from one being able to use the pure essence of an edict like Springforge was currently using. With such an essence stretching out, Springforge reversed its effect of healing as it thundered towards Noah, her right hand forming into a claw that thundered down towards his shoulder. I have to know. Her clear green eyes glimmered as within a millisecond, her strike thundered down. Being so close to her target, she was able to see his expression very clearly as when her hand that was filled with the essence of a nomological edict was only a few inches away from smashing into him. She saw this being smile as his eyes locked with hers. He seemed utterly reserved even though a deadly attack that could have heavily injured any forefather was coming down, and Springforge's heart shook as she saw his eyes were able to easily follow her moments. Bzzzt, she didn't know when, but she realized her arm that was thundering down had suddenly come to a stop. A fair strong hand bathed in a crackling golden essence dissipated any force her hand had as it was stopped on its track, a hand bathed in the light of an edict, chapter 1277, the light of millions of universes. 2. A mere hand stopped her strike as attached to it, a chest brimming with millions of universes that caused the surroundings to glimmer with multicolored light. We say millions, but it was actually just a bit over 3 million universes, the stellar light that these universes released illuminating the surroundings as they were what powered the golden essence that instantly dissipated the attack sent forth. 3 million illuminated splendiferous universes. This was just what Noah was showing outwardly, as the number on his universal body was far above this, his gains with the resplendent lesser primordial hearts not being little as he had a few thousand in each one, granted 800 splendiferous universes. His chest showed such a brilliant scene as it was enough to daze anybody, even the him of just weeks ago when he first forged his second universe and stepped into antiquity. He was as relaxed as ever, his hand bathed in the unique essence of a peak-tier minor edict as his brows raised towards this family head. The verdant eyes of Springforge fluttered as when she felt this overpowering essence that even dissipated the essence of the nomological edict of amelioration. She had but a single thought: he truly does have an edict, ah. But in the next second, Springforge felt herself losing control of her body as the raging golden essence from the man before her spread from just her hands and covered her whole body. She felt her curvaceous figure pulled towards the poised Noah, her hand brought down and becoming locked behind her back as she found herself pressed against him and unable to break out. You. Her verdant eyes looked with his starry eyes just an inch away as she breathed heavily, seeing this man still looking towards her with a light smile as he spoke out. Now what was that all about? Thrum. Kismet spread around and covered everything as even though it wasn't used for the purpose of attacking. The essence of this edict itself could overpower the pure essence of amelioration from Springforge. If Noah used the pristine essence of samsara, the effect would have been even more oppressive, as he didn't show this at this time. Release me. The origin of Springforge brightened up again as Noah saw upwards of 5 million universes shine with her words. He released her locked hand as she floated backwards and rubbed it with an expression filled with complex emotions. Why is a monster like you hiding around here? Her eyes were seemingly filled with grievances as she spoke, but she found her green hair being pulled behind her as the voice of Halcyon resounded out. What are you doing? Halcyon's face was filled with anger as she pulled the powerful family head by her hair, Springforge letting out even more grievances as she actually didn't fight back against this being that had less power than her. Noah calmly looked at the scene of these two women as his eyes locked with the bright figure of Springforge. Her identity was a bit special as Noah had read about her many times over the past day, knowing many things about her, including the nomological edict of amelioration that he came here to grab today, protagonist's bookmark, SHA, while Halcyon scolded the much stronger Springforge for her sudden surprise attack that she did to affirm Noah's strength. Noah silently cast bookmark on this individual as he moved with utter efficiency to obtain another edict. A portion of the soul of the primordial ruination clone flew out as it silently shot and sank into the origin and soul of the unsuspecting woman before him. Noah, seeing how this origin and soul was nowhere near as terrifying as the primordial that he had bookmarked for the first edict. He saw the grand river of green essence that represented her edict right away as Noah delved into it. With haste, while the 60 seconds began to count down, "Don't do that again." The resonant voice of Halcyon caused Noah to glance at the curvaceous women before him once more as the figure of Springforge nodded while the two of them straightened up. Regality gradually returned to Springforge as her bearing as a family's head unconsciously leaked out, her eyes now fully taking in Noah as she found out why this being was so confident as to challenge a family head for authority in the primordial empire. He actually held an edit as his strength might actually rival the three strongest beings below Aegon in this empire. Such a truth caused Springforge to still not fully believe it, as she could only convince herself when she recalled Halcyon's words of the future. Maybe this guy was really it? At such a thought, Springforge spoke out serenely, "I apologize for my earlier attack. I had to be sure one way or another of your power." This ancient being apologized to smooth out nothing that could have occurred, but Noah wasn't paying attention to her words at this moment as he felt the smooth passage of a minute of uninterrupted protagonist's bookmark. All the time was used as Noah's small portion of soul shot back into him quickly, his universal body pulling on it as he absorbed its vast memories and found a wondrous edict, a mixture of vitality, life, light, water, alacrity, and even reincarnation. A minor edict that Springforge had designed and used. It was amelioration. The details of such an edict rose up beautifully in Noah's mind. Nomological edict of amelioration. A nomological edict is a form of undeniable truth and authority that is birthed from the combination of laws and daos. It cannot be circumvented or stopped by anything, with the only possibility of deniability lying with another edict. The nomological edict of amelioration is born from the combination of the daos of reincarnation, vitality, alacrity, and the laws of life, light, earth, and water. The user gains access to the essence of amelioration as they become masters in healing, to the point that even the repair of cosmos isn't an impossibility. As the holder of the edict, a base 500 million% to health and mana regeneration, and 30 million% to all other regenerative factors and essences are given. The absolute abilities of Universal Heal, Life Force Destruction, and the Ameliorator are now available for use. Along with this, any nomological edict grants its user a smoother pathway towards, granting them an increase in the speed of their realm progression by 2 million%, an increase of 20 million% to all parameters, and increases the chances of fusions of other laws and daos by 1% for the production of other nomological edicts. Current progression for the nomological edict of amelioration, 20%, a simple yet refined edict. It was also one that held a 20% progression due to it being from protagonist's bookmark, Chapter 1278 Amelioration. The progression of edicts was extremely unique as the more one used and became familiar with the edict, the faster this number rose. It wasn't just simple repetition though, as one had to experience the meaning of the edict through their actions. For example, Noah's cessation had already risen to 3% in the past days, while the newly born Kismet had actually gone past this and had a progression of 8%. This was due to Noah only being able to experience the qualities of cessation during the battles where he utilized it, and just him repetitively dousing himself in cessation didn't mean his progression would shoot higher. But Kismet, he could experience what it was every time he discerned destiny and used abilities like Reader's Foresight and Path to Victory. He had been utilizing the former ability heavily in the past day, as just this alone nearly gave him 8% progression. And it meant in the next few weeks, Noah would actually achieve a full 100% in this edict. This was progression. Now, there was the unique protagonist's bookmark that took the experiences, comprehension, and progression of others as it made it one's own, so Noah obtained a straight 20% through this manner, as his interrupted bookmark on the primordial had only given him 10%. He kept this in mind as he delved into the nomological edict of amelioration, feeling the green strand of a river that had just bloomed within his origin, as the essence of this edict alone caused all the cells within his body to scream in joy and fervor. It was an essence filled with an overabundance of life as it enriched everything about him. His eyes honing in on the 500 million% additions to health and mana regeneration, and the 30 million% to other regenerative parameters. The 30 million% was actually the most wondrous thing from this edict for Noah, as he saw the rate of regeneration for his golden destiny and fortune churned. This area that was entirely dry of regenerative boosts actually gaining them through this edict, as it further expanded Noah's future usage of Kismet. Then there were its 3 absolute skills. Universal Heal, an ability that fully rejuvenates the life force of any existences in the cosmic realm and below for as long as a shred of their soul exists. For the one experiencing its effects, they gain a temporary boost of 50 million% to all parameters for 10 seconds. Life Force Destruction, the one that wields the essence of amelioration, can heal, but they can also destroy. This ability allows the user to wrap the essence of amelioration around their enemies as they rip apart their life force and even swallow it for themselves. The essence of ameliorations becomes utterly poisonous during the cast of this ability, as it gains 20 million% true annihilatory damage. The ameliorator, as a healer, one must always be able to protect themselves. This ability allows one to be adorned with the crown of the ameliorator as they take on a defensive form to withstand against their enemies. In this form, all damage is negated by 95%, true annihilatory damage is blocked by 50%, and all forms of regeneration are enhanced by 100 million%. Beauty, that was what Noah saw the absolute skills of this edict, just pure beauty. Universal Heal stood by itself as it didn't need to be explored, but Life Force Destruction and the Ameliorator were even more wondrous, as the Ameliorator especially granted a high-tier transformation. Such an ability was wondrous as in exchange, it required immense droves of the essence of amelioration from the user. For others, this would be an issue as to convert their pure mana into the essence of this edict. To constantly keep this ability active, they might be able to do this for half an hour or less before their origins with millions of universes were sucked dry. But then there was Noah, an existence that had no problem with mana as he had an infinite amount of it. With it, this active ability that granted one negation of all damage by 95%, the blocking of true annihilatory damage by 50%, and enhancing all forms of regeneration 100 million%. Noah could choose to turn this into a passive one, as he could keep it active at all times. Oh infinite mana. Whatever would I do without you? In the Ruination realm, Noah had a devilish smile as one of his main human bodies came forward. He was the same person, as he shared the same destiny and fortune with his bodies, and Noah planned to have one of his main bodies keep the active skill of the Ameliorator into a passive one, as it would be activated at all times for him to enjoy stupendous boosts. This was just one of the things that Path to Victory showed Noah. For him to bookmark Springforge of the Primordial Empire, as the edict she held would go towards elevating his strength to even greater levels. The path didn't direct him towards Stormdust or Havenbreaker and the edicts they held, and Path to Victory showed him to gaze upon these beings and read their stories, as from them he would be able to find out many things about Aegon and even Hyperion. These beings were interconnected, as Noah was seamlessly unveiling the secrets behind them, but he was now acting fully on his paved path. Aside from just reading, as he achieved one of the pieces, the ZZZT verdant green essence began to leak out from the human body that used to be the past Alexander, as he called out lightly. The Ameliorator, the essence of amelioration, churned wildly as it borrowed from his mana, wrapping around his body in a stellar fashion. As above his head, a unique crown adorned with bejeweled verdant crystals began to float above him as it undulated and released waves of gorgeous green particles over him. The waves of essence came together to form into a crystal clear green armor that shone with stellar light all over his body, immense and overpowering life force erupting from this area. As momentarily, even the Crimson Ruination realm was painted a beautiful green. Chapter 1279, History and Secrets. I, enthroned with a verdant crown that constantly released a vibrant light and a translucent green armor. Noah's body looked like a primal existence from ancient times. He felt his very cells scream in joy as the immense life force and essence traveled through his origin and soul, being felt by his other bodies as well as the primordial Ruination clone that was floating with a smile before Halcyon and Springforge. A green light flashed in his eyes silently as he gained permanent boosts of 95% negation of all damage, 50% blocking of true annihilatory damage, 100 million% to all forms of regeneration. From henceforth, the wondrous ability of the Ameliorator would be active at all times. The two curvaceous women before Noah's eyes had no idea of what had just occurred. The family head of the House of Springforge stared towards Noah with careful eyes. This being not knowing that Noah had just copied her edict and even turned one of its terrific active abilities into a passive one, her regality fully returned, as even with Halcyon beside her, her mere demeanor made one's eyes focus on her. You challenge Stormdust and all the cosmos under him, not for what? Let's say you defeat him, then what? Will Aegon allow you to simply become one of the three most influential beings in his empire? Will he allow you to replace the friend he grew up with? The being that he treats as his own brother. A barrage of questions left Springforge's pink mouth as Noah's eyes couldn't help but smile at such questions. There was already a clear path of what he had to do. And he had seen it all with Path to Victory as reader's foresight further told him a great deal of things. Are you talking about the friend who was playing around with the woman of his best friend? That same Stormdust? If it is, then I think I'll be okay. BZZT. His words caused Springforge and even Halcyon's eyes to shake as they looked at him in a stupor. Noah, knowing that even Halcyon didn't see everything as when it came to something like this, even she wasn't privy to it. After all, it was a secret of two beings moving in the dark against even the great conqueror himself right under his nose, as they were under the aid of a terrifying force that could more than rival him. Bold of you to say such scandalous things. I would warn against mentioning such a thing to anyone else, even if it were true. You do not want to be there when the wrath of Aegon erupts if such a thing truly has occurred. Springforge spoke out slowly as her shock turned to pondering and eventually lit up as if she had connected missing pieces. As if she connected knowledge from long ago, but this, really. The idea was still shocking though, as even Halcyon looked towards Noah to affirm what he said was true, knowing he wasn't one to make up lies. Are they really? My own mother and... Her thoughts ran wild as it was Springforge that was able to continue keeping herself objective. Her voice ringing out thereafter as she shook her head, even still. What of Aegon? Little Halcyon has told me that he is the true enemy of reality, however unbelievable that is. But what will you do against him with your mere universal filament realm when he has achieved the cosmic realm? What will you do against an unstoppable force that nears the strength of the concept of a cosmic beast? Or even possibly already at this level? Cold but logical words rang out as the enemy ahead was simply too powerful. That's why I came here. Noah smiled lightly as the essence of Kismet wrapped around him again, his figure floating towards Springforge mesmerizingly. He knew Aegon was blessed with many things. Whatever unique power or system this being was given, most likely being terrifying as it didn't even take into account all the other aspects of strength of this creature. I came for information from you on Aegon and his history, how you all began, and anything that happened with the primordial, Noah revealed his aims as the eyes of Springforge turned sharp. She felt the overwhelming essence of an edict from this being shining out with splendor as she could barely turn her eyes away while his words repeated in her mind, information. This was crucial to Noah for knowing how to navigate what was to come, and he knew it required the woman before him to do something she didn't want to do. To spill the secrets of her closest friend towards a being she just met, all under the words of her little niece, yet, sigh. Springforge found herself breathing out heavily as she pushed down the repulsive feeling, knowing many things were at stake as she couldn't hold back any longer. THRUM, she waved her hands as their surroundings shifted, the verdant essence around them forming into illusory figures of four beings that rotated around each other. It was always me, Aegon, Havenbreaker, and Stormdust on the beginning. We came from the same cosmos, rising up in strength as we explored all of its universes. While helping the weak and pulling down tyrants, her eyes seemed to be reminiscing of a long time gone as the illusory figures of four existences could be seen sitting around a blazing sun as they treated it like a campfire to barbecue. Two of these figures were sitting close to each other as shockingly, it wasn't Aegon and Havenbreaker but Stormdust and Havenbreaker, yes. Before a certain event, the one you know as Stormdust and Havenbreaker, they were Tritus and Elora. The two of them were as close as anything could be, as the one with the strongest power among us was not Aegon, but Stormdust. He led us through our battles before we even became antiquities. He was the leader of the party that even I looked up to. But all of this changed when a certain primordial appeared. The illusory figures of four beings were shown to raise their heads high, seeing the appearance of a stellar veiled being shining in white as she descended down. She appeared before us with all her glory as she proclaimed one of us had the qualifications to become a grand champion to protect our reality. That was the day when everything changed. Chapter 1280, History and Secrets. 2. Within the vast Crimson Castle surrounded by millions of suns in a certain universe, Aegon and Stormdust were standing side by side, their gazes piercing the walls of the vast structure around them as they lingered on the countless burning suns in the distance. Aegon's voice was low but filled with power as it stretched out. Why accept such a challenge? To risk your rulership for a single being? The words caused Stormdust to smile as he replied swiftly. There will be many existences like him that are attracted to the bastion of reality in the future to come. They wouldn't know about honor and prestige as they have to be reminded. This writ of challenge is merely that, a reminder. With eyes flashing with intense light, Stormdust finished his words. The pristine black hair of Aegon flowed in a dazzling fashion as he nodded impassively, voicing out while his eyes reflected different colors constantly. This one is somewhat talented as he is hiding an edict, so do be careful of that. Oh, a revelation that had been found out long before Noah had obtained his primordial eye and the Eye of Ruination came out, causing Stormdust's expression to shine ever brighter as he simply nodded while staring far away. I'll take care of everything soon enough. And then we can all try to go back to how things once were. A spatial light began to wrap around Aegon with his words, the Stormdust beside him merely nodding with a thoughtful expression as he was once more the only one in the throne room. He seemed to be thinking of Aegon's words as he laughed in a depreciating manner, his thoughts churning wildly. Back to how things once were? After you've taken everything from me, a light of oppression shone from his eyes as he thought back to the glory millions of years ago when he was the one leading Aegon and others, when Havenbreaker was by his side as a world of possibility lay before them. Now, he had to scurry in the darkness to play around with something he once had. He was unwilling, things had to change, nobody else would make these changes for him, so he would do it himself. BZZT, his body brimmed with wild power as his chest particularly began to shine, a unique pulsing black-red orb coming out as Stormdust held onto it and began to speak with determination. I need to meet Hyperion, WAA. The pulsing black-red primordial origin pulsed as it carried a message towards a vast glimmering primordial sea. Soon after, the figure of Stormdust disappeared as it was shuttled through the folds of space, the unique primordial origin he had within his chest releasing waves of essence as after a millisecond passed. He was in a brand new location. The viscous and muddy essence of pandemonium that stemmed from portions of destroyed reality was all around him, his eyes impassive as he gazed towards three titanous figures of grand primordial beasts and over twice a dozen lesser primordial beasts within this cluster of pandemonium. Not an ounce of fear could be seen within the eyes of Stormdust as he gazed towards the beautifully monstrous forms of the grand primordial beasts, their three figures undulating with a luster of white essence as rays of light released from them to form into a white archway, an archway that led to a stupendous place. Stormdust floated towards it silently as he sank into it. Being shuttled through space once more as when his surroundings cleared, he was within a vast and gorgeous primordial sea. As Stormdust arrived here, he wasn't alone in doing so, as across the vast ruination sea billions of light years away, there was an existence reading in the infinite cosmos. Noah's main body had a golden book etching pristine white words as his golden destiny and fortune were used and regenerated nearly instantly, his rate of usage for the skill of reader's foresight being negligible now for beings like Stormdust, as for now his attention remained on him. His luminous eyes continued to read what was unfolding as he actually became capable of indirectly reading about Hyperion at this moment. Stormdust opened his eyes in the pristine primordial sea as he gazed onto the magnificent form of a draconic elephant primordial beast that released waves of majesty and luster. Hyperion, one of the leaders from the Bastion of Reality, was meeting with such a being whose designation was an ender of reality. At such a meeting, Stormdust's words were unique as he opened with a single shocking statement. I accept your conditions. The white gold skin on the draconic elephant primordial beast released a light of glory as its third eye opened wide. This majesty, a devilish light being released from it as it focused on Stormdust, as Noah's main body was enraptured with the golden pages of one meeting. Primordial Ruination clone continued to listen to the story of Springforge that told of the past history only a few beings knew. It actually wasn't Aegon that was initially the leader of this party of four, this actually falling onto the shoulders of Tritus, who is currently known as Stormdust. Even more, Stormdust and Havenbreaker were actually the ones who were together, these beings rising in the cosmos and getting to the height they were at before a certain event happened. Tritus and Elora, I always saw the two of them growing old and powerful together, and they always seemed so happy. It's why when you mentioned the two of them having a scandal right under Aegon's eyes, that I wasn't too surprised. The voice of Springforge was filled with melancholy as she spoke, her eyes remaining on the four illusory figures as they gazed towards the illusion of the primordial above them. She turned towards Halcyon, who was looking towards her with shaking eyes, as she then spoke gently. The reason why Stormdust hates you so much is due to this, WAA. The fact that Aegon was able to take the woman he loved and even have a child with her. I doubt Tritus would ever be able to stomach that. Springforge's eyes glimmered with intense light as she looked at Halcyon while she spoke of such deep secrets. Chapter 1281, The Ordeal of Achieving the Cosmic Realm. Noah's gaze was serene as it shone with an utter incandescent light while gazing towards Halcyon, this golden-haired existence actually being the daughter of the very same champion of reality that she was trying to kill, a mother that cared not for her, and a father who she saw turn into the enemy of reality itself, Noah gazed at the golden-haired woman as he saw immense sadness and inexplicable emotion in her eyes, not helping as he felt a tinge of sympathy for this being. Nobody should ever have to plan to kill their father. Nobody should ever have a mother that never showed them the love that couldn't be replicated by anyone else. Yet Halcyon faced both of these situations with utter strength, as even amidst the sadness, her eyes held a hint of firmness and strength that seemed endless. But in all this happiness, the primordial descended down. Springforge's story continued as it showed the descent of the pristine veiled primordial, the illusory image of this being saying out the words that she heard that day: Aegon, you have a unique soul capable of accepting an inheritance that can grant you unimaginable strength. Strength that is vast enough for you to even be able to protect your reality. Those were the words the primordial had spoken. After that, the whole dynamic changed. Springforge spoke out, why keeping her gaze locked with the illusory figure of the primordial. Waving her hands as all the figures faded away, Aegon was taken away from us for a few days, and he returned as someone different from the man we once knew, as he seemed to bear an unshakable weight on his shoulders. But on top of that, he also now held tremendous power, as the only thing I know of it is the name he mentioned to us very early on, the invincible system, Rumble. Noah's eyes exploded with immense light as he heard one of the things he wanted to know most about, the source of strength for this being what the primordial had handed down and exactly what it granted Aegon. Springforge saw the eyes of Noah that shone like lanterns as she continued, and invincible he was. He was able to set off into the ruination a day after as he traversed and rose to greater strength quickly, coming back and taking the rest of us from our home cosmos as we began to explore other cosmos. It was a grand adventure, as this time, Aegon was leading the way. Nothing could stop him, and he rose through the realms of power at such ridiculous speeds that we could only stare in disbelief. Das, he quickly comprehended. Cosmic treasures, he quickly found. All along this time, Stormdust gradually faded from his leading position as Aegon steered our destiny, the passage of time gradually showing rifts occurring between Havenbreaker and Stormdust as just a few 100,000 years since he became the champion. The pair that moved together became Aegon and Elara. The champion and Havenbreaker, WAA, Havenbreaker had actually left behind Tritus for a man with immensely more power, and whether this was out of genuine emotion or something else, who knew? Millions of years passed as we traversed the ruination seas and experienced a vast number of cosmos, Aegon continuing to rise in strength as he even began to hunt down primordial beasts, this being the time that his strength rose the fastest, as it was soon after that he began to establish the Primordial Empire, the bastion of reality. It was born from the blood and bones of defeated primordial beasts as they granted Aegon enough strength to collect all the cosmos he wished as he amassed a tremendous amount of power. It was during this time that he also gave us each 1/3 of the expanding empire to oversee, setting up rules along the way, as when the issue came with each of us individually wishing for more power, the writs of challenges were introduced. Me, Tritus, and Elara, we all sought the same level of power Aegon had as we gradually began to drift from each other while fighting over the influence of cosmos, seeing Aegon's strength almost within reach even if he held countless more universes within his origin. But then he blew all of us out of the water when a few 100,000 years ago, he achieved the Cosmic Realm, WAA, the Cosmic Realm, the other piece of the puzzle that Noah came here to find out about. His gaze was serene as he floated closer to the figures of Springforge and Halcyon while he spoke out. How exactly did he achieve the Cosmic Realm? How many splendiferous universes did he build? The question that lay at the core of the coming battles rang out sonorously. A verdant light shone from the eyes of Springforge as she replied, nothing too complex. As simple in numbers of galaxies for one to birth their first universe. Just forge 100 billion splendiferous universes within your origin, and the cosmic realm is within your reach. Rumble, a ridiculous number popped up as Noah inadvertently sighed, the sheer work and impossibility of achieving such a task through normal means being mere fantasy. Just 100 billion splendiferous universes, one must know. His rampage in the primordial sea along with the shocking cosmic Tao of loot had only granted him a few million splendiferous universes. And he was someone unique, as beings didn't normally have 1000% increased loot quantity and 100% increased loot rarity. His slight frustration was seen in the eyes of Springforge as she smiled and continued, the rest of us still only have a few million splendiferous universes after all these years, and we saw him leave all of us in the dust, as the secret to it all lies in whatever power he gained as a champion. Whatever that invincible system of his grants him, and whatever that primordial gave him, the eyes of Springforge were filled with wanting, as she was also an expert that wanted to reach such a stage. But when one looked at what was required to do so, the task was simply insurmountable, as it was a grand question to how two beings had achieved such a stage within this reality. So, this is the enemy you have. How exactly will you deal with him? With sharp eyes, Springforge posed a question that caused Noah's eyes to light up, as within them one could see immense confidence even with the arduous task before him. Chapter 1282, The Ordeal of Achieving the Cosmic Realm. 2. How exactly did Noah plan to deal with a monster that had the backing of a primordial and something as ridiculous as the invincible system? It was a question that Springforge posed, but it was one that Noah had asked himself in the past day many times. Of course, he had gotten many different answers, as he had even seen a pathway where in the future he lay atop the fractured body of Aegon, so he knew the possibilities were endless. There were futures where he lost, and futures where he became a slave of the primordial, and then there were other grand futures that Noah had only now begun to see as he amassed more information. He continued to utilize destiny negation after he obtained all the information he was getting from reader's foresight, and many more paths unfolded, as even though Noah's confidence only grew from it, he was also shown futures where he lost, as he knew to be careful, and when he collated all of this information and looked for a way forward with path to victory, Noah was shown many possibilities. All of the futures he saw were possibilities and not entrenched in certainty, but he was confident as he looked towards Halcyon and Springforge and replied calmly, "I'll need a few weeks or months at most, and I should be at the cosmic realm. After all, it is only 100 billion splendiferous universes." Springforge raised her eyebrows as she looked at him inquisitively, her voice echoing out sharply, a non-answer. "What exactly can you do? You do not have the invincible system that allowed Aegon to achieve the cosmic realm with ease. You have an edict, and he has multiple. There are so many ways I can mention where I just don't see how you can climb over such an insurmountable wall." Springforge didn't have the absolute belief that Halcyon had from the memories she saw of the future as she continued to question Noah for exactly what he had towards this woman. Noah's body, that was brimming with golden with the essence of Kismet this entire time, began to be tinged green. "Who said I only have a single edict?" Rumble. Springforge found herself pulling back in shock as she then pointed her hands towards Noah with her words stuck in her throat. That, the essence of amelioration, the edict that Springforge herself had designed to it, could shockingly be seen wrapping around Noah's body as he gave off an indubitable life force. The sight caused Springforge to not be able to talk as Halcyon looked towards the scene with her heart easing, finding that even amongst all the events occurring and the possibilities of the future, the being before her truly could find a way forward. "Even if I don't tell you the specifics of what I will do, believe me when I say I will do what is required." Noah spoke simply as he floated towards the shocked figure of Springforge while his body still brimmed with amelioration. "Now, Stormdust and Havenbreaker are Tritus and Elora. You are." Her eyes shone with dazzling light as the scene of him using her own edict out of nowhere entirely overwhelmed Springforge, her lips moving before she realized as she voiced out absent-mindedly, "Estella. Estella Holmes." Her absent-minded voice showed her shock as Noah's right hand lifted her chin to align her verdant eyes with his. "I look forward to working with you, Estella." The scene of one of the family heads that own 1/3 of the cosmos within the primordial empire having her head raised by a man played out before Halcyon. The golden-haired foremother looked at this scene with raised eyes as one could see an emotion akin to dissatisfaction as a stifling feeling settled in her heart. It was only after a second did Estella come to, her eyes flashing sharply with green light as she definitely looked into Noah's eyes while her body began to brim with power. "Let me know when you achieve the cosmic realm then. Until then, I looked forward to seeing how you handle Stormdust." The aura of amelioration vibrated on her body as she still couldn't accept seeing another person freely use it, the two of them staring at each other as neither side backed down. But of course, who could compete with droves of endless mana? Pure mana was interchanged to become the essence of amelioration as it released from Noah's body in waves, the architect of this very edict actually finding herself losing in terms of pure essence of amelioration as she continued to be filled with disbelief. Noah saw the pride of this being heard as she didn't want to back down, laughing as he stopped the waves of amelioration releasing from him and stepped back, turning his head towards the golden-haired woman who genuinely held a light of jealousy while staring at them. "Halcyon, tell me about all the things you've seen. The more detail the better." Noah controlled the pace of the whole talk as he made himself at home in this verdant realm, waving his hands as a huge portion of a torn wing of a primordial beast appeared, a fireball silently being cast with the essence of Kismet as it bloomed below the huge wing that spanned over a mile. "Meanwhile, I'll grill us some good food." The essence of pristine nomological edicts were used to cast unique skills, Noah activating 5-star chef. As he began to cook something wondrous, Springforge looked at such an abrupt change with an annoyed expression as she couldn't help but think exasperatedly. Who the hell thinks of grilling food right now? How can he use amelioration? She was exasperated, but little did she know the food being prepared by Noah's 5-star chef was enough to even cause those in the cosmic realm to shed tears due to how good it was. Of course, this was on top of the 100,000% boost to all parameters, realm progression, and many other temporary boosts for all who consume any foods Noah made under the effects of 5-star chef. As his primordial ruination clone collected information while dining with two powerful women, his main bodies were carrying out the even more important tasks as towards the question from Springforge of how he would exactly catch up towards Aegon. Noah was carrying out one such action right at this moment. It was an action made possible after he had fused multiple new cosmos that his clones reached in the past day into the infinite cosmos. It was something he could do with an overabundance of the light of conquest. Chapter 1283, An Unachievable Effect. Over the past day, Noah had his clones stretch out to locate more cosmos as after they were found and the conversation with the core consciousnesses overseeing these cosmos occurred. The dozens of universes of these cosmos were fused into Noah's infinite cosmos as he then spread his essence of fealty over them. Currently, over 23 new cosmos had undergone the process of fusion into the infinite cosmos, this shocking number increasing the population of Noah's cosmos countless times over as. With them falling under his banner, the light of conquest he gained spread out brilliantly across his millions of splendiferous universes. The newly added cosmos ranged in their own uniqueness as Noah found most of them to have hegemonies at the very peak of power. The ordeal of breaking into antiquity that was easy for some also being an insurmountable wall for others. He obtained only 3 cosmos that uniquely had a single antiquity that ruled the entirety of their cosmos, these existences being accomplished beings that had achieved such a task against all odds as there were no factions to divide their power, yet now, they all fell under Noah's banner no matter how grand their achievements were. The infinite cosmos now held over 1,000 genuine universes within it as the cosmic core was dramatically elevated in size and power, but no new changes had occurred with this as when Noah looked into this with the nomological edict of Kismet. He was given the number of 100. On the 100th fused cosmos, there lay a possibility for Noah to experience a chance in the features and capability of the infinite cosmos. At this moment though, these recent actions had granted him an overwhelming amount of light of conquest as he could finally enhance the latest cosmic Tao he had designed that boasted ridiculous capabilities. In the ruination realm, his universal body was engrossed in reading the golden book that was transcribing a hidden meeting between Stormdust and the cosmic primordial beast. One of his main human bodies was watching the soon-to-be-completed mixture of Daos and laws for another minor nomological edict as a grand primordial heart was being devoured of all of its essence. And then there was the third human body that was adorned in the verdant effects of the ameliorator. It was this body that was taking the job of the next task as he voiced out grandly, "Let the light of conquest flow into the cosmic Tao of Lut." A brilliant white light shone within Noah's origin as it drilled into the golden river that represented the cosmic Tao of Lut. This grand show of lights continuing for a few seconds before Noah's body released a wave of powerful white gold light. His stellar eyes being washed over by the mesmerizing essence of the ameliorator glanced at the status panel as he observed the new and improved authority of the assimilator of the cosmic Tao of Lut. Before this, he always had the 1000% increased loot quantity and 100% increased loot rarity, but after the enhancement with the light of conquest, authority of the assimilator of the cosmic Tao of Lut, empowered, an authority that only appears around those who have fully comprehended and assimilated the cosmic Tao of Lut. It has been empowered by the cosmic essence of conquest as its rank is further elevated. It grants 150,000% to all parameters, and the unique modifiers of 2,000% increased loot quantity and 200% increased loot rarity are also obtained. Adversely, the essence of this Tao and its effects can only be activated by the essence of 10,000 splendiferous universes per second. Due to the empowerment, all loot will now have their rarity ranked based on colors of white, blue, purple, and gold. A stellar description of Noah increasing the amount of loot he could get from a factor of 10 to 20 appeared right away as wondrously. If he killed a single lesser primordial beast, he would get 20 resplendent lesser primordial hearts. This also wasn't to mention whether the effect of 200% increased loot rarity would still give out loot with the affix of resplendent, or if he could finally elevate the rarity of the treasure from one rank and into the next. But he didn't have to wonder too much about this because he wasn't done. He had been shown with Path to Victory. And this was one of the methods that would allow him to do the impossible, the method to allow him to catch up to a champion that had simply been given too much. His eyes flashed with intense excitement for what was to come as he voiced out grandly, "Deconstruct and reconstruct the cosmic Tao of Loot, Rumble." Yes, the turning of the cosmic Tao of Loot into a runic Tao line that granted a 100-fold boost to the current boosts of the selected Tao. This definition of current boosts of the selected Tao was extremely important as it was different from the definition of the runic Tao line enhancers that elevated the base boosts given by a runic Tao line. The base boosts included things like 150,000% to all parameters, or 100,000% increased annihilation damage, but it didn't apply to extra effects like 50 random debuff effects to enemies that stemmed from the same annihilation. When the Tao of Annihilation was turned into a runic Tao line, all effects, whether base or extra effects, were multiplied by 100 times as Noah gained 10 million% to increased annihilation damage and 5,000 random debuff effects to enemies. But when he utilized resplendent runic Tao lines, only the base effect of 10 million% was enhanced, as the extra effect of 5,000 random debuffs was left unchanged. From the cosmic Tao of Loot, 150,000% to all parameters was the base effect that would be elevated by resplendent runic Tao line enhancers. But the extra modifiers of the enhanced 2,000% increased loot quantity and 200% increased loot rarity would not be affected. Resplendent runic Tao lines would not affect these ridiculous modifiers. But the initial step of turning the Tao into a Tao line held a certain 100-fold increase to all boosts of the Tao base boosts and even extra boosts. This was Noah's aim. A 100-fold increase to 2,000% increased loot quantity and 200% increased loot rarity, even if they couldn't be enhanced. With resplendent enhancers after that, so what? A 100-fold increase of 2,000% was 200,000%. Of 200% was 20,000%. Even Noah was breathless as he watched the deconstruction of the cosmic Tao of Loot. Knowing that even the possibility of such a thing was utterly balance-breaking, as nobody should even be capable of obtaining such a thing, and he was correct. He already knew what was coming as he had seen it, where for the first time ever he actually wouldn't succeed in branding a runic Tao line onto his body. He would actually fail in branding the runic Tao line of Loot, as the effects such a thing would provide were simply not possible, yet he still did it regardless as what awaited on the other side. Was something just as glorious. Chapter 1284, an unachievable effect. 2. For the first time ever, he wouldn't succeed in reconstructing and branding a Tao line onto himself. There was a singular reason for this, and it was the effects that such an action would achieve. They were just too far above what a cosmic Tao could grant. The 2,000% increased loot quantity and 200% increased loot rarity were reality-bending effects that changed the quantity and quality of items already set by reality to change, and it was an effect barely actualized, as the price was now the burning of 10,000 splendiferous universes per second. To try and go above such effects was an impossibility, as Noah was restricted at the level of a cosmic DAO. A mere cosmic Tao could not provide one with such drastic reality-bending effects like the ones Noah was currently looking for. Noah's eyes followed the reconstruction of the cosmic Tao of Loot as it turned into a glimmering multicolored line. This line shining gold as it went towards his back to etch themselves onto his body. But, bzzzt, a terrifying backlash erupted as for the first time, the runic Tao line was not able to latch onto his skin. It floated behind him and tried to latch onto other parts of his body, but none of these tries were successful, as a multicolored line now simply rotated around Noah with no direction, and as expected, error. The voice of the cosmic core that was in charge of showing Noah the simple quantification of his strength and abilities rang out in his mind as he saw the inscription of the cosmic Tao of Loot failing. An unachievable reality-bending effect is contained in the current transformation of a cosmic Tao into a runic Tao line. The level of Tao is too low to achieve such an effect, as it cannot be properly inscribed. The mechanical voice of the cosmic core rang out in his mind as Noah's eyes were filled with calm as he continued to listen. The only expected probability to achieve the intended reality-bending effect may lie in an edict above greater, or in the systems instilled by primordials. Yes. What Noah was trying to achieve with the effects of the inscription of this Tao were too grand that even a minor or greater nomological edict would not be enough to provide it. For this, he had to delve into edicts above that, or even systems that champions held. He had an inkling that Aegon or other champions like Eckhart had such balance-breaking and reality-bending effects similar to increased loot quantity and rarity, among even more capabilities that he knew nothing about. He didn't know too much about the path of Eckhart. But what could explain how Aegon had been able to forge 100 billion splendiferous universes while even his peers were still in the millions? His eyes flashed sharply as he voiced out, "Modify it to the highest possible extent that will be accepted." Even if he couldn't have the unique strengths and systems of champions, he had himself. His words were heard as the glimmering multicolored line began to vibrate, losing some of its luster white. Still trying to sink into his body over and over again, modifying and recalculating to what extent the reality-bending effects of increased loot quantity and increased loot rarity can be utilized. A beautiful show of light unfolded as the multicolored runic dowline pulsed with gold as its intensity changed over and over again, the blazing light had originally released reducing to a great extent before it finally sunk into Noah's body, reduction and modification successful. Proceeding with the dowline inscription. "Congratulations, Master, WAA." The runic dowline of loot seemed impatient as it dug into Noah's universal body, not even going to the open portions of his skin as it sank past his muscles and bones built from millions of universes themselves and went towards his heart, thump, on his thumping heart that released waves of universal light. This now fully golden light of loot wrapped around his heart as it branded itself in a unique fashion, occupying 1/3 of the surface of his heart as it now seemed covered with golden rings. A flash of golden light shone from his glorious heart as it even shot outwards to brighten up the crimson ruination realm, Noah's luminous eyes turning to his status panel right away as he saw what the maximum modified and reduced effects of what this cosmic runic dowline could produce. Runic dowline of loot, empowered, grants 15 million% to all parameters, and the modifiers of 50,000% increased loot quantity and 5,000% increased loot rarity. Adversely, the essence of this Tao and its effects can only be activated by the burning essence of 1 million splendiferous universes per second. Due to the empowerment, all loot will now have their rarity ranked based on colors of white, blue, purple, and gold. "Beautiful," Noah uttered with a pristine smile. It wasn't the 200,000% that should have come, but even 1/4 of this number was utterly ridiculous as Noah felt like he was touching upon a grain of sand of what champions enjoyed with their systems. 50,000%? Increased loot quantity and 5,000% increased loot rarity. Just from the loot quantity alone, a single lesser primordial beast would grant him 500 lesser primordial hearts. Then point 1 had to take into account the factor of 5,000% increased loot rarity. You better be capable of turning a lesser primordial heart into 500 grand ones at least, or there'll be a riot. Noah voiced out threateningly while looking at this glorious modifier of loot rarity. With it, he expected to obtain at least 500 grand primordial hearts from a mere lesser primordial beast, and as for what he would obtain when he killed a grand primordial beast, it was a bright future Noah could only look forward to. Chapter 1285, an unachievable effect. 3. At this time point, Noah had obtained 50,000% increased loot quantity and 5,000% increased loot rarity, with its cost being a ridiculous 1 million splendiferous universes every second. This was 1/3 of nearly all the splendiferous universes he currently had, but he could take down multiple primordial beasts within a second, as just a single dead one should be able to give him back 1 million splendiferous universes with the newly upgraded modifiers. And if he wished to further increase these ridiculous modifiers, then he had to turn to edicts and even the things he knew nothing about yet, the systems of champions given by primordials. All the pieces will fall together later. His voice echoes out across the ruination realm as he gazed towards the body overseeing the completion of another edict. The mixtures of laws and Taos that were converging and dispersing constantly still weren't fused enough to allow Noah to obtain a glimpse and utilize the cosmic Tao of fusion to bring them together. This edict that was leaning more towards the defensive side needed another few hours before it was completed. With the achievement of 50,000% increased loot quantity and 5,000% increased loot rarity, Noah had accomplished a major milestone as he already knew where he would go to test out the results of these ridiculous modifiers. There happened to be quite a few clusters of pandemonium hidden within the vicinity of the primordial empire. He smiled deeply as he wondered on the specifics of just what Hyperion was planning, this existence having the power to go head-to-head or even possibly kill Aegon as it instead targeted the terrifying veiled primordial above him. "I'll enjoy the primordial beasts you've hidden around until then." His thoughts were vibrant as his universal body turned his eyes towards the words on the golden pages called forth by Reader's Foresight that showed a meeting between Stormdust and Hyperion. In the calm primordial seas filled to the brim with primordial beasts, a single human floated before the titanous figure of the draconic elephant Hyperion as the majestic voice of this existence rumbled forth. "Do you truly understand the consequences of accepting my proposal?" The question contained a hint of amusement from Hyperion as his third eye was closed. His two vast eyes the size of universes locking onto Stormdust's figure that was staring into them fearlessly. I cannot beat the power of whatever Aegon was granted by the primordial, so I can only turn to you. I know that I might lose myself or not even truly be me. But what choice do I have? The voice of Stormdust was filled with utter calm, even though it seemed to be that of someone that had lost all hope. He knows it is me and the Dowlords within my house that are the tainted ones. He knows I have a connection with the primordial beasts, and yet he doesn't do anything to me. You can say it's due to our friendship. Or it is that he truly believes even with all this, it is still beneath his vast power as he can handle it whenever he wishes. That is how confident he is of his power. So I ask you. Do I even have a choice but to accept your proposal? Waves of primordial essence undulated from him as his crimson eyes glared at Hyperion, this cosmic beast releasing a devilish smile as he voiced out, I suppose not. The moment you planted my essence inside little Havenbreaker and gave me the heart of the champion, everything was sealed. But I am a fair being. If you are ready, in exchange for all of that, you will have power, the heart of the champion. This phrase wasn't literal, as it actually meant the one being that Aegon cared for the most. His closest friend had actually moved in the dark to tie her into the hands of a cosmic beast. Rumble. The primordial sea began to twist and churn as the third eye the size of a universe opened on the forehead of Hyperion, this eye actually vibrating as a crack formed in the center, and from it leaked pristine golden blood that pulsed with shocking power. Stormdust looked at this golden blood with a gaze of avarice as it shot towards him, as if it was the most prized possession in the whole world. It reached him instantly as it surrounded him like a vast golden sea. His body trembling as he allowed this golden blood to begin entering his body, a burst of colors shot forth as his origin screamed in joy, hundreds of thousands of splendiferous universes shockingly beginning to bloom within the body of Stormdust at this very moment, hundreds of thousands, not galaxies but the splendiferous universes that were so hard to forge as even after millions of years, Springforge, Havenbreaker, and even Stormdust had only achieved a few million splendiferous universes. But now, Stormdust alone was about to surpass his peers as he performed a ritual with shocking consequences. Hyperion looked at the scene with impassive eyes, gazing at Stormdust in a way that one would gaze at a mere ant or bug before his eyes. Drink my origin blood. The more of it you take, the more of you I can control, he voiced out calmly and loudly as Stormdust couldn't even catch his words currently, his origin gleefully taking in the primordial origin blood of a special existence that was undoubtedly one of the strongest within this reality, primordial origin blood. Noah repeated these words to himself as he turned his eyes towards his reserves of golden destiny and fortune that were increasing just a little bit faster since Hyperion came into the picture, many thoughts crossing his mind as he continued to read on. At the same time, his primordial ruination clone was in the verdant realm with two gorgeous and powerful women. His eyes intently looking at Halcyon, who was talking with a serious expression while keeping her eyes on the constantly spinning primordial beastwing that had begun to release a shocking aroma. There are many things I see that do not make sense, but the one scene that gives me nightmares is the shadow of a huge entity. This shadow appears behind Aegon constantly, but I can never glean anything from it apart from three huge eyes that seem to be gazing at everything with utter scorn. They could be the reason for the change that turns Aegon mad so mad that he turns to end everything. Noah listened to her words with sharp eyes as he instantly thought of Hyperion, wishing that the things this woman saw were more detailed and less cryptic than what they were. Her ability seemed similar to reader's foresight. But it could see much further ahead than it is. Noah knew this woman's destiny and fortune had to be larger than most. His eyes were contemplative as he spoke inquisitively. You said before you have even seen yourself utilize an edict as you have a glimpse of it now, right? Yes, Halcyon replied with a depreciating look. I was able to help Auntie Springforge finish hers, but I still cannot complete mine. I do not know what event will pass that will allow me to do so. She spoke calmly even though it was something she wanted the most, but she was patient since she knew it would come in time. Yet she found her eyes opening wide as after she finished her words, she watched Noah wave his hands and cause for the appearance of a pristine multicolored primordial heart that was unlike even the grand primordial heart she currently held. This. She and Springforge looked at this in surprise as Noah voiced out nonchalantly, this is a type of primordial heart that can allow you to comprehend any cosmic Tao that you come across the essence of. I will show you the essence of a cosmic Tao that will help you complete your edict with ease, and then we can see just how much more of the future you can discern. Noah spoke calmly as he gave out a single resplendent lesser primordial heart out of the hundreds he had remaining. Intent on completing another one of his goals here today, teaching Halcyon the cosmic Tao of fusion, as he then watched this woman complete an edict right before his eyes, whatever laws and dash she fused before him. He would watch and replicate himself for yet another edict: samsara, cessation, kismet, amelioration. All of these were just the first set of edicts he would have. There were many more to come, as when he faced the storm dust currently being powered up to even greater degrees by the cosmic primordial beast, he planned to thrash this being no matter the damn level he achieved. Chapter 1286, A Defensive Edict. Shock. That was the only thing in Halcyon's heart as she learned the wondrous cosmic Tao of fusion while utilizing the essence of a pristine primordial heart. Noah then nudging her on as she called forth the essences of laws and daos that made her a foremother, the rough combination of essence that put her on the stage of a glimpse of edicts, madness. Pure madness. Just what are you? Springforge was in disbelief as she looked towards Noah, who actually didn't pay her any heed, his eyes remaining on the curvaceous figure of Halcyon as he voiced out, "Go ahead. Fuse them." With these words, Halcyon collected the rough mixtures of essence around her while causing the cosmic Tao of fusion to erupt around her, her eyes seeing the formation of an edict she had thought would come much later. While Halcyon tried to complete her first edict, Noah went forward to complete his third after cessation and kismet, as the next one was a defensive-based edict. BZZT, essence of a myriad of laws and daos merged together chaotically, as after fully eating up another 20 resplendent grand primordial hearts, Noah had achieved a glimpse of edicts on yet another edict, as this one contained the daos of conquest, chronos, vastness, fortification, vitality, and the laws of life, earth, and water. It was an edict that would be in the upper tier of minor edicts and almost reaching greater edicts due to how many daos it held within it, and it was why it took so long to complete it, fused together. Noah bellowed out domineeringly as his essence of fusion roiled out madly. Wrapping around the cluster of Tao and law essences as his origin also began to burn 1,000 splendiferous universes. A wondrous assortment of colors came together to form a glorious purple-blue line that shot into and bound into Noah's origin tightly, the name of this edict appearing with his mind: Bulwark, the nomological edict of Bulwark. Nomological edict of Bulwark. A nomological edict is a form of undeniable truth and authority that is birthed from the combination of laws and daos. It cannot be circumvented or stopped by anything, with the only possibility of deniability lying with another edict. The nomological edict of Bulwark is born from the combination of the daos of conquest, chronos, vastness, fortification, vitality, and the laws of life, earth, and water. As the edict architect, Noah Osmond gains the authority of Bulwark that grants him unique rights. With the essence of Bulwark, the user can be protected to a great degree against many forms of damage, as they are granted a permanent 50% chance to block all forms of damage. The authority of Bulwark grants one the ability to cast true auras of defense that include Shield of the Bulwark, Aura Master, Warder, and Ephemeral Fortress. Along with this, any nomological edict grants its user a smoother pathway towards, granting them an increase in the speed of their realm progression by 100,000%, an increase of 1,000,000% to all parameters, and increases the chances of fusions of other laws and daos by 1% for the production of other nomological edicts. Current fusion of the laws and daos for the nomological edict of Bulwark, 1%, a beautiful defensive edict, and its abilities lay before Noah's eyes, his gaze going towards the 4 abilities he now gained access to as the architect of this edict. Shield of the Bulwark. When facing a tremendously strong attack, the user can call upon a primal shield that has even withstood the test of time to defend them. The Shield of the Bulwark grants 50,000,000% increased true defense, can block 50% of all incoming true damage, and has a thorn effect that returns 100,000,000% of all received damage. Aura Master, a collection of incandescent auras can be called upon to surround the user. The Aura of Vigor, Aura of Defense, Aura of Mana, Aura of Grace, Aura of Might, Aura of Serenity, Aura of Discipline, and Aura of Determination, as they gain 100,000,000% mana and health regeneration, 25,000,000% true defense, 25,000,000 area of effect to all abilities, 25,000,000% increased health value, and 1,000,000 condensed barriers of defense among other boosts. Warder. The user becomes a ward as he surrounds a maximum of 1,000 beings with an aura that absorbs all damage dealt to them towards him. All incoming damage is accumulated in the aura of the warder as it can be released with 25,000,000% increased true annihilatory damage towards one's enemies. Ephemeral Fortress. The ability to move is nullified as in exchange, one becomes a stationary fortress capable of blocking even the essence of greater edicts to a degree. While in the state of ephemeral fortress, 90% of incoming damage is reduced as the damage from any Dao essences is nullified by the user. Only top-tier minor edicts can harm the user under this state, as they can only be possibly killed by the essence of greater nomological edicts. Wondrous new skills that came with this edict appeared before his eyes as Shield of Bulwark and Ephemeral Fortress could be cast when a terrifying attack was thrown his way. Then there were the unique abilities of Warder and Aura Master. The first one was unique as it protected others apart from him and then reflected all damage back to the enemy, but the latter one, it reminded Noah of the skills he obtained back on the blue planet when he was just an upcoming hunter, granting him the capability to cast a protective barrier or aura at all times with his infinite mana, as even if he was asleep and enemies attacked him, they would find themselves despairing to find him stacked with multiple barriers and aura. Now, such a capability was brought back to him, and in even grander terms, as the auras he could call forth had vastly different capabilities, some of them increasing the rate of his mana and health regeneration, as others gave him hundreds of thousands of condensed barriers of defense. Aura Master, he called out slowly as his mana churned, becoming exchanged into the nomological Edict of Bulwark as a stupendous ability was activated. An array of colorful aura bubbles then bloomed gloriously around Noah's already incandescent universal body. Chapter 1287, Searching for Pandemonium. How could Aura Master be best described? To Noah, the moment he finished the cast of the skill, he observed one circular aura after another blooming from his origin as they layered themselves around him and overlapped gloriously: a blue aura of serenity, a red aura of determination, a green aura of defense, a gold aura of grace. A myriad of colorful auras surrounded him as he looked like an existence encased in glowing circles of light that released calm waves of their respective essence unto his body. Ha! He breathed in deeply as he felt like all of his cells were screaming in joy. The feeling of this skill and even the essence of amelioration being something that caused one's very cells to feel a sense of happiness. The many auras surrounding him undulated with waves of power as he could leave them in this flashy fashion, or he could choose to use his primordial eye and make the many auras invisible to others. He enjoyed the vast array of colors around him as he then tested Ephemeral Fortress and Shield of the Bulwark, nodding his head with appreciation as he looked at this completed minor nomological edict. After the design of this edict, Noah effectively covered himself offensively, defensively, and even had multiple support-type edicts. Now, he would finally spare some of his focus on an edict that didn't just strengthen him alone, but also strengthened those important to him. Will finally put the features of Blacksmith's Forge to use if all goes well. Noah smiled at the thought of the possible next edict, his two bodies already being surrounded by resplendent grand primordial hearts again as he went back to reading. At the same time, his clones moved as half of them overtook the important mission of locating the clusters of pandemonium hidden across the Ruination Sea, where clusters of primordial beasts could be seen. Noah would target these in the next following days before the glorious writ of challenge against Stormdust went down, as after this event, the forces of the Primordial Empire were going to get extremely busy as things became utterly chaotic, from Noah being teleported to a cluster of pandemonium before, during an assassination attempt, and even the one he observed Stormdust be teleported from to reach the Primordial Sea. He had come gain some exposure to these unique locations as he considered them dens of treasures. As for how to locate more of them, this was an easy thing to do, as since he knew there should be some around the trillions of light years around the Primordial Empire, he just had to silently traverse the vast Ruination Sea around this area while utilizing the primordial eye to look through the folds of space until he found what he was looking for. He could do this, or something even simpler, as since he designated and looked at what contained in clusters of pandemonium as loot, he could use a feature of the cosmic core that had sat in the dust for too long. Utilize Treasure Hunter, focus on the aspect of entities that can give out treasures more than anything else. Noah spoke out grandly towards the cosmic core as he called for the feature of Treasure Hunter to be used. Yes, Master. THRUM essence coagulated around 28 clones. Noah had deployed across the Ruination Sea, where above each of their heads a shimmering golden arrow only they could see appeared as this arrow began to shoot towards a certain unknown direction. The golden light of each of the clones' left eyes shone as they turned into pure ruination essence, turning into crimson blurs of light as they followed these golden arrows towards places that should have things considered treasures for the current Noah. He could find the clusters of pandemonium he sought for, or other things entirely. While his clones did this, his universal body appeared in the vast and now nearly endless infinite cosmos. He appeared first in the novice universe as he watched his people assimilating their new strength through battles with each other, his voice stretching out towards the cosmic core once more. Is the new universe ready? Yes, Master. A universe with its galaxies built to be the furnaces and engines for the blacksmith's forge has been completed. One of the many boons of Noah adding new cosmos into the infinite cosmos was the tremendous increase in vital essence that could bore new singularities and form new universes, with many more possibilities opening up as for the future to come. Noah made a request for an entire universe to be designed into the blacksmith's forge. An entire universe for him to build new weapons and armors at the level and power that others could only envy. These new items would also go hand in hand with the new edict that was in the works of being completed, an edict geared towards this field that should further elevate Noah's power along with his people. Let's see it. His body that shone with colorful incandescent bubbles of auras disappeared before he could disrupt the training of his people. Teleporting into a new universe that, if it could be described in one word, it would be scorching. The galaxies within this universe were crimson and they let out blazing heat. Noah appearing at the very center of this universe as he saw before his eyes a huge structure that was grander and larger than any galaxies. The structure had the glorious shape of a hammer as it spanned millions of light years in diameter. This being the center of this universe that was known as the blacksmith's forge, Noah himself didn't have to personally carry out the act of forging, as he could designate it to the cosmic core that would take his essence and utilize the materials he chose to form the weapons and armor. But Noah liked the feeling of starting out the new series of weapons after all this time himself, as he wanted to enjoy the unique process of using the forge. First, the enhancements now that it is performed by a cosmic core. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he looked under Cosmic Core Management and locked onto the feature of Blacksmith's Forge. A Blacksmith's Forge, a unique forge created for the purpose of smelting the most refined and powerful items. The rank of the item created will be reflected on what materials were provided. A singular item or an item set can be created as an immense output of energy is also required to use the forge. Currently craftable item ranks: Saint, Void Galaxy, Galactic Filament, Universe, Universal Filament, Quasi-Cosmic. Locked item ranks: Cosmic Treasures, Cosmic Filament Treasure. Well now. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he looked at the highest ranking item he could forge, becoming even more confident on what he was about to do. Chapter 1288, Searching for Pandemonium. 2. In the universe Noah had termed Blacksmith's Forge, countless galaxies with no life in them floated while releasing waves of immense heat, even being in the stages of hegemony, finding the environment of this universe stifling if they ever stepped foot in it. Noah floated into the vast forge of this universe itself, as this structure shaped like a hammer contained millions of stations designed with crimson gold colors. Showing a workbench that held pristine gold hammers, anvils, and glimmering furnaces that held within them condensed crimson galaxies, Noah could choose to pick up a hammer in any of these stations and heat up the materials before hammering them down to the shape he wanted, or he could simply allow the automatic process of forging the items as he gave the cosmic core the specifications of what he wanted. He continued past the countless stations as he came to the center of the forge, seeing a vast clearing a few 100,000 light-years in diameter is here. Materials that had been passively collected over the days by the cosmic core from the newly added cosmos could be seen here. Unique crystals condensed from cosmic core essences made up a vast majority of the materials, as they were collected from naturally born mines where the essence of cosmic Daos clustered. There were many more things that didn't interest Noah as he waved his hands to add onto this pile the special material he would be using, and also the material that he was currently seeking with his clones, THRUM. Space fluctuated as Noah took out the dismembered pieces of primordial beasts he held with him, this being a precious resource, as Noah actually erased the primordial beasts before with the deadly effects of cessation, but there were still many that weren't entirely wiped out as Noah took the chance to obtain their remaining bodies as in the near future. He would be using the skin and bones of primordial beasts to forge his items, and looking at the highest level of item he could make, it seemed like he would be very soon producing quasi-cosmic treasures. Not any quasi-cosmic treasures though, these ones will be born with the essence of an edict, yes. Noah had seen the quality of quasi-cosmic treasures, seeing them not enhance his power all that much, as they even held limited boosts if a Dao Lord used them. Most quasi-cosmic treasures held the essence of a particular Dao, similar to the cosmic treasures like Ruination, with the cosmic treasure having more grand effects, such as allowing one to have a primordial Ruination clone or a 1000 to 1 time ratio realm in the case of Ruination. Noah's quasi-cosmic treasures would be approaching the power of average cosmic treasures without their uniqueness alone if things went as he planned. As his thoughts ran rampant, they were evicted up by the consciousness of the cosmic treasure deeply connected to him, as the voice of Ruination stretched out into Noah's mind. Master, you'll have to make sure you don't leave me behind when you achieve the cosmic realm and even forge past it. You can upgrade me to a cosmic filament treasure and even a primordial relic if you raise the level of the cosmic core and enhance the blacksmith's forge some more. The practical and gradually more emotional cosmic treasure spoke out grandly as Noah laughed, sending waves of the essence of amelioration into this treasure as he reassured it not to worry. There were many things he was planning for in the future, as this would be among many. As for the forging of powerful quasi-cosmic treasures nearing the power of genuine cosmic treasures, this was something that the next edict he was designing would help with. He already knew the name of the new edict he was waiting for, and since it wasn't as intense as many others, it would be completed fairly soon. The nomological edict of the Forge Master. I look forward to it, Forge Master. Noah could already see this name as in the Ruination realm. The mixtures of laws and daos were nearly complete. Let's see what types of quasi-cosmic level items we can make first. He familiarized himself with the unique types of weapons and armors as a glimmering blue screen of many designs appeared before his eyes, base designs of weapons, and even blank blueprints that he could design the shapes of his own unique items. There were many things he could do as apart from the materials of primordial beasts he already had. He was about to obtain many more at this moment as 6 of his clones had managed to find something that seemed like an entrance into a cluster of pandemonium. His universal body lifted a hammer as his stellar eyes weren't even seeing the forge before him, the scenes of an edict nearing completion and his clones locating dens of primordial beasts reflecting within his eyes. Let's get things rolling. His eyes released beams of light as the river of destiny churned wildly, but it was being steered ever so slightly at this moment. Across the vast Ruination Sea, 6 clones were in the form of Ruination essence as they stared towards a menacing swirling mass of pandemonium hidden in the folds of space, the golden arrows of Treasure Hunter pointing in this direction as Noah was excited to start farming and test just how wondrous the effects of 50,000 increased loot quantity and 5,000 increased loot rarity would be. The other clones came across unique regions in the Ruination Sea that had unique environments where the essence of other cosmic daos converged. And 2 clones came across huge monoliths born from crystallized Ruination essence that Noah put away to see if they could be used as materials. So at this moment, Noah was staring at the entrances into 6 clusters of pandemonium as he prepared to attack them simultaneously. Enter, make sure nothing can escape, enjoy, a shower of loot. A step-by-step plan appeared before Noah's eyes as he activated Path to Victory. While looking at these 6 clusters of pandemonium, Chapter 1289, MIA. Cheater? Pandemonium, clusters of destroyed reality that spread out more and more from the edge of the observable reality as the primordial beasts devoured more cosmos. They contained a type of essence of utter destruction and death that only primordial beasts could withstand due to their nature. And clusters of pandemonium melded extremely well into the vast Ruination Sea as Hyperion had multiple primordial beasts stationed in clusters of pandemonium across multiple locations across the Ruination Sea. The reasons for this were something only this frightening creature entertained, and it would unfold gloriously in the future. At this current moment in time, roar. A grand primordial beast released a guttural roar as it asserted its authority in a vast cluster of pandemonium that contained another grand primordial beast and 13 lesser beasts. Their large mouths would occasionally open as they swallowed entire gulps of pandemonium, the largest grand primordial beast reigning supreme as it floated at the very center while returning to its state of cultivation, waves of multiple daos and laws undulating over its body as wondrously this beast was trying to form an edict. Or at least catch a glimpse of it. Yet even while lost in the feeling of the myriad of daos, this primordial beast still sensed fluctuations an instant later as its eyes the size of galaxies opened wide. It wasn't alone as all the other primordial beasts did the same, staring towards a point in the cluster of pandemonium where something other than a primordial beast had entered. There, a man clad in obsidian satin pants and a loose shirt that showed off the robust muscles on his body appeared, his voice only reaching their ears. At this moment, as the effects of the ability his voice had called out had already settled in by the time they heard it, Life Realm, THRUM, instantly. Every single primordial beast disappeared from the cluster of pandemonium. Amidst the roiling and repulsive black essence, a glimmering gold and crimson circle the size of a grain of sand appeared as within it. 13 lesser primordial beasts and 2 grand ones the size of galaxies were pulled into it silently. Such a scene occurred simultaneously in 6 clusters of pandemonium, each one having a varying number of primordial beasts as low as 15 to as high as 21. All of them, without fail, were now contained in a life realm that was activated by the essence of a nomological edict, unless one of these primordial beasts had comprehended an edict that could counter the one utilized to call forth the ability of life realm. They would remain within it until the being that cast it let them out or he perished. Noah saw what he had to do for the optimum outcome the moment that Path to Victory finished. and his 6 clones now looked at the figures of dozens of primordial beasts across 6 clusters of pandemonium that amounted to 102 beasts, within a cluster of pandemonium that had 13 lesser primordial beasts and 2 grand ones. These powerful existences had yet to even react as they stared inexplicably at the figure of Noah serenely floating at the center of the enclosed life realm, their origins feeling a unique pressure around them as the 2 grand primordial beasts looked at the edges of this realm to see a boundary made of a terrifying edict, the Edict of Cessation. Rower, these 2 wondrous existences were the first to react as their bodies glowed with resplendent light. Their figures of combinations of dragons and phoenixes opened their terrifying jaws as they released beams of ruination and the primordial Tao essences, WAA. They tore across the unique space towards the figure of Noah that actually didn't make any moves after he contained the primordial beasts in an unbreakable realm. He watched the terrifying blasts of light that could rip apart any Tao Lord with ease as he didn't carry out any actions, simply watching as they came and were about to strike his body when, bzzzt, a shocking force of repulsion pushed the beams of ruination and the primordial essence to his left and right. His figure remaining untouched as gloriously, the circular protective auras of multiple colors vibrantly became visible: blue, red, gold, violet, all sorts of colorful circles covered Noah as his figure was untouched even against the attacks of grand primordial beasts. Beautiful. His eyes blazed with a happy light as the essence of the Edict of Bulwark wrapped around him, gloating at the center of the realm serenely as he tested to see if any damage could pass through the multiple barriers and auras he had active. Come on, he motioned towards the primordial beasts while smiling brightly. I won't make a move in the next few seconds. Let loose and show me what you got, rumble. Domineering words erupted out against the primordial beasts as their eyes erupted into flames of utter anger, their bodies becoming encased in raging bouts of essence as they turned into streaks of light towards Noah, ephemeral fortress. He spoke lightly as his body gained another colorful layer that shone with a violet-green light. This represented him not being able to move in exchange for a reduction of 90% of all incoming damage as he was immune to all Tao and Law essences. If an existence did not have an edict, they could do nothing to him. If an existence did have an edict, they better hope it was a highly offensive one. Boom. 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 The primordial beasts clashed onto him with an array of skills as the grand ones even struck down using their physical bodies. But they found to their shock that they couldn't even move the existence encased in multiple colorful circles that showered him with gorgeous light. I see. Noah turned off, ephemeral fortress, as he could move again, a devilish smile appearing on his face as, my turn, thump, time seemed to slow, far from even the clusters of pandemonium. Noah's universal body looked at the slightly over 3 million splendiferous universes as in the next second, he called out lightly, burn, WAA. Command to burn splendiferous universes and activate the cosmic Tao of Lut as the cost per second was 1 million. A third of everything he had built would be used as the fuel to achieve the mind-bending reality of 50,000% increased loot quantity and 5,000 increased loot rarity. He would only burn these 1 million splendiferous universes as within the next second, he had to clear out all of the primordial beasts within all 6 clusters of pandemonium, with him being capable of being at speeds in a matter of milliseconds, mere 1,000ths of a second. This time would be more than enough for him. In each of the 6 clusters of pandemonium, the bodies of his clones instantly expanded to be as large as a galaxy. They gained the same size as the primordial beasts as in the next second. His clones turned into streaks of light that even the grand primordial beasts within the clusters of pandemonium could not keep up with. They didn't even see him move. He encased his body in the essence of cessation as in less than a millisecond. He shot in the direction of 6 different lesser primordial beasts in 6 different clusters as his figure that was a blur of light passed from the front of these powerful beasts and came out behind them. Time seemingly resumed, still moving in mere milliseconds. WAA. A shower of golden blood erupted out in each of the clusters as a lesser primordial beast could be seen with its 2 halves falling left and right, cleanly cut through in the middle by an edict it couldn't yet even imagine reaching. Golden blood littered the pristine circular auras covering a single devilishly smiling being as his eyes were not on the solemn and shock of the primordial beasts around him, but on the prompt shared by the eyes of all clones and more importantly, his universal body. 6 lesser primordial hearts obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of Lut are applied. 3,000 shards of a cosmic primordial heart obtained. Chapter 1290, Am I a cheater? 2. With Noah's immense origin and consciousness, just like how he could move rapidly within the timescale of 1,000th of a second, he could think and evaluate things even faster as he could have a day's worth of conversation with himself in less than a millisecond. This was what occurred next as his thoughts moved rapidly when he saw the prompt that told him of the loot he had gained from the deaths of just 6 lesser primordial beasts. It wasn't an elevation from lesser to grand, his percentage of 5,000% increased loot rarity being so ridiculous that a lesser primordial heart was elevated into a shard of a cosmic primordial heart. When placed along with the 50,000% increased loot quantity, a mere 6 lesser primordial beasts granted him 3,000 shards of a cosmic primordial heart. It was a reality-bending effect that Noah was limited from what its full potential would have been, and it caused him to further look forward to when he overcame all restrictions and elevated these modifiers to even greater levels. In the slowed time of less than a millisecond, Noah's universal body in the blacksmith's forge pulled out the so-called shard of a cosmic primordial heart as it illuminated all his surroundings with glorious light. He floated outside of the golden crimson hammer-shaped forge as within his hands, a small crystal that weighed heavier than an entire cosmos appeared. Not something countless light years in diameter, not a pulsing heart releasing a multicolored radiance. It was simply a round crystal that released a shocking amount of radiance as within it, one could see clusters of glorious shining universes, a crystal with the mass of a cosmos. Can one even imagine such a concept? Even Noah felt his strain as he held it, his edicts surging to reinforce him as he held this glimmering crystal in peace. This crystal was a shard of a cosmic primordial heart as even with its small size, Noah looked at it with excitement as it shone with a purple loot light from the effects of the Tao of loot that represented a treasure a rank lower than the highest that would shine with a gold loot light. Even something like this is only ranked with the purple loot light? Then the full cosmic primordial heart will be the only thing in this reality that deserves a golden loot light. Noah thought as such with brilliantly shining eyes as he then viewed the description of this wondrous treasure within his palm: shards of cosmic primordial hearts, pristine in stature and among the rarest of all things within a reality. The rank of a cosmic primordial heart is too high as within a reality, only a single one may be obtained from a fallen ender of reality. With a cosmic primordial heart, one can gain a glimpse of the essence of reality utilized by higher existences that allows what is considered impossible to be probable. A single shard of a cosmic primordial heart can grant one the essence to form 50,000 splendiferous universes, or forcefully increase the progression of an edict by 0.1%, or help in the formation of a single edict, or be utilized towards the formation of a genuine cosmic primordial heart. 10 million shards of cosmic primordial hearts are required for the formation of a genuine cosmic primordial heart. Current shards of a cosmic primordial heart, 3,000. The description was read a few times by Noah as he focused on its simplicity and grandness. A resplendent lesser primordial heart granted 1,800 splendiferous universes, as a resplendent grand primordial heart granted 4,800 splendiferous universes. Yet a single shard of a cosmic primordial heart granted 150,000 splendiferous universes. As to top it off, one could elevate the percentage of an edict, forge an edict, or the grandest feature, the shards to go towards the combination of a genuine cosmic primordial heart, a treasure that granted one the essence of reality. Noah knew of what this essence was, as when primordial beasts devoured cosmos they accumulated one such essence, as it was what allowed them to advance from lesser all the way to cosmic, an essence utilized by higher existences. When such a word rang out in Noah's mind, he couldn't help but think of primordials and all the things they were able to do to raise champions. Was this essence the secret behind their power? Behind the power granted to champions? Was it one needed to be capable of forging a system? Many questions, but there were no answers. What did have an answer though, was how ridiculous Noah's rate of forging splendiferous universes was about to be. The 3,000 shards of a cosmic primordial heart alone would grant him the gorgeous number of 150 million splendiferous universes. It was just a simple multiplication of how many universes each shard granted with how many shards there were. But it showed that within this single second where Noah burned 1 million splendiferous universes, 1/3 of all of his current universes, this single second that only had a few milliseconds of it pass. He had already gained 150 million splendiferous universes within this period of time. Mind you, this was just from the deaths of a single lesser primordial beast from each of the 6 clusters of pandemonium. Just 6 lesser primordial beasts equaled 150 million splendiferous universes. When he thought of the dozens of other lesser primordial beasts and even few grand primordial beasts still remaining within the clusters of pandemonium, the calculations showed that the number of splendiferous universes he would forge after all this would spill well over 1 billion. A percentage of what he needed to before he could achieve the cosmic realm with the requirement of 100 billion splendiferous universes. Faced with such a shocking reality, Noah couldn't help but spend the next millisecond reflecting. Yes, they were just shards of cosmic primordial hearts, but when everything was calculated, the number was sheer insanity. When Noah looked at this, he couldn't help but look at himself in a different light as he felt like he was finally walking the easy path of champions. Chapter 1291, Am I a Cheater? 3. A percentage or more of the requirements for the cosmic realm would be obtained with ease after a single venture Noah carried out. It was something unbelievable that was only made possible with the reality-bending effects of increased loot quantity and increased loot rarity, but it was enough to cause Noah to think of the rate of growth of Aegon and all sorts of champions he had yet to meet out there in the vast realities as he now reflected on himself. Am I, finally, one of the cheaters? Or have I been one this whole time? A philosophical question that very few would ever find themselves asking, but Noah still reflected on it for a single millisecond before he smiled devilishly. His clones turning into blurs of light in the next millisecond across all 6 clusters of pandemonium. A mere millisecond or two had passed since he obtained the shards of cosmic primordial hearts and viewed their details, and he now continued seamlessly where his clones left off. The scene of Noah turning into a streak of light and bisecting a lesser primordial beast was only captured by the eyes of the grand primordial beasts as their bodies lit up with utter rage and madness an instant later. The splendiferous universes within their origins beginning to burn as they sought all power possible to withstand against the enemy containing them in this enclosed space, yet Noah's clones released rays of incandescent light as he called out slowly. Universal terror of old Cthulhu, THRUM, a flash of light, a call of glory. Instantly, all 6 clones within the 6 clusters of pandemonium erupted into a monstrous form of another existence that stemmed from the elevated skill tree of Cthulhu at the universal filament level that was termed Universal Terror. One of the abilities within the Universal Terror skill tree was the transformation into an all-around enhanced form of Cthulhu, this one capable of being as large as a universe as. There was only one reason Noah cast it. He wanted to be sure to collect as many materials of bones and skins of these primordial beasts before him for the upcoming nomological edict of the Forge Master. For this, he couldn't entirely erase the beasts that would give him these materials as before anything else, he had to restrict their movement stat and then kill them cleanly. WAA, an innumerable number of tentacles erupted out the moment he cast Universal Terror of Old Cthulhu, his body expanding to cover the entirety of the enclosed realm that was a few million light-years in diameter as he covered all the beasts he had enclosed in all 6 clusters of pandemonium, at the center of each of them, the devilish form of a terror with gold-crimson eyes and countless tentacles that shone with the baleful colors of purple and blue went on to wrap and constrict around primordial beasts. Noah at this moment looked like a mass of purple and blue with terrifying gold-crimson eyes shooting out tentacles in all directions, the essence of nomological edicts ringing out glorious bells of power. These innumerable tentacles were born from the essence of Kismet and reinforced by the essence of cessation, but one could feel the potent essence of ether raging and coursing across the myriad of tentacles madly, roar. The golden blood within the bodies of the primordial beasts trembled. Briefly as everything became ensnared by the innumerable tentacles, the essence of nomological edicts within them being undeniable as the mere essence of cosmic Daos or mixtures of Daos and laws was not enough to allow the beasts to break out. After Noah covered all of them entirely and the primordial beasts grand and lesser were trying to get out, his ancient voice then rolled out even more deeply, tentacular terror, that, BZZZT, the freely movable, viscous, and wiggling mass of countless tentacles that were constricting everything in sight crystallized in but an instant shining with a glorious purple light of ether as they became harder than even the toughest crystals or metals, like immovable frozen chains, they clasped down. Everything they had wrapped out as all the primordial beasts found out that they could no longer move. Silence, utter silence without even an ounce of movement after the cast of 2 skills that were reinforced by the unbreakable essence of multiple nomological edicts. This was the effect of tentacular terror. Tentacular terror, 2020ths, the countless tentacles stemming from the body of the universal terror of old release a potent mana toxin that debilitates and nullifies the use of mana or any type of law or Tao essence on their bound target. The effect of resplendence has been achieved as on top of the mana toxin, the terror of old can release an origin toxin onto their enemies. All those successfully bound by mana and origin toxin face a reduction of 100% of their movement capacity, mana regulation and activation is nullified, and their origin becomes incapable of circulating until they are released by the terror of old, whether by death or subjugation. A wondrous skill that allowed anything that the tentacles of the universal terror of old wrapped around to be halted entirely. If one didn't have essence from a nomological edict, they could not escape it. the myriad of primordial beasts enclosed in a life realm within the 6 clusters of pandemonium turned entirely still at this moment as not a single thing but the gold-crimson eyes of the Cthulhu moved. The eyes of the primordial beasts always held regality and might at all times, but they were brought to utter halt. One could see a semblance of confusion within them as apart from this, a blooming light they had never felt before began to rise within their eyes. It was the light of fear. Fear as even beings as majestic as they were actually brought to a standstill as they couldn't even move. Defenseless against their enemy. The problem was that their enemy was simply too ridiculous of a being as he utilized skills that would otherwise be normal to a deadly extent. Noah felt the calmness as he contained dozens of primordial beasts within his innumerable tentacles that were as taut as metal bars at this moment, his gold-crimson eyes filled with utter calm as from the tentacles. The destructive essence of cessation was surrounded by the essence of kismet as it freely dug into the defenseless bodies of the primordial beasts, going towards their vibrant universal filament origins as Noah planned to destroy them all cleanly and silently while preserving every part of their bodies. Cthulhu's skill tree, Universal Filament, Universal Terror, a skill tree capable of calling out the bloodline of a long-forgotten terror capable of elevating its core essence of ether to even surpass what most Daos can achieve. Abilities include, Universal Terror of Old Cthulhu, 20/20, Bloodline of Ether, 20/20, Galaxy Caller, 20/20, Tentacular Terror, 20/20, Chapter 1292, Terrifying Effects, Silent and Simultaneous Deaths. This was what 96 primordial beasts would experience as Noah ruthlessly stopped their movements with mana and origin toxin released from the innumerable tentacles of the terror of ether, and he then sank in the essence of cessation wrapped around Kismet into the very origins of the primordial beasts. Rumble, the wrapped-up light of cessation was then let loose as instantaneously, the origins of all 96 primordial beasts were torn and erased into nothingness, no matter if it was the 8 grand primordial beasts or the remaining 88 lesser primordial beasts. Once the nomological edict of cessation decimated their origins, they all perished regardless, silently and simultaneously. Their brilliant eyes lost their luster as they turned dim, Noah releasing his innumerable locked tentacles around them as their bodies floated mesmerizingly in space without a single movement. It was an eerie and terrifying scene that was brought about by nothing else other than an oppressively large gap in power created by edicts and boosts of runic downlines. Then, 2 stellar prompts appeared before Noah's mind, 88 lesser primordial hearts obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of Loot are applied, 44,000 shards of a cosmic primordial heart obtained, 8 grand primordial hearts obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of Loot are applied, 4,000 resplendent shards of a cosmic primordial heart obtained, glorious. In the blacksmith's forge, Noah's universal body looked at these prompts with shining eyes as what they truly represented was quickly ascertained. His Orin stopped burning as only 1 million splendiferous universes were used up after a single second passed, and the results he got out of it were simply ridiculous. A total of 47,000 shards of a cosmic primordial heart were now within his hands when Noah accounted for all the lesser primordial beasts, and when this number alone was multiplied by the fact that a single shard can grant 50,000 splendiferous universes, it would grant 1,200,000,000 splendiferous universes, 2% of the way towards the cosmic realm. A payment of 1 million universes to activate the boosts of increased loot quantity and rarity actually gave back 2.2 billion splendiferous universes. Then, there was the loot from the grand primordial beasts that now had the suffix of resplendent on them. Noah called upon a single one of the resplendent shards of a cosmic primordial heart as a glimmering dense crystal suffused with scintillating lights appeared within his hands. Being nearly 4 times as large as the normal shards, these resplendent shards released an even more enticing light as tens of thousands of splendiferous universes swam freely within them, resplendent shards of a cosmic primordial hearts, pristine in stature and among the rarest of all things within a reality. The rank of a cosmic primordial heart is too high as within a reality, only a single one may be obtained from a fallen ender of reality. With a cosmic primordial heart, one can gain a glimpse to the essence of reality utilized by higher existences that allows what is considered impossible to be probable. A single resplendent shard of a cosmic primordial heart can grant one the essence to form 200,000 splendiferous universes, or forcefully increase the progression of an edict by 0.4%, or help in the formation of a single edict, or be utilized towards the formation of a genuine cosmic primordial heart. 2,500,000 shards of cosmic primordial hearts are required for the formation of a genuine cosmic primordial heart. Current resplendent shards of a cosmic primordial heart, 4,000. The loot from the grand primordial levels had its boost elevated by a factor of 4, where they increased the number of splendiferous universes by 200,000. As the even more unique number was how many were required to fuse into a genuine cosmic primordial heart. Noah needed 10 million of the normal shards to produce a genuine cosmic primordial heart. But he only needed 2.5 million of the resplendent shards from grand primordial beasts to achieve this. It was a reality that made Noah extremely expectant for the future, as he wanted to get his hands on every single primordial beast he could. Speaking of, his eyes turned towards the direction of the 6 clusters of pandemonium, and he saw his clones wave their hands, wrapping a spatial light around the pristinely preserved corpses of all of these beasts as they were placed in his expansive space. The clones then recalled the life realm they had cast to recede as they returned to the repulsive environment of pandemonium, yet now it was silent with utterly nothing to be seen within it. With their job done, these clones disappeared soon after, as whatever consequences this event would have, they would not be the ones to pay for it. In the blacksmith's forge universe, across the vast space many light years wide in diameter within the forge itself where materials were placed, Noah waved his hands to call out the corpses of 102 primordial beasts. Boom! Boom! Their enormous bodies took up nearly the entire space as they still glimmered with gold and white light. Noah looking at these bodies that were mere materials with a smile as he sat down in a meditative position and took out a shard of a cosmic primordial heart. His origin began to churn as this small crystal that weighed more than an entire cosmos began to release its shocking essence contained within. Hundreds of splendiferous universes beginning to bloom in his origin as Noah continued forward, as if he had done nothing worthy of note, as if he didn't just hunt over 100 primordial beasts within less than a second, as he now planned to use their bodies as materials to forge items. He serenely began to absorb a shard of a cosmic primordial heart as while splendiferous universes bloomed within him. He spoke calmly, and just like that, the Tao of the Forge Master also gets completed at the same time. His eyes shone with the essence of Kismet as they saw the scene of his 2 other main bodies in the ruination realm that had finished another grand primordial heart, a rough collection of Taos and laws around them coming together as a glimpse of edict was obtained. Chapter 1293, Forge Master. Yet another glimpse of edict came to Noah, his cosmic Tao of fusion wrapping around it and making sure it forms into an edict as the mere price of 1,000 splendiferous universes was paid. The collection of Taos wrapping around it were fusion, conquest, sword, 9 flames, fortification, archetype, vastness, and the laws of fire, light, earth, space. Along with all of this, what completed it all was a grand Tao that Noah had obtained from an existence that had birthed it within his infinite cosmos, back when Noah was fighting against Kronos and preventing the universal amalgamation that would have called down the great usurper that he now knew as Eckhart. He had come across an enormously built dwarf that was over 500 meters tall, this existence being on the side of Oathkeeper in great old Nazagath, who stemmed from the universe of metal and was known as the hegemony of smithing. Now, this being still retained the rank of hegemony as he did not show remorse in the past for what occurred to the race of Universal Emperor Slimes and their inadvertent role in it, and Noah's clones located him in the past days as he sent his clones across the infinite cosmos and the many additions of universes made into it to track down all the architects of lesser and grand Taos. This was another form of treasure collection for Noah, as he would be exposed to the essence of the Taos of these beings and bring it to full assimilation soon after, as the number of Taos he held on him exploded upwards. And Noah selected the grand Tao of smithing that the hegemony of smithing had made to be the base Tao for the currently fusing nomological edict. Fuse, his universal body bellowed out grandly in the blacksmith's forge as while he devoured a shard of a cosmic primordial heart. Stellar beams of light shot out from his eyes as the collection of Taos and laws that was being worked on in the ruination realm trembled before allowing the cosmic Tao of fusion to seamlessly put everything together. Thereafter, a crimson line of a nomological edict formed as it sank into the origin on Noah's nearest body and appeared in the strongest origin that was within the universal body, binding onto Noah's soul with haste as his body shone with a molten light. It was a light signifying the completion of yet another edict, as this one would go towards the forging of stupendous weapons and armors. The nomological edict of the Forge Master. Nomological edict of the Forge Master. A nomological edict is a form of undeniable truth and authority that is birthed from the combination of laws and Taos. It cannot be circumvented or stopped by anything, with the only possibility of deniability lying with another edict. The nomological edict of the Forge Master is born from the combination of the Taos of smithing, fusion, conquest, sword, 9 flames, fortification, archetype, vastness, and the laws of fire, light, earth, space. As the edict architect, Noah Osmond gains the authority of the Forge Master that grants him unique rights. The authority of the Forge Master grants one the ability to forge items capable of being inscribed with the essence of nomological edicts. When wielded by the Forge Master, such items express 100% of the power of the inscribed nomological edict. When the items of the Forge Master are wielded by other existences who do not hold the authority of the Forge Master, they express 1% of the power of the inscribed nomological edict. The Forge Master is granted immunity to fire damage and 100 million% resistance to all fire-based edicts, along with the abilities of Forge Master's Flames, Item Master, Edict Inscription, and Hammer of Cosmic Glory. Along with this, any nomological edict grants its user a smoother pathway towards, granting them an increase in the speed of their realm progression by 100,000%, an increase of 1,000,000% to all parameters, and increases the chances of fusions of other laws in DAOs by 1% for the production of other nomological edicts. Current fusion of the laws in DAOs for the nomological edict of the Forge Master, 1%, the description of a stellar edict to forge items and the fantastical skills it included appeared before Noah's eyes as with haste. He also looked into the definitions of these abilities. Forge Master's Flames. The flames of the Forge Master can mold any materials into a specifically designed item. All items made from the Forge Master's flames gain the mark of the Forge Master, as they will always stand at the peak of power at their rank, and there is even a low chance of a treasure a rank higher than the Forge Master to be born during the process of forging. The effects of enhanced mana conduction, enhanced damage output, enhanced resistance and defense, and size modifier are applied to all forged items. Edict Inscription. The essence of minor and greater nomological edicts are capable of being inscribed into items, as with a simple surge of mana activation, this essence can be called upon. Existences apart from the Forge Master can only call upon 1% of the inscribed nomological edict within any items. Item Master. As the Forge Master, all items wielded by you will be able to express a quintuple of their power, as wielded weapons will also gain an auto-attack feature as they move to attack enemies on their own. Holding on to any weapon will be akin to having held it for millions of years, as you are capable of wielding all items to their utmost power. Hammer of Cosmic Glory. The Forge Master can call upon all of his nomological edicts to forge an illusory hammer of cosmic glory that sunders upon their enemies to deal 100 million% true annihilatory damage and instill the stun effect that stops their movements for 5 seconds. For unique skills too for forging and inscribed nomological edicts into items. 1. Making Noah the most proficient when holding onto any items, and the last one was stupendous offensive skill, as it actually called down a hammer of cosmic glory that could even stun those that Noah struck. It was an edict that came with many surprises, and Noah's eyes shone as he remained seated in the center of the forge while absorbing a shard of a cosmic primordial heart, his voice echoing out slowly, Forge Master's Flames. Rumble. His mana churned wildly as golden flames erupted. From him the essence of the nomological edict of the Forge Master potent, as Noah commanded these flames to rush out from him and fill all of the countless furnaces within the forge. Now, let's make some quasi-cosmic treasures. A set of them, in fact. Noah watched the ever-spreading flames of the Forge Master as he motioned for an enormous body of a primordial beast to move forward and be utilized as material, intent of producing an item set of quasi-cosmic treasures born from the corpses of primordial beasts. Chapter 1294. Forge Master. 2. The blacksmith's forge came to life as the Forge Master's flames spread out to every nook and cranny, the bodies of the over 100 primordial beasts being lifted up and floating towards different forges to be processed. Noah rose from his meditative position as he put away a glimmering shard of a cosmic primordial heart, checking to see the leftover number of 93,998 still remaining, as this was the doubled number of the original shards he received from the loot after it had undergone duplication through Noah's cosmic treasure. Noah set this process to occur automatically now from all incoming loot that could be duplicated by ruination, where even the resplendent shards of a cosmic treasure had the pristine number of 8,000 currently floating within Noah's expansive space. He was even looking forward to the quasi-cosmic treasures he would forge, as he expected even these items to be duplicable. And he now rose to forge the first one himself as he grabbed onto one of the glimmering golden hammers near a forge. Behind him, a glistening body of a primordial beast was floating calmly, as with the Forge Master's flames activated, Noah looked into the bright blue screen before his eyes that already had the blueprint of a weapon. He made a uniquely designed broadsword with its own special features that he would forge first. As for the process of forging itself, it was something fantastical, as of course it wasn't like the complex art of forging and heating metals like the blacksmiths in Noah's homeworld. Noah showed the simplicity of his forging at this moment as his universal body took off his shirt, showing the mystical sight of built muscles all over his upper body as his skin alone showed the light of countless universes. And he swung down the golden hammer he held while in such a state as something unique happened when he did. When his arms bulged as the stellar state of his universal body mesmerizingly showed itself and the hammer came down, a small portion of the galaxy-sized body of the primordial beast behind Noah began to disappear into particles as these particles came to materialize at the position Noah's hammer swung down. Clang! The first strike landed as the particles of the broken down portion of the primordial beast formed into hazy lines, and Noah swung again for a second and third time as every time he did so, the body of the primordial beast would have a small portion of it dematerialized and then rematerialized at the positions Noah struck down on. Clang! Clang! The resounding sound continued to ring out as the outline of a resplendent sword began to form, its hilt beginning to release a golden light as the sword itself shone utter white. The Forgemaster's flames shone in gold as they surged into the weapon, etching incandescent gold lines that gave birth to a mesmerizing sight. Noah looked like a primal ancient smith swinging down his golden hammer as every time it hit, the broken down material of the primordial beast behind him formed the sword until after a minute passed, rumble, a beacon of purple light shot to the expansive ceiling of the forge that was many light years away as it signified the completion of the forging of a weapon. Noah rose with a golden hammer in hand as he looked towards a fantastically floating sword that was releasing a white gold light. This sword being the same height as him is due to the abilities of the Forge Master. It was a weapon with the effective size modifier as it could grow to be as large as the wielder wished it for as long as sufficient mana was provided. With a glimmering golden hilt inscribed with runic symbols and a white blade that released undulating waves of pristine light that would have even put a mythical sword like Excalibur to shame, Noah glanced at the details of the sword. He had envisioned a sword that released a hazy white light that made it seem real and unreal at the same time, quasi-cosmic, ephemeral mirage of the primordial king, a top-tier quasi-cosmic treasure born from the very essence of a primordial beast. It grants the wearer 1,000,000% increased primordial damage, 1,000,000% increased health and mana regeneration, and 1,000,000% increased movement and attack speed. The abilities: Sword of the Primordial King, Sword Aura, Severing Mandate, and Fastest Sword in the West, can be used while equipped. Enemies struck with the ephemeral mirage of the Primordial King will experience the effect of hemorrhagic mana disruption and 1,000 illusory dreams, with only those capable of protecting themselves with a mixture of Daos being capable of resisting these effects. The ephemeral mirage is part of the Primordial King item set, Noah nodded his head while looking at the white and gold quasi-cosmic treasure, focusing his eyes on the portion that spoke about the Primordial King set. Noah only had the blueprints of the possible item types he could utilize, but he didn't know what set items would be born from it or how wondrous their effects would be. And the effects of multiple quasi-cosmic treasure coming together to form a set, Primordial King set, an item set made from the materials of primordial beasts. Contains a sword, breastplate, briefs, armguards, boots, and a helm. Varying levels of boosts are given when the set items are worn simultaneously. 2 set items reduces the cooldown and mana cost for all abilities by half, as well as quintupling their effects. For set items grants the wearer a primordial aura that reflects 60% of all incoming damage back to the caster, and grants 10,000,000% to all parameters. 6 set items grants 100,000,000% to all parameters, 10 skill points to all skills, the capability to transform into a primordial centurion. And a passive primordial storm is initiated by the resonance of all 6 set pieces as it ravages nearby enemies with 10,000,000% primordial damage every second while reinforcing the strength of allies. The effects were fantastical, to say the least. Chapter 1295, Decked in Quasi-Cosmic Treasures. The effects of all 6 items from the set of Primordial King were stupendous as they would turn any Dowlords into existence as far stronger than the forefathers that could be found in the Primordial Empire, but this was just a quasi-cosmic treasure that had been forged by the Forgemaster's flames, and it had yet to be inscribed by a nomological edict inscription. Rumble, Noah called out within shining eyes as the sight before him changed. The rivers of edicts within his origin surging as from them, he picked out cessation to rush into the ephemeral mirage of the Primordial King. The white and gold broadsword rose up gloriously as it began to be etched with crimson lines of cessation, this wondrous sword gaining a red hue as it began to release an even deadlier aura. A whole minute passed as it was bathed in the essence of cessation and etched beautifully, Noah watching as it released a burst of crimson light and floated grandly. His eyes shone with pride as he reached out and called the sword into his hands. feeling waves of power course through him as he viewed its details once more. Quasi-cosmic, ephemeral mirage of the primordial king, inscription of cessation, a top-tier quasi-cosmic treasure born from the very essence of a primordial beast. And it has now been made even more powerful from the inscription of the nomological edict of cessation. It grants the wearer 50 million% increased cessation damage, 10 million% true annihilatory damage, 1 million% increased primordial damage, and every attack will release a small burst of cessation. Apart from the one holding the authority of the Forge Master, all others that equip this weapon will only be able to utilize 1% of the boosts that came from the inscription of cessation. Noah had done it. He had actually forged an item that when given to anyone, they could release an essence of a nomological edict even if it was a mere 1% of it. With such a weapon in hand, could anyone ever call his people weakling again? Could they ever be berated as mere fodders that purely relied on Noah? Well, maybe, but it would be very hard to do so after the birth of quasi-cosmic treasures like this that they could wear, and this was just a single quasi-cosmic treasure that Noah had inscribed. For the breastplate, briefs, boots, all of the items required for the set of the primordial king, Noah could choose any other nomological edicts to be inscribed within these items as well. Amelioration in one item, Kismet in another. He could deck an entire set of primordial king items with a myriad of edicts, as the one who wore them would easily be able to butcher forefathers as they could even withstand primordial beasts thereafter. This was the glory Noah was bringing to his people, as he wouldn't hog every ounce of power to himself. A glory of overpowered existences that would be unrivaled purely from the items they wore. Good. Start mass production. Noah's clearly defined stellar muscles shone in the light as he called out with shining eyes, "Yes, Master, Truum." In response, the bodies of the primordial beasts that were larger than most galaxies were equally distributed to multiple forges, golden hammers rising in the air by themselves as they were controlled by the cosmic core. Through their connection, the core called upon Noah's essence as the Forge Master's flames ran rampant, the entire forge that was many light years long, lighting up as the bodies of enormous beasts began to reduce at rapid speeds while brand new quasi-cosmic treasures began to form. All of the items required to put together the primordial king set began to be forged as Noah watched the process of mass production with a light of interest. Clang! 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 Golden hammers struck down rhythmically as primordial beasts were dematerialized and rematerialized into items, Noah watching as multiple breastplates formed along with boots, helms, briefs, and even more of the ephemeral mirage swords. Beams of purple loot light shot into the skies as dozens of quasi-cosmic treasures were produced at the same time, the scorching Forge Master's flames raging wildly across the blacksmith's forge as they would continue to produce more of such treasures, until all the bodies of primordial beasts were gone. Noah watched on with shining eyes as he waved his hands to call forth 5 of the newly forged quasi-cosmic treasures that would complete the set of Primordial King: a breastplate releasing an unbreakable golden light, a gold-white helm radiating intense splendor. All the components to adorn a being in a stellar armor and sword appeared before Noah as he looked at the other quasi-cosmic treasures. Quasi-cosmic, ephemeral breastplate of the Primordial King, a top-tier quasi-cosmic treasure, born from the very essence of a primordial beast. Quasi-cosmic, ephemeral briefs of the Primordial King, ephemeral boots of the Primordial King, ephemeral armguards of the Primordial King, ephemeral helm of the Primordial King. 5 stellar new pieces of armor that shone white and gold floated before Noah's eyes as he read through their details, finding their stats to be similar to the ephemeral mirage of the Primordial King, as they simply leaned more towards the defensive side, and all of them had their own set of skills one could use: samsara and bulwark into the breastplate and briefs, amelioration into the armguards, kismet into the helm, and forge master into the boots. Rumble! Noah gave the command as the essence of the edict of the Forge Master erupted out, multiple Tao essences being inscribed into the newly forged items as within a minute, they released scintillating lights of multiple colors. The pristine aura of edicts stepping from them was terrifying as Noah couldn't take his eyes off of them. Can you duplicate items like this too? Noah spoke with a light smile towards his cosmic treasure as it replied to him quickly, "Yes, Master. The only thing I might not be able to replicate might be a genuine cosmic primordial heart or other unique treasures. But even treasures such as that can be duplicated as long as my rank is elevated to the cosmic filament level." Ruination spoke out confidently as it sucked in the 6 pieces of quasi-cosmic treasures before Noah's eyes, a crimson light shining from Noah's chest before 12 pieces from the set of Primordial King were spat out. Ha! He couldn't help but laugh as he beckoned onto the quasi-cosmic treasures. the ephemeral mirage sword landing in hindhand as the other 5 pieces of the set also fell onto his universal body seamlessly. Rumble, a fantastical array of colors suffused out as Noah became adorned in the primordial king set, the pieces of armor all fitting perfectly as he looked like an ancient paladin ready to lay down judgment. He felt his own power increase by an extent as he knew that when his people got the 6 item set of Primordial King, their power elevation would be something utterly ridiculous. Continue the mass production, we shall inscribe edicts into them and duplicate them before we proceed to forge an unstoppable army. Then, we have one more thing to complete before we can finally start the Nexus event with Stormdust and bring about a playing field of utter chaos and opportunity. WAA, while armored with 6 pieces of quasi-cosmic treasures, Noah voiced out grandly as his stellar eyes could already see many steps forward, his preparations nearly done to face a family head on a writ of challenge that had 1,000 cosmos on the line. Sketch of Halcyon. Chapter 1296, For he is Hyperion. As Noah forged an array of quasi-cosmic treasures, others were also moving on the river of destiny to achieve their own ideals, in the depths of the primordial sea that currently had an expansive barrier wrapping around it throughout, a barrier made by none other than Hyperion to keep a certain cheater out. This draconic elephant primordial beast was looking at the body of Stormdust as his thoughts moved vibrantly. In the chest of Stormdust, over 500 million splendiferous universes could be seen as Hyperion shot out rays of light from his unparalleled primordial eye to hide them even from the eyes of Aegon. Rise, WAA, his thought imposed itself onto the blank figure of Stormdust as this being body rose up in the sea and came to float in front of his vast eyes. He seemed like a speck in the middle of nothingness as Hyperion continued. Lie back, curl up, sleep, wake, every action, he thought. The figure of Stormdust repeated it as after the last one, his hazy eyes opened and looked around as he placed his hand on his chest and voiced out excitedly, Is it over? This is 500 million splendiferous universes? Ha! His shouts were vibrant as he had no recollection of what had just occurred, primordial beasts turning over in his direction and looking at him in disdain before they continued swimming calmly. Yes, 500 million splendiferous universes is just the first step after you chose to proceed forward. Even achieving the cosmic realm will come in due time thereafter. Hyperion replied impassively as a hint of contempt could also be seen in his eyes. Ha! Ha ha! But Stormdust seemed to be lost in his own fantasy as his crimson hair shone with power, only coming to a minute later as his face turned vibrant. Very well. I will go and prepare my forces for the writ of challenge to come. This will be one for the history books. WAA, his figure was wrapped in a spatial light as he began to teleport away. The gaze of 3 profound eyes silently watched him leave along with the auras of many primordial beasts. Humans are so interesting. This thought crossed Hyperion's mind once again as he watched Stormdust disappear. They were always the weakest of all normal existences when born. And yet they more often than not rose to be the peak experts in any cosmos. Very few times did one ever find an entire cosmos ruled by beings as majestic as of the dragon race or dwarf race or even the fairies. What makes them so unique? Why is their destiny so much more vibrant than everyone else? The third eye on his head swirled with a shocking amount of power and thoughts as Hyperion thought back to his own life, struggling in the ranks of primordial beasts until he rose to the top, but even then, he felt like he didn't get what he wanted. A stifling feeling he couldn't explain as he found himself studying the existences he had been devouring along with their cosmos more and more. Reducing his rate of devouring cosmos as this was what had saved this reality when he became a cosmic primordial beast all those years ago, he came on the conundrum of humans as he saw their weakness, spitefulness, and their abundant greed and selfishness above everything else, selfish enough that they would not care for a whole reality with countless existences and whether they are destroyed for as long as they get what they wanted. His eyes flashed with contempt when he thought of Stormdust. Hyperion considered this human worse than even excrement produced within the primordial empire daily. You'll be the first piece I kill myself when you're no longer needed. A repulsive existence that turned his back on his own reality for the sake of revenge and selfishness. These were the humans he studied so much, and found himself drawn to watch as he would spend cycles observing their rise and falls within certain cosmos. He found it baffling how they could be sad one day, and yet experience profound happiness in the next. Their emotions seemed all over the place as he had once considered them mentally challenged before understanding it was just their trait. In one cycle, he had watched a farmer in a certain universe as he grew up from a boy and faced the vicissitudes of life, eventually forging a path to be a ruler within his world and even eventually his galaxy. He watched this farmer surround himself with a family and bring forth progeny that even on the day he died, They surrounded him with utmost love and affection, as even Hyperion couldn't explain it. Love? Affection? He had tried to understand these emotions more often than not as he looked at the primordial beasts around him, but they were all the same, mere creatures with the drive to devour and consume, mindless existences. This was what Hyperion thought of all of these powerful primordial beasts around him. He felt alone even when surrounded by a sea of them, as even as simple conversation was nearly impossible. He felt alone even in a resplendent field that birthed and sustained cosmos themselves. He was looking for something. He didn't know what this something was, but it was what drew him to the force outside of this reality that wanted more than to just destroy. He thought they were like him, but whenever they talked, even they still seemed to have one ultimate goal: the collapse of all branching realities as they returned everything to the main reality. But Hyperion did not want to experience the nirvana of death. He was still searching for something that he didn't even know, and until he found it, he would not perish. Rumble. This would not be in the hands of champions, primordials, or even primordial beasts from this reality or other ones. He would strive, he would live, he would understand, for he was Hyperion. Chapter 1297, A Trip to See the Usurper. An ender of reality that was without purpose. Existences at the level of cosmic beasts that rose very rarely in realities were extremely dangerous. And ones that questioned their purpose were terrifying calamities that would leave a blood trail that spans across realities. Such an existence watched and influenced unfolding events within its reality as after watching a piece that was under control, the three eyes of this being stretched out to look at the vast number of rivers leading out from the primordial sea and into the expanse of ruination. Rivers that led to cosmos as they nourished them. Hyperion spoke with an imposing voice as he viewed these stellar rivers, but cosmos are disappearing, and my station beasts are being killed even faster in the clusters of pandemonium. Is it that Gaia primordial essence formed into an image of Aegon that slowly began to shift and distort? Trying to conjure up the image of the true face behind this facade, as so far it was unsuccessful. Hyperion thought of the existence that had intruded into the primordial sea and even had abilities capable of affecting reality. Now what goals could a creature like you have? The three eyes of Hyperion were contemplative as they tried to discern the identity and drive of none other than Noah Osmont. Springforge finally found herself feeling truly calm and happy for the first time in many years as she watched the pride and happiness in Halcyon's face after she completed her edict. This girl had been so happy that she threw herself unconsciously to hug the laid-back figure of the being that had helped her finish her edict so easily. Halcyon only coming to herself a second later as she left his body with her fair face tinged slightly red. Why feel this calm? What is this sense of relief? Is it him? She saw the reason why she felt like a rock had been lifted off her shoulders was this being before her who seemed to shock others every passing moment, and she realized that she had actually gone to believe his words that we would stop Aegon after she watched him move in the past day, copying her edict, having Halcyon complete her own edict. Powerful actions that would make one conceited, but this being seemed to only have the light of confidence in his eyes as if it was simply normal what he was doing. Halcyon's words are to be believed? Can he really? Springforge's thoughts were hazy as she found herself accepting such a possibility in shock. She couldn't help but look at the regality unconsciously leaking out of Noah as she shook her head. No wonder Halcyon seems like a little girl that barely knows what to do with her hands around him. She has been having visions of him since she was young, and now he's right before her eyes. I've only barely met him and my eyes can't seem to look away. Just ridiculous. He isn't unconsciously releasing pheromones or a skill that draws others to him, right? She wrinkled her nose as she smelled the air with her edict, shaking her head as she turned her gaze towards the glistening and expansive wing of a primordial beast not too far away from them. The smell alone caused her to be intoxicated, as even though Halcyon was celebrating her edict, Springforge found herself salivating and looking towards the direction of this shockingly aromatic meal. Then, let's celebrate and prepare for the future. As if he could hear her thoughts, his vibrant voice echoed out as Springforge, or really by her name Estella, once more turned towards him with careful eyes while watching him motion his hands and cut apart the meat of the primordial beasts before them. Tender and dripping pieces of meat were cut apart as Noah motioned and pulled out an exquisite set of chairs and a table filled with plates and cups already holding vibrant golden liquids. His essence moving around as the meat settled into the plates while he went forward to down while inviting the two of them. Apart from everything else, I am most confident in my cooking abilities. He said such words as Estella didn't deny him this time around, not being able to take her eyes off of the glistening cuts of primordial beast meat as she and Halcyon sat down with dazed eyes and used the utensils on the tables to cut into it, soft. This was Estella's thought when she cut the meat and placed it in her mouth. The instant she did so, her eyes nearly exploded with light as she felt her origin quivering. her bountiful chest trembling as she was instantly dazed. What the fuck? She couldn't help but rise up in shock as she looked towards the regal figure of Noah, this being sitting down domineeringly while glancing at them with shining eyes as Estella felt something drip from her eyes. I'm crying? What the F? She was in utter shock as she couldn't believe the taste of meat this being prepared, her dazed eyes watching as Halcyon had not stopped after the first bite as she continued to devour the meat, her voice coming out in between her bites. I thought this was a normal dream I had and not actually something that would happen. Enjoy it while it lasts. The manners of a regal foremother were gone as Halcyon delved into the vibrant meats before them. Springforge returning to the table to have even more as her eyes couldn't help but turn towards the amused figure of Noah sipping a golden drink while watching them. Just who the hell is this guy? She could only scream in her mind as she devoured the best meal she had ever come across in her many years of life. Noah had done everything he sought to do before the writ of challenge against Stormdust that would act as a nexus event for the unfolding of a tumultuous time in the Primordial Empire. He had done everything to prepare, as only a single thing remained that he had seen from Path to Victory. It was something that required him to make a trip and meet an old acquaintance. Something required the use of the Primordial Eye and the Eye of Ruination. It was a trip he had to make outside the bounds of his reality as he had to speak with a past champion. Chapter 1298, a trip to see the usurper. 2. A trip across the boundary of his reality. One of his main bodies had to make this trip, and the body of Alexander was chosen in the end as his universal body, and his other human body would remain to absorb the shards of a cosmic primordial heart and complete more edicts respectively. His clones could only utilize a portion of the power of the Primordial Eye and the Eye of Ruination, so any possible movements that dealt with the boundaries of a reality had to be done with one of the bodies sharing Noah's origin. His universal body would absorb all the shards of a cosmic primordial heart he could as he went towards the number of 1 billion and above it, while the edict that Halcyon had just forged in front of Noah's eyes would be what he tried to recreate next for himself, if not just bookmark it in 2 weeks. Let's be productive. His universal body laid down the commands as every piece of his soul and consciousness moved to accomplish their goals. In the beautiful and dangerous Ruination Sea, Noah's human body appeared with an expression of interest as his eyes began to release powerful rays of gold and red lights. The instantaneous activation of both of these eyes was done for the purpose of a single thing: to pierce and see across boundaries that Noah was not able to see before. Rumble, the sight before him changed drastically. It wasn't just the crimson Ruination Sea near him, as when he gazed with his primordial eye and the Eye of Ruination shining intensely, he saw an array of rainbow-colored lights that coagulated together into something like an endless mirror. More. He called out for more mana to surge into his eyes, the mirror becoming extremely clear as he couldn't see with his own eyes just how far it stretched. Intuitively, the nomological edict of Samsara undulated within his origin as he saw this sight, his hands reaching out as he tapped on this mirror to feel a strong rebounding force pushing him back. But as his eyes shone ever so brighter as the authority of the Primordial Eye and Eye of Ruination to cross a boundary of a reality was asserted, Noah felt his hand smoothly passing through the mirror as his entire body very soon followed, slipping from one side of the illusory mirror and into another as he found himself in a brand new space. It didn't seem to have any essence at all, seemingly like a pure void, as even with his eyes, Noah saw a vast darkness. But within this darkness, there shone scintillating and endless rivers very far away from Noah, with the nearest one being the one he just left, as when he looked below him he could see a vast and surging river that represented his reality endlessly churn forth. He didn't need to find the edge of the observable reality to step out of it, nor did he need to pass through pandemonium that lay at the edges of his reality. As long as he had the Primordial Eye and the Eye of Ruination, he could step outside of the boundary of his reality in this manner as he would arrive at the boundary between realities. He gazed around in awe as his eyes shone brightly, a devilish smile appearing on his face as he waved his right hand and opened his palm. There, surging purple light erupted as an illusory figure surrounded by temporal chains could be seen, this being none other than Kronos that Noah had bound into a temporal prison many weeks ago. Noah's eyes shone with destiny and the Edict of Kismet as he gazed at this being and his connections, many of them leading to the reality that was the surging river below him, as there was still one bright line that led outside of it. A golden line that stretched to none other than a single being that Kronos had worked hard to invite into their reality. Rumble, waves of destiny echoed out as Noah tugged on this line and felt it undulate with light, a reaction actually being felt on the other end a second later as it began to brighten up. Marvelous. Noah watched on with interest as he gazed out into the blankness that the golden line shot towards, his eyes very soon feeling the reaction getting stronger as after another few seconds, he began to feel an aura shooting towards his direction at speeds that surprised him. they surprised him as they were speeds he was just getting used to recently with his continued elevation in power and boosts. And he didn't expect the being he came here to meet would show such similar speed. Did this guy actually manage to keep up with me? It was a question Noah didn't even entertain as he knew just how ridiculous the things he could do were, but he might have to change his mindset as he saw the blur of blue light shoot forth from far away and arrive near him in mere milliseconds. The light of blue permeated the surroundings. Before Noah's eyes, a figure appeared as his eyes released beams of cerulean blue light, his dark hair flowing wildly as he held a devilish smile, his first action upon seeing Noah actually being him. Laughing out boisterously, "Ha! Osmont! What took you so long to reach out?" His voice was far too enthusiastic for Noah, as this wasn't how he remembered him when he spoke of primordials and standing against them when they first met. Noah raising his eyes as he looked over him up and down while asking quizzically, "What exactly has the great usurper in such a good mood?" Noah saw the figure of the being holding the same first name as him to be dressed in a refined black robe, the form of an ancient-looking fractured sword strapped to his back, as his eyes were much brighter than when Noah first met him. The figure before his eyes was not a genuine body, but a coagulation of a very strong soul. With a cheeky expression, Eckert glanced at him as he replied while smiling lightly, "Ah, nothing too major. I just recently managed to subjugate another champion." "What have you been up to?" Chapter 1299, Systems and Primordials. "I subjugate another champion." These words rang into Noah's mind as his eyes released a burst of light, locking onto Eckert more closely as the primordial eye that was always hidden from others flashed while he tried to discern any information he could on Eckert. He received nothing in return as he was surprised, watching as the now carefree Eckert spoke out as if he knew something. "I'm surprised that I can't pull up any information on you, and I'm guessing it must be the same on your end? How about this? I'll take the first leap of faith and reveal more about myself. Then we can talk much more freely." Eckert's figure flashed with light as Noah saw his left eye change colors, the blue being wiped away as a glorious gold was revealed within. This gold color showed an iris etched with multiple stacked triangles, as it was very much similar to Noah's own primordial eye. Noah could not hide his surprise when he saw this, a smile appearing on his face as his own eyes flashed and lowered the hidden barrier around them. Eckert's smug expression was wiped away as he looked at Noah's glimmering gold and red eyes, his lips then clicking as he showed a disbelieving expression. "Are you sure you're not a champion? How did you already obtain both the primordial eye and the eye of ruination?" The surprise was evident in Eckert's face as Noah was the one smiling now, his reply coming while he found himself gazing towards the ancient broken sword behind this usurper. "Runic Tao lines of ruination in the primordial Tao. How did you obtain the primordial eye?" "From the champion I recently subjugated," Eckert replied while sighing and shaking his head in defeat, his voice continuing to ring out. "I want to ask you how you were able to deconstruct and reconstruct supreme Taos that are literally required to carry out this process, but it matters not. I'll just accept that you are as ridiculous if not more as I focus on the task at hand. Why did you reach out?" His blue and gold eyes shone as Eckert asked this. Noah liking his straightforwardness as he waved his hands and caused the eruption of primordial and ruination essence to form into two grandiose thrones. One behind him, and one behind Eckert as he motioned for the both of them to sit down. "And of course you can still use the Tao essence of the primordial Tao and the Tao of ruination even though they're now Tao lines. Why not?" Eckert shook his head in acceptance while lamenting, sitting on the throne domineeringly as his imposing manner wasn't the least bit lower than Noah himself. Two existences with the same first name sat across each other, the primordial eyes of each of them being one of their many similarities as they began a discussion for the second time in their lives. As the meeting between two Noahs began, silent waves of destiny emanated from it that even they did not feel. A few key figures also felt something, but they also did not know what it was. In the depths of the primordial empire, Aegon was languidly lying in a golden pool with half of his body submerged, the overabundant runic Tao lines on his body releasing an oppressive pressure all around as he looked like a sculpted emperor. Yet at this time, he raised his head and gazed towards a faraway place quizzically. Below the shining gold pool, a head full of luscious golden hair rose up as the figure of Havenbreaker could be seen rising as the drops of liquid further magnified her beauty. Her eyes turning up as her sonorous voice rang out, "What's wrong? I'm not sure." Aegon seemed thoughtful as Havenbreaker smiled and pulled her body closer to him. "You're the strongest existence in this reality. Stop worrying over nothing and let us enjoy our time." Her words shook him out of his thoughts as he gazed upon her, one being shocked to find that behind his impassive eyes that gazed over everything with utter arrogance, there was a hint of a deep emotion when he looked at Havenbreaker. His wide hands held onto her head as this emotion intensified in his eyes, and one would be easily swayed into believing it was love. But it was another emotion that was more often than not mistaken for love. It was an intense emotion of possessiveness. In another direction within a vast primordial sea in this same reality, the form of an enormous draconic elephant primordial beast rose his head up, as well as three eyes squinting carefully as they found nothing to grasp onto. In another direction extremely far away that wasn't even within this reality, the regal figure of a pristine veiled primordial also raised her head, the expression within not being able to be ascertained as one could still be confident that the hidden eyes were shining with power and danger. You want to know even more about primordials, champions, and systems? Eckert languidly sat on the throne made of ruination as he gazed towards Noah with a smile. They had begun talking as Noah wanted to obtain more information on the enemies he was facing. If one knew the ins and outs of their enemies, they would eventually be victorious. After our last meeting, I changed my approach to how I moved, as it was the reason I reached where I am so fast. Can you guess what I did after we met? Eckert posed a question instead as Noah laid back on his own throne as he spoke confidently. You were in the process of reforging your destroyed system, yes? It naturally has to do with champions and primordials. Haha, yes. Champions? After meeting you, I realized I shouldn't be trying to run away from champions when I traversed realities. After meeting you, I actually began chasing after them, as eventually I managed to subjugate one. Eckert spoke as his eyes released bright blue and golden lights, his voice continuing to echo out. In some realities, the champions are ridiculously overpowered, as they can already stand against even the horrendous cosmic primordial beasts. But in other realities, the champions are still just growing up, similar to how I was. Weak champions, even with their ridiculous systems, if one prepares enough and knows how they move, one could take these champions down, and this was exactly what I did. The voice of Eckert calmed down as it became deep, gazing towards Noah as he continued to speak in a mesmerizing fashion. I subjugated a champion who held a ridiculous thing called the Supreme Necromancer system. I can't even begin to tell you what a catapult that was for my power. Trum. The air around them vibrated as Noah heard something as fantastical as a Supreme Necromancer system. His mind buzzed with information as he asked about something Halcyon had told him before. Have you come across anything like the Invincible System? The Invincible System? The power that Aegon the Conqueror relied on. This was what Noah wanted to know about the most. Oh? The question caused Eckert to look towards Noah in surprise as he replied with curiosity. Why, yes. But if you truly aren't the champion of this reality, I'm afraid it is superficial information that will not help you much if that is the enemy you face in your reality. Eckert's eyes shone with care as he gazed out into the blankness around them and spoke while his eyes seemed to be recalling a distant memory. Before my original body perished under the hands of the primordial that granted me my system, he spoke very briefly about the Invincible System. All I gained from it apart from its name was the primordial responsible for designing this system. It is a primordial known as Cecil, Cecil, the name of the veiled primordial that Noah had bookmarked and obtained. The nomological edict of samsara from now rang out in his mind. Chapter 1300 Systems and Primordials 2. Author note: to prevent confusion of sex, Cecil is being changed to Cecilia. Noah repeated this name over and over again in his mind as he got the chance to know of the primordial that Hyperion was aiming for. He turned thoughtful as Eckert stared at him closely. This is all I know about the Invincible System. But what I can speak to you about are systems themselves based on what I've managed to find out and from my experience subjugating those that have systems. Eckert's words continued to resound as Noah focused on him once more, this usurper shifting on his seat as he seemed to enjoy the attention while he continued. All the systems I've come across so far involve a change in an existence that is caused by a primordial. A change that is done deep in one's soul, as the only thing capable of causing it to bear fruit is a special type of essence, the essence of reality. An essence that the primordials who split apart the main reality and brought about the endless branching ones can utilize. With this, they find destined existences that they consider compatible as they etch a primordial epitaph onto their souls. This primordial epitaph, built with the essence of reality itself, is the big mystery to the ridiculous systems that all champions show, the primordial epitaph etched onto the souls of special existences. The reality-bending effects that the champions showed within their reality stemmed from this unique construct, each one different based on the primordial who designed it for their effects. Do you remember those old RPG games you played that had items that had loot modifiers? While talking about grandiose concepts such as primordial epitaphs and the essence of reality, Eckert took a hard turn to ask Noah this question. Noah raised his eyes and nodded, Eckert smiling as he continued, "Well, my system went by the just fantastic name of Idle Gaming System, the primordial that designed it, making it so that his champions received a multiplicative effect of all the loot they obtained from the origins of other existences. Modifiers like increased loot quantity and quality, along with a staggering of time added in, and with the reality-bending effect of timed infinite duplication. I was able to receive loot in timestamps continuously after clearing dungeons or rifts. Can you imagine it? You're sleeping or relaxing and you simply feel universal filament cores or primordial hearts appear in your inventory. While idle, you constantly get more loot that you only have to absorb and get stronger. In a limited timed manner, of course. I only found this out after I redesigned my system later. The meaning of the timed infinite duplication was that this reality bending effect was timed in a unique manner. But that is a brief overview of the Idle Gaming System." Eckert finished his words grandly as he laid back on his throne, his eyes reminiscing of the past as he shook his head while continuing, "I'm guessing you simply want to understand more about systems because you have the crazy goal of making one for yourself if you truly aren't a champion." His sharp eyes locked onto Noah as these two beings looked at each other, Noah smiling devilishly as he tapped his finger on the throne while thinking. The qualities of the system Eckert mentioned was actually something he was working towards, his increased loot quantity and increased loot rarity being the reality-bending effects that were making the ridiculous gain of billions of splendiferous universes possible. But he was limited to a specific percentage even after he turned his Tao into a runic Tao line, while the systems brought to light by the primordial epitaphs known only to primordials didn't have such tight restrictions as they made many things possible. The Supreme Necromancer system? His voice came out slowly as he was still thinking of many things. A champion going by Ezekiel had this system, this guy being capable of calling forth an undead legion that could fill entire cosmos that didn't depend on mana to be called out, with the system being capable of turning any living existence into an enhanced version of undead. Even primordial beasts, WAA. It didn't allow one to simply conjure undead, as they had to turn living beings into undead. But there is no limit to the number one can accumulate. The talent and might of the undead when they were alive is kept as if it was an existence that could easily assimilate Daos. They can now do it better. If they had the talent of fusing Daos and laws into edicts, they can now do it better under your undead legion. And of course, whatever they comprehend, you as their master also comprehends. Rumble, as Eckert spoke, the area behind him began to twist and turn as an image of an endless legion of unique existences flashed in and out of existence. Whether you have a trillion undead in your legion or a quintillion, whether they're all Tao lords or existences with edicts, everything is up to you. This is just the tip of the iceberg for that system. Noah's eyes flashed with light as he watched the illusory image of an endless undead army fade away from behind Eckert, his eyes looking onto the forefront of this army as he saw the images of Titanus' lesser primordial beasts in the lead. "You've been busy." He watched as the illusory scene faded away and spoke calmly towards Eckert, "Nowhere near as crazy as you. Who knows how close you are to reaching the cosmic realm? And the Eye of Ruination? If I have that, I won't have to rely on this broken sword to traverse realities in a limited fashion, as I could move freely." Eckert spoke out with a smile while he stroked the illusory sword behind his back. "But no matter. If you wish to have a system of your own, you have to either be leashed to a primordial or become capable of utilizing the essence of reality yourself. Or have unique abilities similar to me, but they wouldn't be unique if everyone had them." Eckert shifted on his seat as he looked towards Noah carefully as he spoke the next set of words. "Say, do you need help? My destiny has told me not to delve into your reality ever since that veiled primordial who was most likely Cecilia killed my other body, but I can still do some things if need be." Eckert's eyes blazed with power as he seemed ready for anything, but Noah shook his head as his eyes turned up to watch his own fortune and destiny. "No. I have already seen many paths and I know what I must do. By the end of it all, the blood of a primordial shall be spilled.